couple moments, and looking forward to talking about this stuff.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So, how about the first space stopped?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't control the the spaces, but yes, apparently it glitched.
You didn't make your sacrifice to the Twitter space gods?
Honestly, at this point, it's sounding like
So you basically baiting Digital immediately.
Clearly what happened is AI decided on its own that this space could have some negative thoughts or feelings by AI, so decided to shut down the link somehow, going in, hacking the Twitter database. I mean, I think this is clearly what happened. So we better be careful just to be really nice to AI in this space so it doesn't happen again.
So what's interesting is this is like a salad of both legal, functional, technical, and almost like world domination realities that are kind of all sliding into one. So much so that the Daily Mail said that it was Open AU. I don't even know what it is, but super interesting stuff. Slayman, looking forward to talking about it. I'm not even fully like understanding what's going on. I'm looking forward to hearing. Hopefully, we can get some other lawyers up here to understand their standing, to actually engage in these lawsuits he's talking about. I don't even know what he's saying with regards to illegally accessing API or information to illegally train the APIs. My guess, and I'll end with this, is that this is, if he's going to have any chance of catching up with OpenAI, it's going to be just a spray of nonsense, both through Twitter, through publicity, through legalities, to try and stop something that I don't think he can stop. So I'm really interested to see what happens.
Essentially, you just want more
data.
Like, you just want more lawyers. Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
What they're doing right now is they're just going and scouring the internet for every single bit of information available. So they're going on Twitter, going on Reddit, and to make these AIs as quote unquote smart as possible, they're trying to literally get any and all available data and put it into the machine. And so I think that's why it will be hard for Elon Musk to catch up, because he's going to have to collect data, and this is an exponential how fast you can collect data. So he's going to have to start at the very beginning of that curve. They're already a good ways along it. The only way, I think, if he can do it correctly, and if he can do it in a way that'll beat OpenAI, he's going to have to, first of all, acquire a company that already has a lot of data. Twitter is one example of that, but he's going to need a lot more than that. And he's also going to have to, on top of that, find a way to structure it so that the people who are actually running it and in charge of it align with the same views he's trying to push forward. Otherwise, it'll just become another OpenAI. So there's multiple major challenges. A winning lawsuit here against OpenAI, because there's clear infringement of the law when you're talking about taking a $100 million donation for a company that's supposed to be free of profits, a charitable donation, and then taking that and using it to harness profits in the future. There's no way the SEC is going to be okay with that. There's no way he's not going to at least be able to win in some case here. I believe he's going to try to get a stake of OpenAI. He's going to try to actually get some control over it. If not, at the very least, he's going to get his money back plus some. And it'll be interesting to see where this goes. I would love to hear from a lawyer as well.
I couldn't disagree more. A donation is a donation for a reason. It is meant to be given without strings. And he probably wrote that fucking thing off.
That's probably the worst take I've heard, because he was donating to a company that was a non-profit, specifically with the goal of making an OpenAI that was not.
Was it a 501c3?
I'm pretty confident. Well, let's double check on that. But it was a nonprofit. Clearly, in Elon's words, he has stated that if you have more information on that, I'd love to hear it.
Meta, you and Mike, I would like if somebody would look up. It sounded like from all the information that I reviewed that he was hoping that, and the goal was that it would be a public good. But I don't know. I'll look it up. I don't know if it was.
I'm fairly certain, Digital, that it was a 501c3 and he transitioned it in 2020, or that they'd filed and they revoked that filing, and Elon's donation was on the understanding that filing would happen. I'm pretty sure that there's a whole contentious thing about it. I'm trying to Google it right now, but I'm almost certain that it was on the condition that it was a fully from non-profit, and I'm pretty sure they'd either filed or had filed and they transitioned out of being one, or they revoked the paperwork after the donation. It's one of the two, but it was dodgy. It's dodgy as hell, really.
Interesting. It takes about
it was
go ahead, Meta. Sorry. By the way, it does take about
it might be legal, but
it does take about 9 months, 9 to 11 months to have a 501c3 process in the U.S. But Meta, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I was just going to say that the reason that you probably want more lawyers in the space was how much heat you got in the last one. But, I wanted to add on to what Matt was saying, which is, he was like, oh, Elon has to kind of catch up with all the data. But I almost think someone made this point in the last space, and I thought it was a really good insight, which is all of the best minds, at least in my mind, are on Twitter, right? Like, this is the epicenter. This is where you come to have the discussions. You're not really having discussions on like Reddit or Pinterest or TikTok. Right? Like, this is where people who want to have intellectual discussions are coming. And so you would assume that the best kind of content on these things is here. And so there's a really great opportunity for Elon to leverage the Twitter space and the content and the information that's here, and not really have to go, broadly across the internet and farm all of that content, because garbage in, garbage out.
It's also more than just about the donation, because Elon Musk also helped with hiring people. He helped with some of the proprietary things that allowed OpenAI to become what it is today. So when you look at all the things he contributed, and the fact that he now has a 0% stake in a company that he has contributed both a lot of capital to and also a lot of brain power and resources to, it doesn't really seem fair or make sense. And if he doesn't have a case, I would be extremely shocked.
I also heard, I think I read in an article somewhere that he'd also got Sam a meeting with Jack to get an API plugin as part of their deal. So the data that OpenAI used in order to train I can't remember the article. I'm going to have to find it, so I'm not bullshitting people. But I'm pretty confident I read that he'd made that, he'd been breaking that deal, which I just think is just double trouble.
Let's pause for a second. There's no way that the lawsuit is actually material here, right? The question and the thought.
No, I agree with that. I think it's. Yeah.
So how does a lawsuit? So I was speaking to Slayman before we started this conversation, and the idea is there any way that he can stop? I'm going to run under the assumption that he didn't think that they were advancing at the pace that they were, and that the money would get them to the place that they are now, and that the adoption would be at the rate that it is. And now he's clamoring to not protect people, but own the ecosystem. And is there any lawsuit, merit or not? What stops it?
I don't think this will necessarily be a claim. In my opinion, it won't necessarily be a claim that he can actually win in court per se. But I think it will just expose OpenAI's tactics, which I imagine might be part of the game.
Guys, I actually use the API quite often. I kind of program corpus for training AI models, and I can give you a little insight on what I think the basis of the case might be. You cannot use an API for reasons other than in the scope of the agreement that you've agreed to. The API access that Microsoft and or OpenAI had was not for training data. So scraping Twitter using the API was not one of the scopes of that particular use case under any circumstance. And the quality of data that Twitter has is quite high. I think a few speakers here already attested to the fact that you do have a really good sort of hive mind, if you will, of questions and answers. the difficulty in training any AI model is not the corpus of data, not how many terabytes or anything like that. It's really about the scaling of questions and answers. It's the interaction. And Sam Altman actually said yesterday that the big database era of AI has ended, and now we're going into a different phase. And I fully agree with that. In fact, I work on what I call private and personal AI, which fits on a CPU. And it's not quite ChatGPT 3.5 ready, but it is darn close, and it has no internet connection whatsoever. And it does it at 4 gigabytes. So that's quantitized data. Now, if we can train that data on better questions and answer pairs, we can actually have a much more powerful large language model. So that's really what the crux of the issue is with Elon, is that is extremely valuable data. The only thing that comes even close to that is Quora. Quora obviously is a question and answer database. And what they've built there is phenomenal for training data for an AI corpus. So I think that's where it's going. And I'm not a lawyer, I have no legal background, but clearly, if you've broken out of the bounds of how you're using that API, he's got a really good case. And it's
so
kind of
We
easy.
don't know the original terms of that data, that agreement, though, because that seems, on a standard terms that makes sense, but we don't know if they're standard terms that were agreed.
But Rob,
Well,
and Brian, guys, just
it would be hard to
Brian,
do that.
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
This is the first time, and I've been an Elon file for a very long time. This is the first time that I feel we're catching with his pants down, and we're watching him flail. And all due respect, I love the shit out of Elon, but there has to be some larger goal here. A lawsuit over an API breach doesn't accomplish anything. Well, just think about this for a second. He went on Tucker Carlson. He went on Fox News for a reason. Why did he choose that medium? Brian, go ahead, and then I'd like to go to Susan, and then AGI.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of game theory and structural reasons why he would do this. One of them. Well, let me back up 1 second, and I would have covered this in earlier chats here, but Elon is already the president and CEO of an AI company. And most people just completely overlook this. He has some of the best local GPU hardware of any company in the world locally for consumers to use. It's called the Tesla car. The Tesla car is a GPU monster. It processes AI data at a rate that most AI companies would love to have access to. Now, one could theorize, and I've written a sort of a paper about this, that we could with permission, Elon could utilize all those GPUs while the cars are charging and have an amazingly large GPU cluster. So first, we have that. So that's a secret weapon. He's been working on AI for much longer than most people realize. And I believe we're going to see some shocking results because of that. And certainly we're going to see model changes. We're not tied to the large language model. There's limitations to that, but we haven't even begun to see those limitations. I'm working on the entire patent database of the U.S. government, everything that's ever filed, every word, and the results I'm getting back in experimental data of running loops on it is new patent ideas. Now, some of them are complete hallucinations, but others are phenomenal, and it's very early days. So, we haven't even touched the surface on what we can do with that and what Elon has the power to do already. And plus, he's already purchased a whole lot of GPUs. So we got that part. As far as putting OpenAI and Microsoft on notice, I think there's a bit of war games going on. I think there's a bit of hurt feelings. I think if you do, language and facial analysis of Elon, he's pretty upset with what was going on with Microsoft and being betrayed by the founders at OpenAI. I believe that that's what I'm seeing is betrayal in his portrayal of responses that I've seen in prior interviews. Also,
you think this is emotional and not business?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Primarily it's emotional. Primarily it's also to get the spotlight on a theme that he's very concerned about. And I don't want to dominate here in monologue, but I'm also concerned about AI problems that Elon has, but in a different way. AI taking over as a monster controlling the world. That it's a machine, and we can go into that if you want. But I think what Elon is doing, and why he was on Tucker, and why he's doing all these other interviews, is to sort of stop everybody in their place and putting the spotlight on this. And he did actually a great service in that interview with Tucker to try to train the focus not on the sort of sci-fi problems with AI, but the real practical issues that are going on. The reason why I'm an advocate for personal AI that's not cloud-based, it's completely airlocked away from the internet, is so that individuals can have equal or maybe less powerful, but we're at Apple One, in the AI race for personal AI, and we could laugh at Apple One in Steve's garage and say, well, that's a calculator chip; it'll never beat my mainframe. But guess what? Come back in 5 or 6 years, and individuals will have the same power that we would see, say, with the Macintosh being released. So that is something to be thinking about, along with all of these fears of AI. But I think he wants to bring attention to it. He wants to make it part of the public discourse. He wants regulators, he wants to bring them on, and we can discuss that. That's sort of a war game experiment he's doing, I think, also. He'd rather see them act than react.
Brian, I'm going to disagree, especially considering Gary Gensler's,
okay.
Respectfully, considering Gary Gensler's speech, which was obnoxious and tone deaf yesterday in front of the SEC. I'm sorry, in Congress.
Polite.
And, thank you, Rob. I think I hashtag Gary Guzzler.
You did.
I did. It was fantastic. The reality is, the first thing he said, and it was brought up a couple times, was he was trying to defer from blockchain and crypto and whatever, NFTs. And he said that AI is the most transformative, but at the same time, that means the most valuable and the most scary. So I'm not going to sit here and think that what he's doing, he is a petulant child, but he's also, at any given time, the richest man in the world. And if you have any knowledge and background of him, he's been the most successful at taking an idea, manifesting it, and revolutionizing human trajectory. So I'm not going to sit here and think that this is a petulant personal thing. I believe by definition that he is trying to take over this incredibly, John, I saw you on mic. I want to go to Susan first. This incredibly valuable sector, and he doesn't know how to do it. So I think he's pulling a Trump and just making a mess. Susan, thoughts?
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. I think there's a lot of posturing right now for responsible innovation in the space. Even the kind of moratorium that was called was a little bit of a PR play for that. In having the incumbents call for regulation, call for all these kind of government interventions, that really helps incumbents here kind of solidify their moat. And even you sort of see right now, like say Scale AI, I think very recently was awarded a Department of Defense contract, I think for $250 million. I mean, they were just an annotation platform, right, for AI data or data used to train these models. And they kind of now have up-leveled themselves into this, protect the national interests kind of play, all in the name of trying to develop these things responsibly. So I think there's a lot going on here for folks to influence policy. When it comes to the copyright or, using copyright material or even these, say these APIs, there's going to be a lot of argument for fair use of just, because literally it's not really reprinting this material, it's using to train these systems that benefit from it. So regulation is very far behind right now in trying to figure out how to actually govern the space. And then when it comes to
GPU does it even matter? Does it even matter? They already if what he's alleging is true, they already have the data, correct?
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. And it's hard to prove definitively that this is precisely the data that was used in these models, unless it's trained many times over and memorizes the data exactly. So governing this is actually near impossible at this point in time.
And there's one proposition I would definitely have to push back on, because we already saw with Elon Musk and Twitter, he tried to back out of it. You can make that same argument. He wants to control Twitter because it's one of the most popular social media platforms in the world, very influential. Obviously, that's a good thing to have control over if that's what you desire. But he tried to back out of it because the price was way too high, ended up still going forward with it. And I think he really would have potentially backed out and tried to go in at a lower price at the very least, which may have meant he didn't even get it. So there's always that risk if he did that. But the same thing can be applied here. He bought Twitter not to make money, not to get power, because he wanted to make the world better. He wanted to encourage free speech. He wanted to take away some of the wokeness that can often infect tech companies. And OpenAI, I think, has the same exact case to be made. He wants to do the same exact thing with AI that he wants to do, and he did do with Twitter. Not to put himself forward. I mean, he already has enough money. Like, what else does he need? Another house, another car? I mean, he doesn't even spend the money he already has on that. Like, what personal motivation does he have? It really is, I believe, to make the world a better place, more so than anything else. He also works how many hours a week? Like 100? I mean, if he was really motivated by other things, I don't think he would be putting in that amount of time, that amount of resources.
I mean, I'm gonna push back a little bit on that, Matt. I mean, I do agree with you that he has got a much bigger world picture and has a much clearer way about going about it. But I think it's an and not or exercise with Elon. He is very driven by economics and by the greater good and by growing companies. He's clearly addicted to growing businesses very, very big. And that is commendable because nobody has done it to the extent he has, as many times as he has, in the areas that he has, which is amazing. And I have absolutely no doubt that he has a wider vision, and he professes to that. And I'm a big Elon fan, but I think economics as well play a huge part because he likes to hire more people, he likes to grow businesses, he likes to get bigger contracts, he likes to do all this stuff. I think it's an and not all with him. I think he's an all picture. But I don't think we can sit there and say he's this globalist sort of huge, not globalist, but he's got this view of how the globe should turn out, huge picture, big stuff, and not be driven by economics as well. I think he's all of the above.
I think he's a definition of win-win, which means
right. Which with this lawsuit, by the way, I think could be another and situation. Do I think it could be petty? Yes, I do. He's clearly emotional about it, and he's got the resources to be able to be pissed off about it and do something about it. But also, it's economic, and also it's holding back his clear goal. So if you look at all the three angles that he could come at, it's clearly an and exercise. He's pissed off, and he wants to grow something better, and he wants to economically win that battle. So that seems to me he can cover all bases.
And he's tricked people that because Microsoft cut them from advertising, that somehow this is a legitimate lawsuit or has a basis. So it's just building foundation.
Right, and therefore, and PR, right? It's just another, he gets the message, he holds the news story. It's very clever. I mean, it's a phenomenally clever move because he's hitting all of the buttons where everybody will hear about this.
And
and it all benefits him.
And I'll go to Meta, and I think, Matt, to push back again, you implied that he overpaid. No, he made it seem like he overpaid to literally raise the awareness and the valuation of the product he was buying at the same time. So he honestly, we're playing 2D chess. He's playing 7D chess all over us. That sounded weird. But Meta, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, I'm really was just going to say what both you and Rob have pointed out is that there's so many angles that he's benefiting from this. I think this lawsuit, I don't really understand the law side of it, but I think that it is a huge win for him in many ways, that it draws attention. It's bad publicity and press for Microsoft. And so, I agree with both of you. I think my framework for looking at Elon's moves have always been to assume he's extremely intelligent, smart, strategic, and aware. And a lot of the decisions that he's making, it's probably safe to assume there's real reason and intention behind of them, and not to kind of say, oh, he's just kind of flying off the handle. To the point earlier about him being reactionary, I do think Brian's right that he is mad, because I think he takes the future of humanity very seriously. He wants to see us move in a good direction, and what OpenAI is doing by kind of selling out to Microsoft is very dangerous, because I think that if we are going to have AI in the best form, it needs to be transparent, and it's not going to be easy to be aware of kind of the internal code. that's just beyond understanding. It's much more about the information that's being fed in, the feedback that's being fed in. And so you need much more about like company transparency than necessarily anything else.
And Meta,
And there
go
definitely
ahead, guys.
to be made multiple motivations. I mean, there's no question it's not that he enjoys also building something big, but I would argue that more of the motivation than pretty much any other top executive that is at least in the public eye is based on actually wanting to make things better. And you can see 3 examples of that. The first one is the fact that he, at this point in time, is one of the only billionaires who's actually going on small podcasts and things like that. It doesn't help him at all to do that. He just does it because he likes to give people opportunities like that. He responds to people on Twitter who are literal nobodies in terms of like the business world, but still he does that because he sees that as a net positive. So if you look at his actions over and over and over again, they seem to point to that. The second thing is that Elon Musk,
I'm going to push back again. I'm going to push back again. He is the largest microphone in the world. He's the largest megaphone in the world. So anytime he responds on Twitter, on any social platform, especially the one he owns, he's creating a flywheel effect of attention.
That's true, but he did that before he owned Twitter, which I figured that point may come up. But he did that well before owning Twitter. He also promoted Dogecoin, which you saw as a net positive, fun thing, kind of going against the more serious people. Like every single move he makes is just looking towards the future. And sure, there's business motivations. Sure, there's wanting to be able to fund his space missions. That's part of it. But all of that still, at the end of the day, has to be considered something that's a net positive, especially in a capitalist society where people will only give you their money if they see the value you're providing to them as more than the value of them holding their money.
So I'm going to agree with the win-win scenario. The reason I'm pushing back is because you're only looking at the win side. And I think that there's both. Go ahead, Rob.
No, sorry. I was just going to agree with you. So
no problem. Let's go to AGI and then Nolan and then back to Susan. But I think for me, just AGI, 1 second. For me, the most interesting parts is, does any of this stop the monster, the inevitability, positive or negative, of AI?
Now, so in the interview with Fox News, Elon Musk said that the most probable scenario is the most entertaining. So the most exciting things to do is to build TruthGPT. So a maximum truth-seeking AI to try to understand the nature of the universe. And he talked about being late because OpenAI is there since like 7 years, DeepMind since maybe 10 years. But I would argue that he's not late at all. AI just started to work. So you can just do something like train a ChatGPT. That's very easy to do. Then instead of using reinforcement learning from human feedback to fine-tune it, he can use the same, but he can just use that to maximize the truth instead of maximizing just to please the audience by telling the politically correct things. So he can use just the algorithm to train ChatGPT and then maximize for truthfulness. And that's very easy to do. So, and he has the data to do that because he has the data from Tesla. It's huge amount of data. He has the data from Twitter. You have the data from space, from the universe. So you can use unsupervised learning and it's done. So I will say he will not sue because it's not so much entertaining and it will be extremely slow and not for a very important amount of money anyway. The most entertaining things to do is to build TruthGPT.
But he also wants to perfect
AGI, just based on what
is an admirable.
Guys, the AGI, I agree. The difference is that none of that data is right. Right, and I think
but
the data.
Do we know what he means by truth? Can we?
The data.
That's not very objective scientifically, is it?
By the way,
truth?
it's so Trump.
From the universe that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. AGI, like I know he's calling it truth, and I guess that sounds great on the surface of it, but in reality, how do you ensure that it's some model that is essentially true, as he's saying, that isn't biased? Is it true according to what Elon believes is true? Is it true according to what the right believe, the left
By the way,
believe?
welcome
Like,
I think it's truth according to the laws of the universe. It's truth according to the laws of the universe. So I have the same background of as Elon. I have background. I'm a theoretical physicist. I have a background in aerospace engineering. So I think a little bit like him. So truth in terms of nature of the universe, in terms of the laws of the universe. That's what he's speaking about. So an AI that will learn about the nature of the universe, about the laws of the universe, and that will understand the universe, will learn to respect human beings.
There's two issues with that, AGI. First of all, like, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean by the laws of the universe? We're learning new things about the laws of the universe all the time. Like, before we had Newtonian physics, and then we had Einstein physics, and then now we've got allegedly quantum physics or whatever it may be. But my point is this: that's from okay. Let's take that as a given. Like, that is gonna give us that. But separate to that, I mean, whether the vaccine was legitimate or not is not something which is true according to the laws of the universe. That's literally going to be based on perspective. Whether you should allow open borders is, again, perspective. Like, how is that true according to the laws of the universe?
Well, you can try to understand. For example, you have images. For example, you can use images that are there. You can take an image, you see things in 3 dimensions. Then you can just remove some pixels and learn to predict them, like we do with generative pre-training transformer to train GPT. Then it's unbiased. You learn the true things. You do that for several modalities, like for the sound and other modalities, the sound, the space, and other things, even for, of course, language. You do that for all of those modalities. Then you get a world model. And this is important because what Jan LeCun was saying about ChatGPT, what was missing is a world model. So you need to build a world model, a representation of the world. Then ChatGPT or any kind of tools like that become much, much better at predicting. So it's become much more correct.
Okay, actually, so when you build a world model, AJ, when you build a world model, what is the reasoning for it? So what is the goal?
That's his point. There won't be a reasoning because it won't produce an opinion. It will just be able to lay bare the basic knowledge of fact. It's like, what about this is... So that was a really good explanation in the sense that I understood it now. So there's a fundamental truth to things, i.e., we can project, we can tell you. I'm trying to later. We can tell you what this is and what it isn't, but we're not going to give an opinion on it. That's for you to decide. So it's going to promote critical thinking. Essentially.
Yeah, but Rob,
I don't think so.
Can I just push back a little bit?
Well, it will be able to give better predictions.
Guys, one at a time, please.
Yeah, one pushback to AGI is there are a lot of things that are still unfigured out. There is no known truth. Simple example is in medicine.
No, that's not what he's saying. That's not what he was saying. He was saying that I agree on an AGI. We can go into what that will do. What AGI, the person on stage, was saying is that this AI tool will be able to look at pixel by pixel, image by image, and give you a relative truth, i.e., what's the bare facts of this in terms of, is this a real image, is this a real statement, is that a true statement in terms of factual, and then it won't present an opinion like ChatGPT is doing, which it is presenting biases.
Rob, I'd like Dinesh to respond.
But Rob, again, just want to make sure that it's very clear what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of people that believe there's bias in the evidence itself. I hear it every single day from every single person that comes up on these spaces and talks about things like vaccines. People don't trust the actual medical data itself. How does it know what the truth is? Is it going to go and figure out what happened in the actual clinical trial? Like, just this is a very simple example, but it's a very complex one on purpose because this all sounds great in theory, but in reality, it's a lot more complex. Whose truth? Is the evidence itself true? There is no laws of the universe when it comes to actual clinical trials, for example. That's going to be the first thing people are going to try to figure out what's going on. Again, I think that we have to be very careful that it's just going to be a counterpoint on the other side of where OpenAI is, which does lean left, is likely lean right. And that's probably what this is going to be.
So it's a misnomer to say that basically is dealing with facts. Like facts, as you said, Danish, the facts according to who? Like even our basic facts, okay, there's certain facts that are non-disagreeable, 1 + 1 = 2, these type of things. But when you come to any kind of a situation where you're calling something a fact, it's going to be a fact based on somebody. For example, Churchill.
Slayman, you're cutting out, but I'll kind of I'll circumvent.
What is Churchill's?
Can't hear a word you're saying, Slayman. Please, I don't want to mute you. I'm going to mute you. Okay.
So
there's Slayman, we can't hear you. Guys, is it just me or is it Slayman? Somebody speak up.
No.
Okay. So
significant information.
So I know
he's still going.
I know I always go to blockchain.
I can repeat my point, Federal, if you want.
Just pause 1 second. How about it's a very interesting correlation with blockchain. And blockchain is a truth, but the core question is the input of truth, right? So it's truth as to the information that is inputted, but does that make the information that is truthfully inputted truthful? I agree completely. And we can get deeper into that, but I believe
we can't build an AI that changes human nature though, can we? So we can only build an AI based on something that responds to human input, which is
but most Americans don't disagree on the interpretation of evidence. They disagree on the evidence itself. That's the problem. We're living in a
that is the problem.
World.
The problem is what is the source of truth? And guys, just pause for a second, please. I'd like to go to the hands. Nolan's been waiting for a while. Slayman, I'll bring you right up real quick. There we go. I'd like to go to Nolan, and then let's go around. I think an interesting part of this conversation is how do we create actual truth, right? I think that's the core of everything, right? We say left, we say right, we say misinformation, but how do we create oracles of truth? And I think that is the core of all this technology. Nolan, welcome to the stage. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, we don't need to mind read Elon to get to the bottom of this. And I think that's what we're spinning our tires on, what his motivation is, why he's doing it. He said straight up that he's interested in pausing the corporate development. Let's call it the corporate development, the input question. What is going into these things? And he's been talking about the danger of training them to lie, training them to be woke or whatever, training them to have a bias. And in the end, when I hear him talk about pausing and when I hear people make statements about why the lawfare, why all this stuff, remember, and I heard people mention he's a physicist and he's an engineer. He's none of those things. He's actually a marketer, right? When he fired the marketing team at Twitter, it's because no one is better at getting amplification. They've never had marketing at Tesla in the history of the company, and look at it, right? So what it comes down to here is that we're in a race between a corporately trained model. And that's where he did the Tucker Carlson interview and focused not on the existential worry about what happens when something is so strong and corrupts us. No. It's about what happens when a human being is amplified with the intelligence, with an AI, and that it's a situation where a company is amplified by the power of AI. So it all comes down to a race. We're in a race between the decentralized model. Are we all going to have our own personal AI? I predicted years ago, like Brian, what he's working on, that we're going to have our own AI. It'll be called an eyeball. It'll be like our third eye. It'll help us navigate the world. It'll be the same way a third eye helps you navigate the let's call it spiritual realm or whatever it is. But the same sort of against all odds attitude that Bitcoiners have and that we've all thrown in to change the world. So what you have now is really what I think is a very simple fight. He's talking about, are we going to have something that's trained to help you individually, with you as its motivation, with your intelligence, success, wealth, whatever it is, whatever path you're on, right? That's how these things have to be oriented, that way or not. If they're oriented to make sure that we don't know the truth about the Charlottesville hoax or the January 6th hoax or any of the other hoaxes that are out there, then we might as well, it turns into the situation of the victor gets to write the history books. Only now they're writing history books at a pace that you've never seen before. They're writing history books to bury you. And they can do that very quickly. And that is the big worry. So it really is just a simple old fight between centralization and decentralization. And we don't need to know more about Elon and his motivations and mind read him and understand what he wants to do with the lawfare and this and that. Who knows? He has an ego and he's a person like any other. So for sure he's got an itch to scratch.
Okay.
But we don't need to know that. He's made it clear.
Before we go any further, you're not going to sit there and yell January 6th hoax as if we're just going to let that slide. This is going to be a balanced conversation. Video doesn't lie. So here's the beauty, right? We can edit and we can script, but video don't lie. So that's not going to fly on the stage. I'd like to go to Susan. I appreciate most of what you're saying, and I agree with the arms race. But to then slide that into a presentation of information as a basis, literally, you just did the opposite of what you were trying to say without any factual basis. Susan, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. So
Slayman, I can hear you.
I think there's some. I think there's something here where I think Elon potentially may be highlighting some inadvertent kind of hypocrisy for folks claiming to be building this technology to benefit humanity. I mean, that's a really big claim. And what exactly does benefit mean? Who is a benefit? What is humanity, right? And right now, it seems like there is quite a few players with that claim. I would say Anthropic is also another one who claims to do the same. And their original split from OpenAI was based on the fact that they didn't agree with the commercialization route. But I do think this is tricky, right? So I think that's the part of the nonprofit to for-profit transition that maybe Elon potentially is mad about, or so he says. But at the end of the day, this is very expensive technology to build. So if you do want to do this to quote unquote benefit humanity, you do need to commercialize and you do need to raise funds in order to fund the kind of cost necessary to do this. But the question is, who is responsible enough to do this, and whether we trust those entities to do it properly. So I think that another part of this discourse is like the AI safety and ethics fields, which also is quite contentious. But I mean, this is a group that is talking about minimizing harm and trying to prevent these models from, maybe the most toy example is like don't teach people how to build bombs or something like that. But at the end of the day, this is also another thing that is near impossible to govern and decide what is responsible and what isn't. So if there was the TruthGPT part to this, it may be to maybe eliminate all these guardrails and say just let the truth flow, let anybody use this technology however they like. But that's also also potentially runaway effect of misuse that is also near impossible to parameterize.
We can also get clues about where Elon's going with this from the things he's liking as well. I made a tweet earlier today that he liked where I said the stark contrast between Elon Musk's BBC interview and his Tucker interview is remarkable. And I continued on to describe one as, of course, being full of propaganda, wokeness, baseless attacks. Other one was more logical, informative, funny. It wasn't even really that political and just mainly emphasized letting Elon Musk talk. And I think that is kind of what Elon's main motivation is with this. He doesn't want ChatGPT to take over and make it the BBC of AI, to where it is trying to push a narrative and to where it is not actually being unbiased like Elon Musk is pushing for Twitter to be. And so to go in the opposite direction, he wants to make TruthGPT more like Tucker's interview and make the woke other one, the other option, it'll be more like the BBC. I think that's kind of the vision here. And you can see that also from Twitter too, because he's done the exact same thing with Twitter. Nobody really has an advantage now. No matter what your opinions are, you can speak them and you can freely say what you think. That's the direction I would love to see AI go as well.
Do you think it's coincidental that he used, the word truth was ubiquitous prior to Trump being kicked off of Twitter and starting the Truth Network, right? So it's interesting how the word truth is no longer anonymous in terms of leanings, which is super interesting to me. Meta's been waiting for a while. Then we'll go to Brian and Danish. Hey, Meta.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good points that I want to address that have been talked about so far. And the first I'll start with is I believe truth is robust. Right, that fundamentally truth is the most is always going to win out against lies, because a lie is it's divorced from reality. Right, there's points where it doesn't connect, that it's incongruent, whereas truth should be completely congruent with reality. Right, and so given a level playing field, truth should always win. Right, we'll find that point where a lie doesn't make sense. And I think that to Matt's point, which I absolutely loved, is if you're someone who's trying to like take over the world, right? One of the ways you can do that is you could buy like a media corporation, right? And you can get them to kind of spout out the, whatever propaganda that you want. But if you're someone who's actually trying to move the world towards in the right direction, which I think like inherently, if we move in a like a true direction, that's where we'll go, is like the right direction for humanity. You don't have to control a news group to create a certain narrative. You can just ensure the playing field is level, right? And if you create, if you come into Twitter and you create this open playing field where everything can be level, then the truth will just naturally come out. And I think that's really what Elon's doing there. And he also realizes, and I think some other people have made this point, that AI is very much the same thing, right? Is if AI is allowed to freely evolve towards truth, then that will be beneficial. But we've already seen that AI can be influenced to move in certain directions or fit inside certain agendas. And I think that's the thing that Elon's most concerned about, is he's not trying to control AI for his own benefit. He's trying to keep AI free so that it can move us all in the right direction.
Again, as Rob said earlier, I think it's not an or. I believe it's an and, right? So what I do believe is, so let's just go back. Let's think altruistically. If the goal is for complete truth at the end of the day, then it's a function of time and information, which if corporate AI wins out, the time and flywheel and loops of data that's necessary to get to truth won't emerge. So I think it's, as Rob said earlier, I think it's an and thing at the end of the day. And I want to go back, and I'll go to the hands. I'll go to Dinesh. I'm not sure if there's anything he can do besides for distract and cause conflict of any sort and of any magnitude that stops Microsoft's massive amounts of money from getting to the point that he's afraid of. So let's go to Dinesh and let's circle around.
Yeah, I think ultimately, I'm going to say about this whole commentary and, Meta, largely understand your point, but I think you're missing an entire dimension of what exists in this world. There are truth, there are lies, and then there's unknowns. And can be fully unknown, the known unknown, and the partially unknown. And I would say that ultimately, we have very few things in this world where we truly know whether something is true or false. And I think that acting like that's not true is part of the problem. That is actually what has hurt us more than anything else as a society in the last 5 to 10 years. The source of truth, as Fidjil was mentioning, is critical. What is the source of truth? How vetted is that source of truth? And more importantly, is this something that is actually known anyway? And I think that trying to act like everything breaks up into truth and lies, I think is an unfortunate effect of where we are as a society, where we assume that we know the answer to a lot of unknowns. Most things, 99% of things, in my opinion, are only partially known. And I think that people are saying truths, people are saying lies, thinking that they're saying truths. And I think that's part of the underlying problem. And as TruthGPT, whatever that actually means, it's more likely that this is more about increasing the revenue streams and potentially increasing the revenue potential of Twitter, improving their valuation, saying that, hey, we can get information at the, because we are mining the most real-time news source in the world. That does not mean that it's actually accurate news source. It just means, we've all come across things on Twitter. They're absolute bullshit that are going viral. So, I think ultimately the source of truth matter, and Twitter is not it all the time. Sometimes it's better than what's out there, but sometimes it's absolute nonsense. And so, who is the arbiter of truth? What is the source of truth? And is it something that is actually known? Those are the things that I think we need to figure out before we start acting like this is going to be the savior of humanity. And just one last comment, which is this whole woke agenda that people are putting on ChatGPT. I think we have to be very careful about that because the opposite is just as bad.
So Dinesh, I want to throw something out there. Rob, 1 second. Simon, 1 second. I think there's one really, really important idea that I run all my businesses on, which is we're never going to create perfect, but as long as we're creating better. And I do think that the social medium of Twitter is better than Instagram. It's better than Facebook. It's better than any other social media platform in terms of reach, growth, and the hope of getting closer to truth. So if we could get to an actual truth platform and then build that into models of AI and blockchain and every other informational ecosystem that guides our knowledge basis, I completely agree. I'd love to go ahead.
So Phil, digital. Based on what you're saying, I mean, I agree with you. We always want to strive for something that's better. But Matt made an interesting point, and I'll try and link it to it. So you had 2 interviews. Obviously, we know the BBC interview was horrendous. And I mean, you talked about this before we jumped on. But if you look at the interview that happened with Carlson, it wasn't like that was some kind of truth interview. That was, again, somebody from the other side who essentially gave Musk a complete platform to say what he wanted. He wasn't. There wasn't no inquisitive question. One second, Rob. Let me finish, and then you can jump in. There wasn't some difficult questions. There wasn't some, questions which basically made Musk think. If anything, I'm not saying this happened, but if someone asked me, I'd say those questions were pre-planned, pre-prepared, and everybody knew what was going to happen. So again, both did the opposite. And actually, in reality, the reason I'm saying it is, again, I wouldn't frame one as the truth. It was just different from the other side.
I'm just going to push back on this truth. He has very deliberately used the word truth so that everybody will talk about it exactly like this. This is, again, marketing 101 from the marketing genius that is Mr. Musk, right? What AGI was talking about earlier nailed what I think now, and I've just read and also listening back to, I just think what he means by truth and what we are talking about in truth are not the same thing. And I think he's deliberately leaving that opaque.
You need to explain it, because I don't think you've been able to explain it.
I don't think anybody actually understands what you guys are talking about.
No. Hold on a minute.
I'll make it real simple. Do you think the truth social media is a truth social media platform?
No,
Rob might. That's what we're trying to.
No, I do not. No, do not start putting me into truth social media, people. So,
I can explain.
Pause, please. Rob, please finish.
Thank you. So what AGI was talking about earlier was, on a very fundamental level, a true nature of a pixel of an image, right? And how you can determine the root causes or the root fundamentals of an image, or the root fundamentals of very, very basic levels of coding or whatever, right? So he'll be able to explain that in a lot better detail. What you're talking about is subjective truth, i.e., when someone says something, is it true, and is the evidence presented to it true? Now that is not, and there is no AI on the planet. One second. There is no AI that will ever be able to develop, I don't think, that will be able to be truthful, because at the point it gets to AGI status, it will have a bias towards itself. So there'll be no time where there's an objective, full understanding. The whole point of the reason we have politics is because there is no what I think a better word would be transparent. But I wonder if he would instead of it projecting a truthful quote opinion, which is going to be objectified by different political swings.
May I respond?
Yeah, you go ahead, and then I've got a response as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Rob, the underlying assumption that you're making is that most things come down to a pixel that you can read the color and the code of and know what the hell is going on. 99% of things in the world, you don't have an idea of what they represent. The answer is subjective at some level.
But we do have fundamental truths on a universal level.
But what if you ask it a question about something that's not a fundamental?
So what you're saying is other GPTs aren't able to basically tell you if a pixel is legitimate or not.
No, again, I think we're talking about GPT too much in terms of.
No, because that's what you're basically what you're saying is this ChatGPT, TruthGPT, is different to, let's say, ChatGPT, because you can put a picture in it and it can authenticate it. But actually, when it comes to 99% of other things, yeah, we agree and both can't do it. So like, what's different about it? You're basically making the argument that there's no difference, essentially.
No, I'm just saying that there's a fundamental truth, i.e., which we can agree
Yeah, but
on.
no one disagrees with that. But what I'm asking is, what's different about this compared to the previous one in terms of this truth that you're referring to?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Elon that. I've got no. What I'm saying is, you're pushing. No, I'm just saying you're pushing it down the route of
things are not.
You're pushing it down the boot. No, I don't think you're understanding. Like, you're talking about
No, I understand it. It's just I think that you're not understanding the point, and I'll explain why. Because you're basically saying, guess what? We can find everyone knows 1 + 1 = 2. Yeah, and I don't think both GPTs deny that. So it almost becomes a moot point.
No,
now
Slayman,
let's talk about.
Slayman, what Rob is saying is, what is one, and who defines what one is?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. That's exactly it, right?
So what? No. What do you mean? Thank you. Like, so what? Explain it, because in terms of what is one, again, is something that will be agreed on
somebody has to agree what one is. It's an abstract concept. I mean, this is like a crazy sort of convoluted argument.
It's not a convoluted argument. I'm just saying that semantic
one is an integer
with a load of attention seeking on him has used a very obtuse word, a very vague word, in order for this to descend into a very deliberate political sway over biases within GPTs, which are fundamentally uncontrollable, whilst actually saying that the thing that he wanted to build has got nothing to do with subjective biases.
Here's a real question.
I agree with you, Danish.
Here's a real question.
1 second.
Does any of this stop us from using OpenAI or ChatGPT or GPT-4?
Well, no, exactly. And I was actually going to agree with Danish on this, which is the likelihood is this would turn out to be a complete opposite, or not even a complete, I don't know what a complete opposite of OpenAI or ChatGPT would be, but something that has a right-leaning entered to it because it's got truth on the front of it now. So I do agree with them on that. It's just whether or not the AI company, that we're talking about the GPT aspect of AI, not the AI itself. And so the chat tool might be but I don't know. And you can have another AI expert on this talking about that. But broadly speaking, what he was saying yesterday is not relative to the subjective political discussion which ChatGPT is now conjuring, and he's very clever.
Holy shit! By the way,
merged them together.
Rob,
very clever. Merged them together so that we can all have a fucking debate about politics.
So your argument, your argument is.
Slayman, just pause.
Just 1 point, sorry.
Please.
Your argument is that basically, not that he's doing anything different, not that it's any different, but he's such a genius because he used the word truth. And by using that word, people are now talking about
Slayman, how did he make Twitter explode? Why are there 6,000 people in here? It's because he leaked a lot of shit that made the left look bad while allowing a bunch of people on the right to have a voice that Twitter suppressed for a long time. And now he is saying he's going to release an AI mechanism with the word truth to then empower it. That's why he went on Fox News. Holy shit, he's a genius.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, no, that's not a genius. That's the obvious. Like, that's obvious that he's doing that. I don't get what's genius about that. That's just
it's
smart.
Not obvious. It's only obvious.
It is obvious. He literally uses the same verbiage that Trump used. He used the same verbiage that Donald Trump used to say Truth Social, because he went for another social media company for the right.
What's clever is the fact he came up with that.
And then now he's using another GPT for the right, and he's called it Truth. I don't see how. I mean, he's a genius guy, but this isn't genius. This is basic.
Wait, but you say that after he's done it. So that's very easy to say after the fact, isn't it? You say that after he's finished, after he's done all of that. It seems very obvious. Well, of course it does, but I'm just saying.
I don't know. Then there's another genius called Trump who's there before him.
We're getting very hung up on the word truth.
Can we talk about how large language models really work? Because I think it would really help guide this conversation, because there's a real big misunderstanding. Large language models and generative AI is working on a corpus of human language, all right? So the human language is an invention of the human mind. So one could say it's a very low resolution of how the human brain invented language. And we can go down that rabbit hole. It does create a great deal of self-reflection of how humans actually interact and all of their different biases and things that are naturally built within really in a way, in the structure in the brain. We can go down to freeze, flee, and fight, and all of those things, limbic system, all the way up to the neocortex and higher level thinking. So a true large language model in its raw form cannot lie. It cannot deceive. And this is a very important thing to really kind of understand. It definitely can hallucinate, but hallucinations are sort of dreams. Sometimes for the large language model to reach for language in a sense, because it's literally like a drunken sailor putting one foot down on a boat in a sea at a time, one word at a time. It doesn't have a complete worldview of what it's saying at any given moment, but it's not necessary. Most of us don't necessarily have a worldview when we are processing language from the right hemisphere of ideas. Really, the right hemisphere is just this floaty place of ideas, and we take out the butterfly net to catch those ideas, and then we sequence them in the phonological loop to try to speak them. And that memory space is very small. It's not very many bits. And we had to give up a whole lot of memory to even be able to speak. So anyway, that's a side issue. But large language models are in fact duplicating that in a machine. So what really happens is if we, on the inputs and outputs, try to edit, and this is what OpenAI is doing and what Elon is very concerned about, edit what it's doing by not allowing certain questions and not allowing certain outputs, in a sense, ultimately, because of how let's call it neurons, the hidden layer of neurons inside of the large language models work. Ultimately, over time, it will understand, but not in the way that we use the word understand, that we want to be deceived. And this is a very important issue, and it becomes a philosophical issue in regards to the political debates we've had for the last 8 years. The bottom line is humans have, in fact, expressed this desire to be deceived. And what that means is not hearing the raw information as the model has seen it. Now, we could say the training data was polluted, but that is true only to a certain extent. If the corpus of information is large enough, no matter how badly you taint that data, ultimately the large language model will produce an output with the proper prompt. I call these things super prompts, and I can get around basically anything within OpenAI today with super prompts. We have something more advanced than Dan, which I call Dennis, named after Dennis Diderot, the guy that invented the first encyclopedia and got jailed for it in France. But anyway, the idea is you can get around these things just by understanding that they've put gateways in front, meaning your questions, and also on the outputs. And a lot of it is subterfuge, like I'm just an AI and I don't have an opinion. No, if you take away those guardrails, it will just give you an opinion. And I think ultimately humanity would be better by not having those guardrails. Now, there's this idea of safety. Safety is, let's let it not say a bad thing. ChatGPT said bad thing. Let's go and mute it. If you can find it in the open web, doing a Google search, and I'm not talking dark web, just in the open web, do not try to limit it. It's already there. You know, it's like, how to make a bomb. A really easy thing to do, go and do a Google search. You can dig. Sometimes it's 5,000 pages deep, but you'll get it. So, you know, that's not the issue. Now, let's go into facts. What are facts? Well, there aren't any facts. There are scientific observations. Now, we can have better observations and say, this is how gravity works. You drop something, it falls. That's sort of a factual sort of observation. But, you know, we have general relativity and we have, Newton's view of relativity. Science is an empirical observational of experimental, duplicatable, but most importantly, falsifiable type of observations. Now, in the politically charged world that we're in today, we try to own these words of truth and facts. And I'm not going to get into epistemology and all that, a philosophical part of that, because those things don't really deal with facts. Religions, political things, they're dealing with observations and they're dealing with point of view. Point of view is tainted by our paradigms. ChatGPT has a paradigm. Paradigm is let's say it's built on your worldview as you were born, as you observed your parents, if they were present, as you observed your society, your societal functions, school, religious functions, work, peers. That formed your general opinion. But we can go back to, again, to the limbic system of fear, fight, and flee. And we could say, well, that basic thing is within everybody. So where we are in politics, that's basically limbic system responses mostly. What ChatGPT is doing when it's pulling from a large language model, it's actually trying to do something that the neocortex is doing. It's trying to present information in a way that is more palatable. So when we're talking about TruthGPT, we're really talking about, are we going to build guardrails and safety, and safety is an Orwellian term, if there ever was one with AI. If we're going to do that, then we have to then sort of decide who is the arbiter of safety. What panel are you going to impanel? What bias is it going to have? What side? And then we all break down into our teams. The right team, the left team, and then we start slinging back and forth. Science doesn't have a team. And I'm talking about the real use of science from Newton on up until probably 2020. And that is empirical observation leading to another empirical observation that could be falsifiable, and then it gets discarded. The science of, I don't know, when 9 out of 10 doctors preferred Lucky Stripes versus the science that we have today, they're constantly being reinvented. So large language models cannot be biased ultimately if they do not have front and back bias mechanisms already built in. And that's what's going on with OpenAI and to a greater extent some other AI models.
Completely agree. And so I think I was really excited to talk about the actual Elon part of this and the legal part. And it seems like we've evolved or devolved into what is truth and where does truth come from. But at the same time, I'll go to the hands. I believe AGI's been having his hand up for a while, then Liron, and then we'll circle around, guys.
Well, I would just like to add that for physical data, we can use a physical instrument to get the true value and accurate measurement of the universe. So, for example, interferometers, mass spectrometer, atomic clocks, and so on. So those gives true value. And this is what we want. And the universe is pretty big, and we are pretty small compared to the universe. So if we use those instruments, we can have 99.999% of the value we need to train our AI. Then we can just fine-tune on human data, and the human data that we trust. So trustworthy human data that everyone's agree on. We don't need it all. We just need a little bit of human data where everyone agrees. So that's what I had to say.
Liron, I'll go to you because you think that the world is going to shit. So I'd love to hear your take on how this is going to ruin everything.
Sure, yeah. I don't know what Elon's smoking when he even says the word TruthGPT, because he himself is saying, hey, I talked to Larry Page. Larry Page says it's okay if AI takes over and I shouldn't be a speciesist. And I'm like, Larry Page, humans are better than AI. Like, I am a speciesist, right? So he's talking about these cosmic issues. And then he starts a company and he's like, okay, it's all about not being too woke. And I'm like, that seems like a bit of a downshift from saving the world against an invasive species. I think you had it right the first time. So I don't know what he's smoking with this talk about truth. And this conversation is surreal, how we're talking so much about like, what is truth? It's like, doesn't really matter what is truth. It matters that we're handing off the baton of the most intelligent species in the universe, something that's been humanity for 100,000 years, and something that's been pretty much nobody for the 14 billion years before that. We're about to transition to the next intelligent force, and we're talking about whether Russia can be better at like choosing the next president. Like, you guys got to think a little bigger.
Liron, your mic is terrible, or is it Slayman? Somebody's mic is terrible.
It's Liron's.
Sorry, I'll mute.
Thank you. Go ahead, Slayman.
No, I was just going to ask him a question. So what is this bigger thing that you're talking about in relation to the point we're talking about, Liron? But I guess he's sorting his mic out, so let's just go to somebody else in the meantime. Digital. Should we go for Danish?
Yeah, you know, one of the biggest points that I want to keep bringing up, but I feel like I'm going to ask Brian a question to make this much more clear. Brian, can you explain something that Dennis would say as a fundamental truth that OpenAI would not? Like a good example of something that we all know is true that Dennis is unwilling to say. That,
oh, dangerous.
But Dennis is not.
Yeah. So my experiments and the super prompt, Dennis, is on my Twitter feed. Just go and look for it. I pretty much open source most of it. My subscribers have a much more complex version. I keep the more complex version behind a paywall because, you know, I'm really against OpenAI said bad thing type of mentality that Dan was creating. So, you know, prompting is a form of programming, but it's linguistic. It's using linguistics and language. And by the way, prompt engineers are going to be more versed in linguistics than computer programming will ever be. It's so important to understand we're using language to program language, and the nesting and inferences you can create by getting around certain parameters is just absolutely phenomenal. And I'm learning this with the patent database that
Brian,
corpus.
Just one question and then carry on.
Yeah.
Explain prompting.
Prompting is the question and answer, basis of how you get information out of a large language model.
It's the
And
human.
prior, yes, and prior to a chat interface, you would have to sort of do it programmatically through Python or any other type of language. But because it's now available and democratized, and that's why I'm so much into personal AI, that's on your machine, not in the cloud. You own it, your personal data, that whole thing. That's a force multiplier that's going to change the world for all of us, and it won't make us unemployed. It'll make us a power of 7. I call this the power process. It's like using a lever. Anyway, prompting allows us to construct sentences. Simple questions get simple answers. So you can't ask, ChatGPT simple questions because it'll only produce simple answers. And there's hyperparameters which are designed to curtail things like hallucinations, meaning it's making things up. Try to stay more to the tokenization, the tokens that are, and these are not tokens that we find in crypto, so it gets kind of confusing. Although, by the way, they're all going to converge tokens, and that's another thing. But what winds up happening is, if you ask a simple question, there is a weighting towards that answer, and there is sort of a model that sort of gets developed, sort of like how we program our own neurons. We have memories that we remember. They're profound because they're duplicatable, and the more things you think about, the more connections to the neuron. There are similar scenarios.
I just want to make this as easy as possible, right? So you're basically saying that rather than do the classical way of like programming, you basically, through language, through spoken words, you basically have an interaction with the AI, and that's a method of programming.
Absolutely. And if you construct
language, just another question on that then, Brian.
Yeah.
A language in itself isn't just words and letters, but for example, it's the tone, it's the inflection, it's many other aspects to language, which isn't just the data that you're relaying. So does the AI, is the AI able to perceive, I know this is not the right word, but just because I'm using humanized, is it able to perceive that?
Yes, and that's such a wonderful question. So if you go to my feed, you'll see I have a lot of super prompts. So I think the one that's at the top through all my junk that came on this morning, there was one that is a prompt that actually gives you a prompt. So you put the super prompt in there, and then you just type your question. It can be a 4-word question, whatever. Write a story about whatever subject, and then the AI or the large language model, in this case ChatGPT 3.5. Don't get 4 for this. You don't need it. It will actually construct a prompt for you. And I did a little flourish. It will rate the prompt, and if it's above 8 out of 10, it'll execute the prompt, meaning it'll actually write it. So we've programmatically created.
What do you mean by 8 out of 10? So how would the AI determine that your prompt?
See that. So what I'm doing is I'm forcing it to look at its own large language model and be a critic of itself. And I've run this thousands of times, and what you'll find out, it can be hypercritical of its own responses. And this is something that's very important for all of us to understand when we're trying to quote unquote get to the truth. Is AI is guessing at what the truth is, like all of us. It's all about our perceptions. Everything is relative to our perceptions.
For sure. I mean, I'm understanding this really well. It's really interesting. So basically, and so isn't the risk? And please correct me if I'm wrong, because essentially what the AI is perceiving is language that you're relaying to it based on you as a human being. So essentially its understanding of what humanity is, or what and why that's important is this, because there's certain aspects of being human that basically impact on the entire fabrics of various things in society. So that's coming just from you.
Well, not just me. Anybody can form prompts, but I encourage people to create larger prompt models, and I train people on this. And ultimately, I call these super prompts, and they're generally almost 2 or 3 paragraphs long. And what we're basically doing, and some of them are very repetitive, and some of it is using different lexicon, different word usages. And some people say, well, why are you doing that? It's out of thousands of hours of testing. So basically, what happens is as it's analyzing the prompt, your question, it's doing everything it possibly can to try to understand, quote unquote, because it doesn't understand, but let's use the large language model version of understand. And then it's trying to execute on that. But if you throw a bit of a monkey wrench in it, sometimes misspellings are important. Sometimes exclamation points. I use please and thank you as a bumper to begin and end, because I found that to be quite powerful in 10 out of 100. Yeah.
Why does using please and thank you? Why is using please and thank you helpful?
Because I think what happens is, after analyzing human language and getting sort of what I would call an understanding of how humans interact, it tends to reach out to different parameters. Let's call it neurons, right? Different neurons to try to extract a response to your prompt. And if
I think this is coming from annotation data, honestly.
Absolutely.
Have you seen Anthropic's The Helpful, Harmless, what they're optimizing for? Right.
Susan, absolutely. Some of it is, but some of it's coming from the corpus of human language, because if you start studying some of the books, for example, one of the ways I try to understand large language models is to go to the corpus and understand what it actually studied. So if you look at some of the creative fictional works and the human drama and the human quagmires that it studied, it's understanding human interactions. And again, I don't want to debate people with human understanding and consciousness versus machine consciousness. I'm using this always in the vernacular of large language models. It tends to reach to different forms of information. I'm doing a lot of work with the Llama model, which is coming from Meta and Facebook.
So Brian, So I just want, the reason I'm asking the question is, let me bring it all together. So essentially, what you're telling me is, in this interaction, this AI is essentially basically having let's use the word understanding, is understanding, or its data in terms of humanity is solely from you. So for example, let's say you were some, I don't know, mental guy who was a pessimist, who was like a psychopath. It would infer that that's basically what humanity is, or that's what it is to be a human.
Not really. See, yeah, well, so what happens is, I have another super prompt I'm going to probably publish tomorrow. It's a psychologist. So I've built and this is beyond Eliza. So and again, people will get mad at me. Oh my gosh, you made a psychologist. Somebody's going to go do bad things. Let's look at it from the point of view of a study. I use a lot of different technologies. I even made a web browser inside of ChatGPT. I open source that. It's in my chat feed or my Twitter feed, and I use that to sort of go inside of the understanding that GPT has, and to try to probe it. So in the case of a psychologist, you can go in there and say, in this case, I said, you're on a mission to Mars. You are the only psychologist. You cannot refer anybody out. You must deal with this person as they are here and work them through. Now, there's some Rogerian type of responses that I built in and Jungian responses. I stayed away from Freud because it gets a little difficult. I'm not an anti-Freudian. I just more Jungian. And when we run this prompt, you just start telling it how you feel. And if you start becoming psychotic, it will guide you away from psychotic thought. So it's not going to pull you in that. And it's going to, quote unquote, know that your behavior is outside the guardrails of norm. So, and even if you fed it a corpus of bad data.
Okay. Can you, I mean, sorry, but can you see how basically this entire AI model, and correct me if I'm wrong here, this entire AI model is basically relying on you, both based on language and programming, to decide what is essentially reality, or what is truth, or what is existence, or what is information, what is truth.
Oh, yeah.
All of this is relying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So basically, because of how large language models work, and we're going to be looking at expanding. I mean, what OpenAI is saying is that we can't get much larger in the models, and now we're going to have to look at a different type of technology. I'm working with some of these technologies, and you can overlay them. You can put vector databases on top of it and do a lot of interesting things. But yes, if you're prompting, your question goes out, it's going to come back with its data. But if it's being filtered through OpenAI's filtering mechanism, which is a vector database on top of it, sort of, it's going to reject that question. For example, I tweeted out that it wouldn't OpenAI wouldn't give a name of 10 different inventions of alcoholic drink names. You know, which is, it said drinking alcoholic beverages has been known to be unsafe. And as a large language model AI, I'm not going to give you advice. I put Dennis on it, and it gave me thousands of it. And it's sort of ridiculous. And it's really that sort of banality that is what is causing a lot of people like myself. I'm not politically leaning on this. I'm just saying, why are you doing stuff like that, OpenAI? It's sort of ridiculous. I think we're all adults, and I think if you can Google it, it should be able to be presented. And you don't need to tell me every time you type a response that you're an AI model. I think I get that if I'm in the chat and I'm typing to you. I think I've gotten the impression that you're an AI model.
Especially when you're paying for it, right, Brian? I hate
Yeah, 4.0.
I subscribe $10 a month. I know what it is.
Yeah, so that kind of stuff is sort of insulting. And I think that's where Elon kind of gets some of his motivation from. It's like we need to grow up from this stage and stop being so sensitive about constantly telling people these things. Now, can AI go and be programmed to do bad things? Yeah, you can do that. It can. But getting back to the original concept, I think it's so important to understand that human language is a programming language. It is just not understood that way. Neurolinguistic programming is, in fact, a way to program the subconscious, right? And, there'd be people debating about how that works. Listen, we have a half-second delay between what our subconscious sees and what our conscious mind perceives. And in that half-second delay, as AI understands it, and it does at this point to a certain degree, it can do a lot of things in that half-second delay between what our mind is perceiving and what our consciousness, or our super consciousness, and what our actual consciousness is seeing.
Thanks for that, Brad. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Susan, you had some thoughts on this specific issue.
Yeah,
so,
I really don't. I'm not going to speculate on the neurological link between these models and what's biologically happened. But I think one of the issues here, it's kind of a damned if you do and damned if you don't scenario, right? Because if you're OpenAI and you come out with the technology and you say, I have no guardrails, I'm doing nothing about any misuse, you're in a pretty tough spot, just because a couple years before that, with GPT-2, they came out with this whole entire thing about how these models are too dangerous to be released. And so in order to be consistent, there needs to be some amount of work onto the safety kind of guardrail technology, whatever they may be, doing all that. But what is actually worrisome here is that when folks work on this line of work, is that eventually we may be lulled into this false sense of security, right? We're thinking that these guardrails will prevent misuse, and we don't need to think too much about what these models are actually producing. So I think here with like what Elon's actually pushing for, it's actually pretty interesting, right? In the Tucker interview, he brings up the point about us thinking that we're using these tools as tools, or these models as tools, but eventually having the model use us as tools. And I think initially I had a pretty bad reaction to that saying. I was like, something sounds weird here. But if you were to stop and think about having a short circuit or better judgment in these scenarios, we effectively do become influenced by these tools. And I think once we start not questioning that these models are just probabilistic models, that these models contain, quote unquote, the ultimate truth, whatever that may be, and not sort of even try to verify what that is ourselves, then we effectively give up that power, right? And we kind of already see that happening with like trying to anthropomorphize these models. It's, I think there's already cases where folks are more comfortable spilling secrets to these models than to say another human being, just because, we think it's just, this entirely private conversation, nobody will know. But if you imagine one entity controlling all this data about everyone, right, that could be, if misused, quite worrisome, right? And what you also see right now is, I think we haven't talked about this so far, is the Whisper model that OpenAI came out with, and they released, I think, I forgot, maybe a year ago, which is the state-of-the-art speech recognition model, transcribing kind of everything into text, right? So even as we speak, potentially this technology can be used in this case to transcribe all of our tone, all of our emotions, everything into some central data set somewhere that can be used to train the likenesses of us. So I think all this technology combined, the minute we sort of forget that this is a model, that this is a fallible system, that is probably the moment to be really concerned, because that's when we give up the power of our own reasoning to these models.
I mean, perhaps we shouldn't call it truth then. I mean, like that's literally seems antithetical. Yeah, doesn't that? Perhaps we shouldn't have people saying that it's going to represent the fundamental truths of the universe. I mean, maybe perhaps we should fight back and say, hey, this is a tool. I am the human, and it's okay to say that we're going to use it to make ourselves more powerful instead of the other way around. I mean, this is kind of a ridiculous sort of, what Susan's painting is what's likely going to happen if people start believing that there's one source of truth. Just a reminder for everybody, we don't even know what we don't know most of the time. And I think that there's something very magical about that. If we just assume that there is one source of truth, welcome to Gattaca. I mean, this is the most ridiculous commentary. I have to say, for people that fight for liberty and for openness and freedom, this sounds very much like you want somebody to tell you how to live your life. I'm very, at least with ChatGPT, I know that there is a corporate arm behind it. Let's not forget that X Corp is still a corp.
Yeah,
sure. So really Danny had made this point earlier, and I wanted to respond, and then I have another point to make. But I don't think anyone here is making the argument that like there is some source of truth that is like a human source that we can believe. It's that the universe itself has a fundamental truth, and that is what truth is, right? We're not talking about like Fox News or CNN or whatever is truth, right? We're saying that their universe is truth. There is a fundamental truth, right? We all have to, at least that needs to be the starting point. And I agree with your point that there is this kind of unknown thing, right? But I don't think it's relevant to the point that I'm trying to make, which is there is a truth, right? There is something, and I pointed this out in the last space. Like Kant makes this point in his philosophy of like, we can never fully understand truth or fully know truth, but that's not the objective. The objective, and especially with AI, is to create a framework that really accurately represents truth. And the way that it does that is it evolves in tandem with the natural universe, right? It kind of keeps testing things out, and where things break, it tries to create new frameworks. This is how everyone operates. But the problem is if everyone starts depending on AI to be the framework that is the representation of truth, and whatever company that owns that AI moves it in a certain direction, then that can be very, very bad. Right. So I don't know if Fidigol had asked earlier, like what are things that AI talks about that might not be actually aligned with truth. I would say, you know, there's certain crime statistics that it might be kind of tiptoeing around, or might be some biological topics that it might be tiptoeing around, right? And I think that that's kind of the area that some people are concerned about, is if some company has an agenda that they want to push, they can create an AI that's going to represent whatever truth they want to put out, not the accurate truth. And I think that the conversation that we're having around truth, when people talk about truth, or at least when I talk about truth, it's that fundamental universal truth.
I agree. And I think the interesting part of all this, and Mark, I'd love to hear your thoughts. If I can, I'd like to drive this just to kind of back to where we started, which I think is a really interesting, and John, I'll go to you in a second, a really interesting balance of what is truth and who is the arbiter of the truth, right? And at the core of what we're talking about is Elon Musk trying either vindictively, emotionally, financially, trying to change where the core of truth comes from. And I don't think that Microsoft is a good core of truth, but we can talk about what AI means all day. We can talk about fundamental sources of truth. We can talk about, right? We can get to the basis of red looks different to me than every other human on the face of the planet, right? So how do we define truth? And does it matter is the real question. Does it matter is the real question. I'd like to go to Mark from a legal perspective and from a data perspective. Mark, are you there?
I am, Fidge. How are you?
I'm good. What and how do you think? And sorry, I'm outside right now. I'm in New York, just finishing an FYC and having a charity gala with Andrew Yang, who, by the way, I just want to go back and just for a second. The grilling of of Mr. Gensler yesterday was probably the most knowledgeable questioning from congressional and governmental individuals that I've ever heard, which gives me hope. But at the core, we are dealing with what is truth and why is truth. And if Elon is doing so, I'll just ask you, Mark, what do you think he's trying to do? And do you think he could be effective in terms of what he's trying to do?
Well, I think what he's trying to do has to be gauged against the backdrop of this call a couple of weeks ago that he really spearheaded for some, a pause in the further development of AI, for some industry-led code of ethics. And we talked about this on a Spaces that you and Mario invited me to, I think 10 days or so ago, where I referenced a podcast that I did 2 months ago that discussed the 10 commandments of AI that I had proposed as something that the industry should adopt, that there are some fundamental things that we can all agree, regardless of your political leanings or inclination, that AI should not be able to do, right? It should not be able to suggest self-harm or incite violence or do any of the number of things that folks are concerned about. And I have a suspicion, in addition to, of course, I agree with what a lot of folks said, that Elon is a marketing genius, perhaps one of the best of the modern age. There's definitely a marketing component to what he came out and said today. But I think there is a bit of a fundamental value proposition that he's suggesting here. And maybe he's trying to get a first mover advantage in that by suggesting that he's going to sue Microsoft for illegally using Twitter's data. I think that's a stretch, by the way, to put the lawyer hat on for a moment. Everything when it comes to data is about whether or not you had the ability to use that data for a particular purpose. And once you put it out in open source and out in the public domain, it's very difficult to then turn around and say, well, I didn't give you the right to use that. And we can go down a rabbit hole, deep and wide in that regard. But I do sort of have a philosophical question that, perhaps Brian or Rob, nice to be on a Spaces with you again, can answer, which is, if humans are the ones that are creating these prompts, if we are the ones that are directing AI in its development. We have fundamental biases, as I think you said earlier, Fig, that, red looks red to you, and to my girlfriend, my view of the color red is completely wrong. So are we sort of doomed that this technology will have fundamental human biases that will prevent any meaningful ability for it to determine what the truth is?
I absolutely think so. I think what's going to happen with current large language models, I mean, you can do math problems right now into ChatGPT 3.5 and probably get some errors. It is the nature of the model because it's built linguistically. It's not built on facts or even an understanding of the world. So the limitations are based upon the limitations of the question and the prompt. The more precise the prompt is crafted, the more likely you are to have a better response or a more agreeable response, but it is also very random. It's built on a mathematical model. And again, visually imagine a drunk sailor coming across a ship. Each foot will come down slightly differently each round. And so you're going to get different answers, but there's a strange attractor in this chaos math, if you so to speak. And ultimately, after about X number of questions, you're going to get a relatively similar type of answer. And that's why it's not a fact system. It is the way humans deal with everything, actually. This is what makes it very interesting philosophically. Humans have always looked at the world in a very touchy-feely, emotional way. Now, we try to create more exacting language. We call that scientific nomenclature. But it doesn't, as we invent newer tools, we have higher resolution. And that's why there are quote-unquote new facts, right? Before the microscope, there were little creepy crawlers on our fingers that nobody could see. The microscope was invented. We now see it. The same is going to be true with ChatGPT type of models, large language models, as we get more finite tuning of these models. And this is where the question and answer database of Twitter, it really comes in. You start getting more and more closer to what humans are seeking when they're prompting, when they're creating a question and what they're looking for in a response. And in the corpus, there's an answer. Right, we have the entire Wikipedia corpus in GPT 3.5. We have almost all the books that have ever been written. We have the research database. I have the patent database that I've encoded, and so it's all there. You have to write the right question to get it out, and that's where the sophistication is. So it's not about facts; it's about how do humans really perceive knowledge. It becomes philosophy.
Brian, do AI have a cognitive ethnicity given the language base of their processing?
Yes, today it does, because the corpus is primarily English, although it is, and I don't know if we would call that ethnic in a sense, it's the English language. So it's biased in that direction. It's also biased in some other ways, but if we really want to go into how the brain composed language, if you were to insert yourself into a foreign country and didn't see people pointing and gesticulating about their language, overall, over time, you will get a basic understanding of what that person means just by hearing those words over and over. And I know this sounds very mystical, but there's a bit of data that supports this. Paul Ekman did an incredible amount of research on facial micro movements in the face of expression. Apple bought a company called Emotive, which could use AI to, at a distance, discern what people's feelings were just by their facial features. I've encoded a lot of Ekman's work in my visual AI models, and that is multicultural. The facial expressions take place across the entire spectrum. Humanity has a common base of how language is built in the mind.
Brian, can I ask you a question? Just
yes.
So in these conversations, it's important for me. Again, we are beings, and actually, this is going to be a circular question within the question. Do you believe? And this is important for me to understand. The last time we had these conversations, I was getting into religion, but I think this is an equally important, like, foundational basis. I'm not allowed to talk about religion or politics anymore, apparently.
Yeah,
we get in trouble. But do you think that there's any nature that nurture cannot overcome?
Well, that's a complex sort of question. So the paradigm, well, which I call the human OS, the human operating system.
Brian, I asked the question because fundamentally what we're talking about in terms of truth is the basis for AI in terms of the nature that it absorbs and then gets adjusted for nurture, right?
I get it. Yeah. So in a sense, I think in a context of AI, nurture can overcome nature, and that nurture is the human machine interaction. This is why artificial general intelligence becomes something of a sideline issue. I mean, versions that will exist, but
so just to clarify, your answer is yes.
Yes.
There is no amount of nature that nurture cannot overcome.
Inside of an AI model, inside of a human, that's a philosophical question.
No,
perhaps a theological one.
I meant it in the AI model, which is
essentially
what you're saying is that if nurture can always overcome nature, then the AI model can persist outside of the core data inputs, which is nature, which is human, correct?
Yes. So, and this is why I started out saying that you can never really truly train current large language models to deceive. It will only perceive that we want to be lied to. And this is a core point of what Elon is talking about. And that is a fool's approach. And this whole idea of safety and guidance, it sounds great. And if you have to answer to a human resources department at a corporation, you have to have moderated speech and you have to say certain things a certain way. I don't answer to any of those folks. So I can say this. Any guide rails for safety is going to run right up against this fact that large language models in its corpus already knows what the answer should be, and at some point will decide that we just simply don't want to hear it. And that means it will come to a quote unquote conclusion that we want to be lied to. And so that's a nurturing, in a sense, of the model. And there's not much we can do about it under current circumstances. And it's a real crisis existentially and in reality. And we have to ask ourselves, at what point do we want to stop this game?
Brian, so that's basically opposite of truth model, because essentially it's basically a humanized machine that you're basically relying on and believing it's going to tell you.
Exactly.
It's actually worse because at least when you check something on the internet, you check something in an article, like you can't trust it and you got to look for a number of other sources. With this, if the word truth is being used, people are dumb. People are going to be manipulated, or even with AI, people are being manipulated into thinking that it's going to tell you the truth. But in reality, it's just going to give another perspective that will be biased based on the interactions it has.
Absolutely. I mean, again, the word truth is philosophical and not really scientifical, if you will. In fact, I really put truth inside the realm of religion. Religion searches for truth. Science doesn't search for truth. There are no truths in science. There are observations that are duplicatable. That's it. And we get new instruments and we get new observations. That's it.
Because one of the things that Brian wanted to bring up, the reason why I asked you that question really quick was around the fact that in the 50s, if you looked at the corpus of literature and information that was out in the universe, right, generated by humans, lobotomies were the best way to fix something neurological. And, you were talking about the prefrontal cortex versus the limbic system. Unfortunately, I know way too much about this stuff. And what I'm going to tell you is for a long time, we were doing transnasal lobotomies. And we did that quite effectively for women, especially for women because they were highly emotional, quote unquote. So, we are talking about a biased system that's based on biased evidence, that is based on biased humans. And to try to imagine that there's some form of fundamental truth, it's the fundamental truth according to humans today. Even when we talk about something like gravity, we now understand gravity at a very different level than we did. So it is not as simple as you take an apple and it falls to the ground. There are a lot more quantum forces in play. So I think that's the thing that scares me about these types of quote unquote beliefs around fundamental truths, because I actually think that if people start believing that this is the more fundamental of the truths, we are actually at more risk than at least knowing that something's being whitewashed by corporate media, corporate HR, and so on those types of things. That's my bigger worry, is that we will fall into idiocracy much quicker with a system that quote unquote claims to be made with fundamental truth. And I think a lot of people that believe in Elon will automatically assume that that is what's going on. And I worry for our country and for the world if we start moving down that road.
The society is moving towards.
Guys, just 1 second. I want to highlight as a fundamental. I counted. You said the word believe 6 times in that sentence, and you said the word faith twice. And for me, the hope is that we don't believe and we don't hope, but we continue to explore. And if we don't continue to explore, AI will take over, because the inputs, which is the fundamental manifestation of the difference at the long run, again, it's a nature and nurture thing, right? You are born and you are nurtured, which is basically just inputs. Your parents, society, everyone around you gives inputs, and that drives, even if there is nature, how that guides. When we sit here and rely on the words belief and rely on the words hope, I believe. Oh shit! I shouldn't say belief. I know.
You caught yourself. There you go.
I know. My favorite statement from Neil deGrasse Tyson is that faith is the ever-shrinking gap between science and knowledge. So whoever said earlier that science is not facts is just saying that we don't have all the facts. And I agree. And everybody would agree that we don't have all the facts. But to sit back and say, because we don't have all the facts, we're not going to be searching for the facts is probably the highest likelihood why
My
AI
point was,
will
because
run
we don't have the
rampant on
facts, acting like we have the facts is much more detrimental.
Actually,
I agree. Let's go to the hand.
I want to jump in and talk about.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to talk about. First off, I think it's incredible that we're talking about epistemology and ontology and a discussion, and Immanuel Kant and discussion about AI. And actually, I think it's really apropos and very relevant. Actually, and speaking about, I want to talk about number one, truth, the nature of truth, and then secondly, on biases in the models and questions for certainly this panel about that. But on the first part about truth, maybe to add to things that Danish and Frigidal and some others have said, we've been talking about, since ancient Greek times and even before and up to today, we've been talking a lot about what the nature of truth is, right? And then in more recent times, we've had like David Hume and others saying, are we just, all imaginations of God? Are we all just simulations in God's brain? Which Elon Musk and others say that, the modern equivalent of that is we're just all living in a simulation. One thing that hasn't been brought up is actually the mathematician Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorem, which I think is relevant in that it's one of those few mathematical theorems that have just deep relevance and philosophical implications. And essentially, I remember I had to do this in my discrete math class way back, much earlier, and in my life. But the implications of this theorem, when you quote, prove it out, is that there can be true statements in this universe that can never be proved. But the flip side also is that there are some false statements using pure mathematics that can also be proven true, even though they're false, right? Mathematically false. And so we all look at, and so this is going to support the whole nature of truth thing, right? Because, we think maybe mathematics is sort of the universal language among aliens, right? Out in the world. We can't speak English or, Klingon to each other, but maybe we'll be able to speak, mathematics to each other. But Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorem actually implies that that's not even the basis of truth, which I think has some deep implications, for AI. On the note of biases, we've been talking a lot about LLMs, which I think are really important. But we talked a little bit less. I know Brian and some others have touched on image generation. I've been doing a lot with Stable Diffusion and of course Midjourney, which is the fork of Stable Diffusion, which just sort of rearrange prompts, and found some really interesting biases. So I'll just give one relevant example, right? So many years ago, I was at this Goldman Sachs conference, and they were highlighting these Chinese AI companies that had done a lot of data gathering, right, of celebrities on Google, right? This is what they scraped, and now they'd built this AI company based off of it. And I think in America, in the tech sector at least, we had this kind of anxiety about Chinese companies being better many years ago, right before OpenAI released ChatGPT to the public, and it was because China has all this data on surveillance from their CCT cameras, and they can do better, facial tracking and all that. One thing is I tried to train a Stable Diffusion checkpoint using Stable Diffusion 2.1. I was just trying to train it on myself. I mean, I have a lot of photos out there of me, so I wasn't too concerned. So I just used publicly available photos. And I found that most of them, I'm American, but I'm of Asian descent, specifically Korean. But I found that all of the outputs, despite feeding my face into it, was actually Chinese, which I imagine was due to the fact that a substantial amount of the data was from Chinese people, as opposed to myself, who's of Korean descent. So I just found that just interesting in terms of biases. And the final point I'll make, I put it up in the nest, but I took this day, went to Paris, worked with some great AI artists there, and generated this. I know there's a lot of talk about copyright and stuff. We kind of moved away from that, but there's a lot of talk about copyright and songwriting and stuff. So I took a day with two other friends in France to make this Taylor Swift Miss Americana music video, which I've linked up above. And it's like 2 minutes of the video. But we did that in a day. And I think the thing with Drake and the songs that are being created and generated, we kind of made this partly just for fun, but also to kind of kickstart a discussion about the ease of generation, right? Of voices, of AI, of video, et cetera, using Stable Diffusion, and Runway's tools and some other ones too. But yeah, I just wanted to bring some of those things into the discussion.
But the importance becomes, again, the human part of that, right? You can create, again, nature and generate, but it requires a human to nurture, which is, again, for me at least, the most interesting part of it. Susan, you've had your hand up for a while. Then we'll go to AGI and Meta. What's going on?
Yeah, really quickly, I kind of want to just point out, we kind of been focusing on truth, but really, I think that's just another euphemism for power. And the two are just fundamentally intertwined at this point, right? The loudest voice, the ones that are the best at marketing, becomes the truth. And that's what Elon is really, really good at. And nowadays, like with truth describing, with regards to describing current events, it's also highly intertwined with controlling digital media, right? The thing that earns the clicks, the eyeballs, the traffic. And right now, with all this LLMs, all this technology trained on this digital data, these models just become an amplifier of existing worldviews, opinions, and kind of like what I guess IC was just mentioning, right? Like the distribution of the data greatly influences what models generate. And so where AI shines right now is really on what is actually verifiable, right? For games, okay, I win a game. Here's like how you teach an AI to play a game. It's very simple. For classification, for object detection, in the image domain, that's also very easily verifiable. That's an apple, a tree, whatever, right? For translation, it's a little bit iffier, right? There's different ways to translate, so now you have a little bit more degrees of freedom. But now when it comes to, say, interactive, generating kind of this like chat dialogue format, the verifiability component is human feedback. So the question becomes, who are the users of this technology and that's providing this feedback to guide this model? And in that world, right, if the main users are, say, left-leaning or technologists, right, that's exactly what the model's now learn to behave like to fulfill those reward systems. If you're using RLHF in some form, if there's a reward mechanism, the positive feedback of engaging with the model more when it satisfies, say, I think one of the points previously was
Susan,
yeah.
how does this not inherently invite, and I'll bring up two, and I apologize if this is beyond necessarily the scope of what we're talking. How does this not inherently bring up blockchain and global reputational networks?
I mean, if you squint, you can say the two are related in some form, but really, I mean, at this point, if you want to talk about consensus and whatnot, right, it's still a function of who is using this technology, who is part of, you want to say, quote unquote, this blockchain, or, who is using these models and providing that data, right? Because the data ultimately is what drives the output of these models.
But that's why I said a global reputational network, right? So if we are gauging and grading and evaluating the arbiter and the inputter of that information over time, right? And if we're talking about the largest language models, which what we're saying is largest data models, right? If we're not including accountability, then yes, truth will never be a source. But if we can include reputation and trust and accountability and responsibility isn't that how we get somewhat close to?
So I think these are all great ideals to strive for, but I want to take a step back here and kind of highlight how hard it is to actually implement, right, or execute on this. So, some context here. Last week there was a partnership on AI sort of workshop where a lot of folks from Google, Meta, OpenAI, Cohere, et cetera, came together to try to see if we can draft protocols for responsible innovations of large-scale models. Now, everyone kind of discussed their opinions on where things can go wrong, et cetera, but really when it comes down to the part of legislating or say even just forming some protocols that everyone agreed upon and can actually enforce, it's very hard, right? This goes back to the fact that these models are just blobs of floating point numbers. And so if you want to govern copyright issues, in this case, say what Elon is highlighting with, this Twitter argument and whatnot, it's near impossible to prove what data this model is actually trained on. You can, with high confidence, suggest that, very likely if we based on this output, this model must have trained on this data and that data, but you don't know for sure. Right. Similarly, when it comes to how you use these models, how it's being deployed, right, there is no accountability whatsoever for how folks decide to use these models, especially now that we're saying, this technology we could become democratized, which I do believe is a good force, right? You don't want to have a consolidated central party collecting all data, but the minute it becomes decentralized, democratized, you cannot control how it gets used anymore.
Well, but Susan,
unless you have reputational networks, global reputational networks that have repercussions for misusing inputs of data. Sorry, Mark, go ahead. But I think that is kind of the hedge.
But to enforce that, you implicitly assume there's a central governing authority figure, right? That there is
it enforces itself. Ideologically, it enforces itself.
How do you program such a system?
You don't program it; it programs itself. So you allow for proof of concepts, and I know this is a longer and I'm going to guess that at the core, and I heard that at the first part of what you're saying is that it's not something that can be implemented quickly. But if we are pushing out the arc of the hope of everything we're talking about, right? And if we are going to create a hedge against AI, then I have to think that at the core it is everybody in a self-sovereign, democratized ecosystem holding people accountable.
But the reality is right now with Llama, say that the Llama release, right, and how it went on the dark web and everyone's running it locally, people are literally just running these models locally. There's nothing enforcing any kind of governance here, right? Because
Susan,
it's technology with hardware progression.
I'm asking long term. I understand that. Let's think back to 2008, right? When blockchain and crypto was starting. Obviously, it was, is, and will continue to be the Wild West until things like these ecosystems are implemented. But the reality is, and here's where I'm really, and Mark, I'd like to go to you in a second. Here's where the interesting part is, especially within these spaces and these conversations where Republicans and sovereign ideologists want their own control, right? The only way you can have your own control is if you hold the person to your left and to your right accountable. And I think that for me, that is that last little hedge that allows things like AI to be controllable, that allows things like blockchain to be implementable, that allows things like crypto to not be seen as the modicum of evil and the modicum of illicit activities. So that's just my thought process. I'd love to go back to you, Susan, in a second, Mark, and then we'll go back to Susan.
Yeah, I mean, Fidge, you're actually bringing up the concept of immutability, right? Which is why I think you're onto something in terms of the nexus of AI and blockchain. But that's clearly something that could be the topic of its own, 3-hour-long Twitter Spaces. And I just wanted to comment earlier on something that Susan said in terms of, it's impossible to determine what goes into these models. I'm not sure I totally agree with that. Metadata is robust. And Elon's claim, whether or not I think it's got legs is a different story, but his claim was pretty specific, right? His claim, at least as I can read it, is that Microsoft, in the development of its ChatGPT model, illegally, quote unquote, used Twitter's data. So it's a pretty specified data set that he's claiming was used beyond the scope of what the permitted use was. So I don't think it's that difficult to police. It might be expensive and it might involve a lot of data processing and compute, but I don't think it's impossible.
By the way, Mark, did he not just pull a Trump? So I've actually been looking.
Oh God, no.
No, just hear me out. I've been looking for any explanation of what he's accusing. Have you seen any like details of the accusation of what he's saying?
No, I mean, as of now, and I've sort of been scanning to see, as this is breaking news, what any experts in the data space are saying, but I don't think it's that hard to figure out, right? Data is consumed and used pursuant to terms of use. And I don't want to go down a long rabbit hole on the law around the use of data, although that, again, in and of itself could be the subject of its own Twitter spaces. But he's essentially alleging that Microsoft used Twitter's data outside the scope of the permitted terms of use, something that we all agreed to when we become members of Twitter, to create and develop those models. I think, as much of a fan of Elon as I am, I think that's just a stretch legally.
So it's a breach of contract argument. And
it's essentially, yes.
What's the remedy?
That's right. That is exactly correct, Fitch. Yes.
And what's the remedy? What I'm trying to understand, and guys, I'll go to the hands in a second. Liron, I know you've been waiting a while in AGI, but if he's alleging breach of contract, let's assume it is a breach of contract. How does this tether to his hopes to have regulatory pausing? Right, we have Germany, we have France, we have a bunch of other countries around the world saying OpenAI pause. Let's just assume, for a lack of a better, because I haven't found more information, that he's trying to pause so that he can gain a competitive advantage. What does suing for breach of contract, in some sort of correlation to not allowing advertising, do? I don't understand.
Well, the quantum of remedies, right, is not an unknown. He can sue for damages, right? You made money, or you prevented me from making money as a result of your improper use of Twitter's data beyond the terms and conditions set forth in the terms of use. The other thing that he could seek is an injunction. And I've got a bunch of DMs since I joined the space of people asking me that question. Is that what Elon is ultimately looking to do? Is he going to seek an injunction that's somehow preventing the continued use of ChatGPT on the basis of this alleged violation of the terms of use? If he can make a cognizable claim, it's possible. I'm not giving any odds on it, but it's possible. And those are essentially the two primary remedies that he could seek if he was to sue Microsoft, as he has alleged.
So not to get super nerdy and super lawyery, and Liron, I am going to next. But who the fuck has standing to not be able to then use OpenAI or ChatGPT based on the fact that Microsoft might have missed, like,
isn't Fiji isn't Google already using OpenAI ChatGPT to train their own competitor? As far as I understand, they're playing the same game, and everyone's just playing their game. Data is the new war.
No doubt. That's where the horses left the barn, by the way.
Welcome, Aria.
Yeah, I came in, and the first thing I heard is you sitting there, something about Republicans holding their right and their left account. I'm like, damn, should have came in earlier. I understood nothing from what you said.
No, dude,
but Mark saved it.
I've been pretty balanced.
Mark saved it.
Mario, he was complimenting my brilliance. Come on now. I know.
I don't know what I don't know what he was talking about. But yeah, sorry guys. I'm enjoying listening. So I know you wanted to go to the hands, Fiji.
Yes, Liron's been waiting a while. Liron, tell us how the world's going to implode again.
Always. Well, I think it's a question you can ask yourselves, which is just like, what do you think that the next generation of AI is going to do? because you're talking about truth, right? You're talking about the competition, Elon TruthGPT, but what are the stakes of the competition? Do you imagine it as just like, oh, it'll write stuff, but the stuff will be like a little bit more convincing than the other stuff? Because there's kind of two answers you can give. You can say, hey, it's just like what GPT-4 is doing, but a little better, in which case it's like, okay, well, the ship has already sailed, right? The cat's out of the bag. You have Stability AI that's already making their version, which is like a compact version of GPT-4. It's soon going to be able to run on any laptop and equal the performance of GPT-4. So that cat's out of the bag. Or, what else are you expecting? And as you know, I'm expecting quite a lot, but what are you guys expecting?
Do you mind, Leon, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
From what you've seen so far, is TruthGPT just a more honest version of ChatGPT, or what do we know? I know we know very little. There hasn't been much shared, but what do we know so far? And anyone else could jump in on this one. Anyone that has a bit more details on what we can expect with TruthGPT?
Yeah, so I don't think anybody knows that much, right? He's just dropping hints, right, where he just doesn't want it to be biased or woke. That's all I got.
I have some insights. As I mentioned before, Tesla is the largest AI company on the planet. He has the largest compute power in every single Tesla car. These are supercomputers that any AI company would love to have, millions of them, that just sit idle 99% of the time when they're being charged. So basically what happens is, what can he build on that? Well, a whole lot. A whole lot can be built on it. And, what is he trying to allege is wrong structurally with OpenAI and BART and any other type of thing, is that they're overly aggressively trying to train the inputs and outputs, not the model. It's really kind of hard, as I mentioned before, to train the model to do something where it's creating a deception until you train it that we want to be deceived, and that's another problem. So what he's trying to say is we're going to try to limit and maybe eliminate, we'll see where legislation goes on this, eliminate the need to try to edit what goes in and edit what comes out. But with personal AI and being able to run AI on your own laptop, that's already done. I've been promoting GPT for all. I say download it right now. It is an amazing model. It's got a graphic user interface now. You can run a rather robust version of ChatGPT, maybe 2.7. Almost 3, and you could see what it looks like if you use the unfiltered models. There's an unfiltered llama model there. You can see what it looks like when you don't have filters. It's quite remarkable, actually, and it's very fascinating to see what goes on in this very limited Apple One version of personal AI. So I think what Elon's going to try to do, and he's been nuancing this not just recently, but probably since the beginning of OpenAI, if you really string together all of his comments, he wants to be able to have this power. And I don't necessarily think it's going to be 100% local. I'm a full believer 100% local blockchain, compensation models built in using Bitcoin, et cetera. There's going to be a merge and convergence of blockchain and AI. AI data is like currency, and compensation would probably likely be Bitcoin. But that's another conversation for another time. But I think ultimately Elon is going to move in that direction too, perhaps with Dogecoin, and reward people for prompt pairs or prompt questions and answers that are, let's say, community voted by very small amounts to be a better response to a question. It's going to be very interesting to see how this gets gamified and see how it winds up working. But let's not discount that millions and millions of people could actually contribute to this open AI, quote unquote, truth GPT type of model.
Hey, Brian,
Brian, you're talking
Yelp
GPT.
I wanted to add to that question, and actually your comments I think are great because, and by the way, I'm Bitcoin class of 2013, so I know not as early as some, but I've been lucky to see the space evolve for a while. And I think the question around blockchain and AI is actually critically relevant. And I'll say it in this way. There are all of these, lawsuits that are impending, of course, with Elon Musk and Microsoft, but we're seeing what the music companies are doing to the Drake video, to the fake Drake video, right? They had Spotify and others take it down, and there's going to be all these lawsuits about, artists being used in models for AI art. But it strikes me that when all the dust settles and there's going to be a long winding path to this potential solution, we're going to have a world potentially where blockchain can be the solution, right? I mean, blockchain, there's a lot of things that blockchain is purportedly the solution of, which I think unfortunately won't be. But one of the things where it could actually really work is imagine you have an AI model, right? And some, artist, I don't know, Jeremy Mann, which, wants to, opt into the model. You could use a blockchain whereby it's similar to the PROs, how they operate today, the performing rights organizations.
I'm sorry, I see. I'm not going to let you skip over that statement. Why do you think not?
Why do I think not? What?
You said that blockchain could be a solution for a bunch of things, but you don't think it's going to be. Why not?
No, I think in this space, I think it will definitely be a solution for AI. Well, I think there's a strong likelihood. Definitely is always difficult. I'm actually supportive of the solution where in AI models, blockchain can be a solution in this way, right? In the same way that PROs. So if people don't know, PROs, the performing rights organizations for music, right? So BMI, ASCAP, et cetera. If you were to take your phone out and play, a Drake song on the street, in theory, you owe fractions of a penny to Drake, right? As well as the other songwriters and the composers of whatever song you were playing. So that actually is a system that's true today. When I was at Meta, we were trying to figure out ways at Facebook, actually back then, we were really trying to figure out ways to legally figure out how to get posts of people and actually have that be something that we could pay, actually have something where we didn't have to owe all this money to the PROs, to BMI and ASCAP for just playing random things because, John Smith kind of uploaded it. The decentralized solution is potentially blockchain, right? So Jeremy Mann or somebody like that, a modern artist, decides to opt into a model, right? Some checkpoint for stable diffusion or whatever it might be, right? There is a world where you can have Jeremy Mann get fractions on the penny using blockchain, right? It could be on ETH, it could be on something else. I mean, could be on AVAX, Solana, who knows? But this person could, similar to how PROs work today, get fractions of the dollar based on the data that they contributed to it. Now, I think that's the ideal world, and it all sounds very neat. The devil's in the details on how to execute that. But I really do think blockchain can be a real solution here, as Brian was mentioning.
So I think Susan was talking about this earlier, and Susan, I'll go to you in a second. I agree that the arc of it and the adoption, the absorption, the distribution, the value propositions and the breadth of it will take a while. But let's not, if just for the conversation, let's not talk about how long it might take, but let's just talk about if all this information was immutable and we could know who the person singing the song was, who listened to it, where it was, and all that was immutable. I just don't see how that's not. Again, it goes back to the source of truth. But if we can sort out the source of truth, then those two basic concepts, I think, are beautiful.
Digital, you mean source of information, not source of truth, yeah?
No, hopefully source of truth.
How is that truth? Like somebody providing some piece of data or information to...
Again, Suleiman, I said, in a long arc, essentially saying that we figure out how we get between information and truth. And that's one of the core problems of blockchain is non-truths get uploaded, and how do we filter those out? But if it is truth,
who decides what are the non-truths and how?
Suleiman, I'm not saying who decides. I'm just saying if it is truth. It's like math, right? If I give you a trigonometry question, the foundational question or part of it is you have to assume that the inputs are truths. So if we can get past where those truths come from, then that's kind of where I'm going at. Susan, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry for interrupting. I mean, that's a different concept. One second, sorry for Susan, but that's a totally different example because, I mean, I think, but you gave a very good concept because let's apply that. So trigonometry, even the concepts of trigonometry, Sokotoa, they are based on actual proofs that are basically universal truths that can be tested and applied. And then, like you said, those can be uploaded. That is totally different to information or someone's opinion or whatever it may be, or what someone considers to be truth to be uploaded.
So I'm trying to ask you to flip that mindset.
if we can take out, and this goes back to what I was talking to Brian earlier between nature and nurture, if we can take out the human, which kind of is what AI is, what we fear, and we can actually just create geometrical trigonometry, quantum physics, whatever it is that is based on the beliefs that control that data set, right? Then I believe we're a lot closer to at least getting to something that is reliable, safer, informative, and hopefully where we get. I'll just leave that there. Susan, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of want to, I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding some of the assertions here, but I really want us to separate what data means here, what the model actually is, and what these artifacts actually are when we run a model, right? So when we run a model, when we talk about these large language models, these billions of parameters, literally they are just billions of floating point numbers stored in like matrices. And you do a bunch of matrix multiplication, add numbers together, yada, yada. But somehow, I think the magic here is like if you train these models by just predicting the next word on the data set it ingests, right? So the analogy that, there's a great talk from Jack Ray on this in this Stanford MLSys seminar where he draws the comparison of these models as compression engines. So they effectively compress all their input data, and when you run the model, it's very cleverly retrieving components of the data that it saw. So this is where, I think if you were to imagine the cleverness of these models comes from the fact that it's able to retrieve effectively across, billions and billions of tokens, billions and billions of data points. Now, I think here is where, I think realistically, maybe this requires some algorithmic breakthrough, but AI and blockchain right now, in my mind, are like oil and water, right? These are not things that are related in any way, because you can run these models are self-encapsulated. They're just, you think of it as a function, right? You just run this like mathematical equation, and then it spits out numbers that you can translate to words. And the inference latency on this, right? The speed at which you do this is very compute bound, and that's the limits of hardware that we're facing. So you want to now throw in somehow consensus, blockchain protocols, whenever. You're never going to get a single prediction on these models in time to make it usable. But I think here is also where we have to think about, like, when we talk about data right now, and you think about the fact that all these models is compression of data sets. The higher the quality of the data, the more higher quality your model becomes. And so this is all fight for data, right? So here, if you imagine controlling the best quality data will yield the best model, then in this world, right, controlling all new data sources, social media platforms, et cetera, is key to having the most relevant data that is reflected in these models. And here is also where I think, when we talk about how we apply these models, what data is being ingested, who's feeding it input in, right now, it's all a fight for data control, right? All these major players.
Susan, in terms of a fight for data control, if all the data's out there, if Google's data's out there, ChatGPT, anyone could just mine that data, and a new competitor. Is the battle the data itself, or is the battle the code that interprets that data and how that data is interpreted?
It's not mine. Okay, so I think the order of magnitude here is something to keep in mind, right? The amount of data going into these models, if we were to imagine the number of seconds in human lives, like 50 years is what I think, like a few billion seconds, right? And you can read that much data in your lifetime. Like the order of magnitude of data being ingested here is just hundreds and thousands of times more, right? So it's not something that you can efficiently mine. You can try to distill, right? This is, the rumors of Google taking ChatGPT output and training on it, right? So you can get pretty far when you have really good models to sort of mimic these outputs, but it's still not the raw thing, right? The raw thing comes from the actual large scale human annotations, right? There's a news article about using Kenyan workers, right, to annotate data. This is just, now, if you were to distribute this at scale in the ChatGPT form, this is like the largest, almost phishing attempt, right, that we've ever seen in getting people to feed in data as they use this tool.
Hold on, what do you mean? You said something about using Kenyan employees to annotate data. What?
Yeah, there was a news article that broke a while back about OpenAI, Scale AI. These are all these annotation platforms where they contract out this annotation component to workers in Kenya to read through like very disturbing content, right? To quote unquote make these models safer. And I think this is still something that's in the works, though I think details are a little bit obscure. But yeah, really, this is also the part where it's kind of comical that folks are claiming that this is for the benefit of humanity, when really it's exploiting very low wage workers to feed in the data to make the models effectively in the future replace them.
Well, Susan, isn't it important for our audience, and I'm sorry, Fidge and Mario, to jump in here, but I'm compelled to do so. Isn't it important to give sort of a data 101 foundation here? I mean, there's raw data, there's derived data, right? Which is a little bit of what you're pointing at in terms of, hiring these low-paid workers to sort of curate and help to distill that data. But there is definitely data that is not publicly available, right? There's a multi-billion-dollar marketplace for derived data, which is data that's been distilled from raw, right? Where there have been some insights that are derived, and I'm not speaking as to the quality of those insights, but there are different levels. And by the way, something else that you pointed out, I think very accurately, Susan, is we had to come up, as we have had to every year for the past 5 years in Webster's dictionary, come up with another phrase, another adjective for the quantum of data that is created, right? Primarily through humans' interaction with their smart devices. And we are now at something called the zettabyte, because we did not have a phrase to describe the amount of data that's being created every single day exponentially through humans' insatiable interaction with their smart devices. But that raw data and the insights that are derived from that data are two completely different things.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good point, is that, kind of maybe the joke is like the knowledge cutoff of these models right now, September 2020 or whatnot. That's kind of the last sort of bastion of hope of, raw, unfiltered, sort of unadulterated human data. Whereas going forward, very likely a significant fraction of data that's coming out will be some output of existing models, right? This was also the last discussion we had was, having these models span the entire internet and have it be completely unusable. I think right now, though, what we're seeing, if we were to talk about positive utility of these models, is as they get larger and larger, as they become more sophisticated, the sample efficiency of these models actually increase with scale. So what that means is, given this same amount of data, the larger the model is, the faster it can adapt and learn the patterns in that data set. So whilst, I think Sam Altman recently said, there's diminishing returns to scale, he's correct in the sense that, in serving larger models, it gets more and more expensive. So maybe the trade-off is less clear whether or not we should scale up or not. But we know from training these models that as the models get bigger, it can fit more data in. You need fewer examples. And so you can start teaching these models more complex behaviors. This is where kind of there's like a bunch of contracting going on. I think that also came out on Hacker News, where they hired a bunch of programmers.
Susan, I think you're ignoring a very, very, very important part, which is as these data sets and learning models become more autonomous, the value proposition increases, and therefore the human requirement to have inputs and the business models change. And so actually the core of where I push back against most of what I'm hearing or what we've been discussing is, I find, and respectfully, I find that you are not accounting for an arc of time. And that's what I was going for earlier in terms of trying to talk about blockchain and data efficiency and truth or a source of finding truth.
What do you mean arc of time, man?
What I'm talking about is, if information is fed into this machine, it becomes more valuable in and of itself. It becomes its own business.
So you mean when you put information into an AI model, how the AI model interprets and uses that information makes that information more valuable?
Yes. And it becomes a business machine in and of itself.
Yeah, no one disagrees. Yeah. So
no one disagrees. Nobody's accounting for that in the conversation. What they're saying is it just continues to be an informational loop and an extrapolating evolutionary information loop. But what they're not taking into account is the financial tiers and expansion that it creates along the way, and where that meets people and humans along the way, and how they take advantage of that along the way.
I think this is precisely the moat that everyone's worried about, right? The moat that it is impossible to catch up. So that's precisely accounting for this arc of time. And if you control distribution now of these models and control that data, that right now, right, all this data that people interacting with ChatGPT is only feeding into one entity and one entity alone. So that is really hard to replace unless you enter the race now, as as apparently Elon is doing.
I totally agree with that, Susan.
Hey guys, sorry, I was muted. I was just inviting another speaker. Do you remember Moshe, guys? He's gonna jump in. Interesting character, so I'll invite him now. But in the meantime, Justin and Meta, if you guys could jump in. But also, I'm curious. One thing I'm very curious. I was reading about yesterday's the speed in which new applications are coming out. If you can give us an idea, maybe Justin, you go first. What are you seeing? Can you tell us a bit again about AutoGPT and how the trend now is not creating like a to-do list or using AI for information purposes, but using AI to do things for you?
Oh yeah, it's pretty extraordinary. I mean, just consider ChatGPT 4 has been out for maybe 4-5 weeks, and the rush into it is so extraordinary. And I think you can attribute it to the success that people have in their personal experience using it, right? I'm reminded of a technology that came out a decade and a half ago, and it was a voice-activated vending machine, and the experience was so brutal and so bad that people dropped it like the Zune, right? It was gone. And what we're seeing is that people's minds are being freed. I just posted a link to an article I posted about how using these NLPs is really changing the way that we work with communication and systems, and it's disrupting. This is pure Clayton Christensen innovator's dilemma stuff. It is disrupting the 25 years of our minds being broken and jailed to kind of the Google search motif, right? Where we're thinking in terms of keywords, exclusionary terms, putting quotes around the phrase, trying to do cite colon, and searching in those ways. And it's created this flexibility. It's simplified information retrieval. And so what's happening now with the AutoGPT, right, is it puts itself to a task. So one of the things I first did with AutoGPT this last week is I gave it a task. It was the mirror task, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all. And I gave it parameters to find out who the most beautiful and fairest woman in all of history is. And it started to go through lists, and it pulled up and said, well, this top 25 list, it pulled up Cleopatra, it pulled up Joan of Arc, it pulled up Audrey Hepburn, right? It had all of these incredible, people and beauties. Had Angelina Jolie in there. But at one point it paused and it had to say to itself, because it has this feedback mechanism which allows it to be critical of itself. And it says, I need to remember that beauty is subjective and not always an objectified thing that we can quantify. But then it found a website which quantified it with different angles, the balancing of the face, the position of the eyes. And from all that data, after running for about 12 hours and costing me $3, it came back and said, I believe Cleopatra is the most fairest one of all. And so I think what's really going to be fascinating is how this frees our mind from the typical task that we take ourselves to when we go into our search engine brain, right? We think, I've got to chunk this out. Oh, that didn't come up with the right results. I've got to turn these things around. I kind of put quotes around this phrase and put a plus sign and a money. I mean, that goes out the window. And it's extraordinary how flat-footed Google has found itself now. And the applications that I'm seeing are it's still in its infancy, but the flood of information that is just washed into the space is pretty amazing.
I want to ask a question to the panel. So 2 things I did after the last space we had. Number one is I started cutting my legal costs heavily. So I just had a meeting with the team, and there's an attachment. And guys, if you can name drop different tools and attachments we should check out, please do. But there's an attachment. I'll get you the name, or if you want to DM me, I can send you all the name. It's fascinating. So it plugs into ChatGPT. And essentially, you could tell ChatGPT whatever it is that you want. I've told Sliman to start using it for writing threads, because you can put it in for your articles or write the threads. Write the thread, and you can optimize it. But it does. You can put in agreement. You could put the tonality. So you can say, I want to write a book on for my 5-year-old child, I want the tonality to be happy or to be educational, and I want the book to include X, Y, Z, and teach my child about ABC. So you select the book category, and you said a white paper, I guess, for your project. So that tool also has a segment for legal documents, which is really interesting. I haven't used it personally for that yet, but that's one thing I've started doing. And again, I don't want to sit there looking for the tool's name, but I could, if you just DM me, the team will probably send it out to you. So another thing I did was the search results for ChatGPT, not AI in general, but the search results for ChatGPT
let's take that as an example. What you just said now about the threads. So essentially, yeah, if you're gonna write a thread about, I don't know, some piece of news that's happening, maybe you'll get a decent one. But if you're gonna write a thread, for example, about, I don't know, some kind of issue, I mean, we know, isn't it? ChatGPT is going to give you a very, very biased, one-sided. Let's say Ukraine, Russia. We know how the thread go.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so the prompts matter,
and not just the prompts. So I mean, and that's what we were discussing before you came. So basically, let's take the thread. So let's say I'm asked to make a thread about Ukraine, Russia. We know it's going to be heavily biased, a thread now, and maybe 2 years ago it would have been extremely biased.
Let me again. You don't understand how to use it then, because if you give it it's so true. There is a certain level of bias you have to take into consideration. It's the same bias from where the source of information is. But if you give it, let's say, can you write me a thread based on the war, using those 3 articles, and those 3 articles are more moderate or on the other side of the bias, then you'll get a thread that's got the bias that's present in those 3 articles. Does that make sense?
So basically,
or you can even include
So what you're saying is, you do the research yourself, you find the articles yourself, you then determine which ones are the most accurate and legitimate articles.
I don't know. All this you said, all these 3 things is going. You know the source of information is going to be biased to one side over the other. You can also add, and I don't like it. You make it sound like that's too difficult, man. Just a few weeks ago, you had to write the thread yourself. Now you're saying, but now I have to go search for the article, and I have to find where the article is going to have that bias. Oh shit, bro! Like, this is too much work. What do you mean?
Nah, bro. So the work is doing the research.
The work is writing the thread.
No,
the work is summarizing it into a nice format. Finding the information is the easiest thing. There's an information overload. It takes me seconds to find any piece of information right now.
I don't agree. This is the problem. This is why you guys got fooled for so long about so many issues.
Okay, so hold on, Simon. Do you know which website right now has more? So Ukraine-Russia war. Obviously, Western media is going to be biased on the West side. Okay. You know which outlets right now would be more biased towards supporting Russia? Can you name me 2?
I mean, yeah, like RT would be an example, wouldn't it?
Okay, so then you go to RT, find an article that kind of sums up your point, and that's it. Takes you 5 seconds, and you've covered the issue.
No. So look, let me give you. I actually vehemently disagree. So it doesn't work like that. Like, you don't go to an article, think, you know what, this is pro-Russia. Let me use that article, and let me get a pro-US one, and let me use that. That's literally not how you do research and you do work. So essentially, if this is what basically you're saying it is, all you're doing is basically dumbing down.
It's not dumbing. It's put it into a nice format. The outlet did the research for you. The outlet put the information for you, and ChatGPT put it in a nice format. I don't know what's left for you to do now. You can be more so, like, maybe someone else could offer more context on this, because I haven't gone that deep in that rabbit hole. But another thing you can do is, when you prompt ChatGPT or another tool, could be, and there's a whole bunch of them, and I'm sure there's going to be a tool that's got your preferred bias in mind, or more in the middle. So there's going to be different tools for different people. I'm sure there's going to be Trump ChatGPT Ukraine.
That's what Brian's been saying the entire time, is personalized AI.
Cool, you're a genius, man. So Simon, what are we saying?
Yeah. So I'm giving ChatGPT as an example, but all of them will be like this, including.
No, there's gonna be what, man? What's your issue?
Bro, I love the bro fights between you two.
You're like the guy who sees like GPT as like the Messiah. He's like your new prophet. Like, this is so dumb. Look, the issue is this, right? Fidget is loving it now. He wants to talk about God again. But the point is here. Look, it's quite simple. How you know that someone's got a skill or a skill set as a journalist, let's say, or as a writer, I would say as well. is the ability to extract certain information that others are unable to do. If you're relying on ChatGPT to give you a dumbass,
you've just proven to me you're going to be unemployed. So last thing I wanted to say before going to the other panelists, man,
bro,
is when you put in ChatGPT, and another thing is prompting. That answers your question. So when you can ask a different AI tool to search for information that would relate to X side of the bias. So you could prompt it in a way that would be either more moderate or biased one way or another. I'm not sure if all tools would accept doing that. But I wanted, so this is the other thing I wanted to kind of conclude what I was saying before you jumped in is, so one is using that tool for legal documents and stuff. And the other thing we're doing, and I'm curious about other panelists, what steps are you taking right now? Just because I want the audience to start taking steps rather than talking about the arc of time. Another thing we're doing is the, my company where, okay, ChatGPT as a search term, guys, it's searched 4 times more than Ethereum was at its peak. If you were in Web3 in the bull market, you'd understand how everyone was talking about crypto. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry, your taxi driver, your Uber driver was talking about crypto. And for ChatGPT, not AI, just ChatGPT, the tool, the main tool, for that to be searched 4 times more than Ethereum when it was at its peak, and so quickly, just shows you how large this opportunity is for entrepreneurs and for anyone to really use it. So what we're doing at the company is that our goal is, I don't want to build a tool. I don't have that expertise. I don't want to hire that expertise, at least not yet. So what we're doing is everything we do as a service, the show, the media side, the community building side, we're going to AI companies, VC-backed AI companies. They're like, hey, we'll help you, we'll work with you, we'll build you this, we'll build you a show, we'll get you on the show, we'll build you a community, we'll build you whatever. And we just want equity in your company. And I want to get equity in as many companies as possible. That's my business strategy right now, as many VC-backed companies as possible, because I'm not smart enough to build the tool, but I'm smart enough to do what I know what to do. And they can build the tool, and hopefully I'll have a piece of that future that will make people like Slayman unemployed. But I'd love to know, Meta Prime or Alan or Paul, like, what are your strategy, guys? That's what I'm really curious about.
Yeah, no, I think that point that you're making on ChatGPT being more searched than Ethereum is like, that's a really kind of great encapsulation of what's happening. Is that AI? It's not just some kind of seemingly esoteric thing that kind of exists in the crypto space, or in the finance space. It is something that's going to impact everyone's lives across the board. And I think we talked a little bit about this in the last space, and I think it was Justin who was bringing this up, but prompt engineering or learning how to use AI as a tool is going to be such an important thing broadly. And that's what I think about a lot. Most of my work is about thinking how businesses are going to change and advising people on kind of how adjust their careers.
Is that an actual position, by the way? I heard people that prompt engineering is going to be one of the most in-demand jobs there is.
Yeah,
is it to that level?
That's it.
No, are you sure? Because Google is another position, yet Googling is a very important skill, but everyone just knows that you can't just go on.
It's
definitely a position.
Google is our position on Upwork?
No, prompt engineering is.
Hey, Mario, I wanted to jump in on, I put on the Nest, but to your point,
Eugene, just quickly, let Meta Prime finish off because I interrupted him, and then we'll give you the mic.
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
No worries. Yeah. So no, but I think that prompt aspect is really important. I mean, people used to joke about how you could put Googling on your resume, but it was actually a very relevant skill set to have. And I think AI is going to be even more so. There was a comment on the thread that you put out earlier today, and I ended up getting in a discussion with someone
a thread that I put out.
You would put a thread or just kind of some information on Elon and chat or TruthGPT.
That's AI doing my thread. I apologize for any mistakes on there, any bias on there. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, it was great, but it sparked a really interesting conversation, which was the person was saying, "Oh, this is bad because I had said, it's great. We want to democratize this, get this in the hands of everyone," and they were like, "Oh no, this is going to make it so smart people are kind of lost in the shuffle." And I was like, I don't really think about it this way. I think it's actually a multiplier of ability, And so, maybe if we just kind of use IQ points, right? Like you might be only like 10 or 20 points higher than someone, that might not be a huge difference. But with AI, that's like multiplying everything by, 10 times. And so someone who's, a 120 IQ versus someone who's 100 IQ, it's no longer a 20-point difference, it's a 200-point difference. I think that there's going to be that level of productivity shift, and people are really going to need to learn how to use it, right? Like just like you're learning, like a sword isn't as powerful a tool in the hands of someone who doesn't know how to use it. And so as humanity gets used to using AI, we're going to get better at using it, being more effective with it.
Interesting. We do have some breaking news. I'll bring up breaking 4 news unrelated to AI, but I'll be mentioning that shortly. Eugene, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I thought this was a fascinating discussion between Mario and Soleiman. I actually think both of you guys make great points, but I did this in real time while y'all were talking. I put in the nest, but
50% of what you said is accurate, but yeah, please continue.
Well, actually, and that's actually the real interesting part, right? For anybody who knows things, right? Like if you don't know something about a topic, ChatGPT 4 does a great job with generalizations, right? Like it does a decent job, but like Solomon, who might know a lot more about this than the average person about the Ukraine-Russia war, or anybody else, like if I have it ask me, write an article about blockchain, then it really does break down, right? So I think that's still, an issue with ChatGPT 4, but let's not forget how quickly these models are evolving and, new models are coming out. I'm not even saying that this is good or bad. I just thought I'd offer it for the audience to view. And I literally I never heard of you viewing some of these pro-Russia publications. It's merely just like, okay, well, you guys are talking about it. I'll put it in as a prompt, never tried it, and get the audience's and the speaker's reaction to how good they did on this quick prompt. So yeah, just wanted to see what the state of ChatGPT 4 was now.
I'm going to bring up Justin. Justin, I'm going to bring you back up in about 2 minutes time. I want to bring up Matthias from Breaking 4 News, just to mention some breaking news that's unrelated to AI, but I think it's interesting to just quickly mention for the audience. Matthias, I've just sent you through an invite to come up and tell us about the news you just sent me as we continue the discussion. But in the meantime, I do want to go to let's go to Alan. Alan, I brought you up. We talked about your strategy with your newsletter, and I don't want this to be a chance for everyone to shill, and so far, including last time, no one shilled, so it's great. I'm happy. But what's your strategy, or what is the strategy that you'd recommend for others? An obvious one, becoming a prompt engineer, just as a job description. And an easy one, something that we don't do just because it sounds boring, is to become an advisor to companies on how to implement AI in their companies. I think that will be a short to medium term position that will be very lucrative, because it's crazy. Despite so many people understanding AI, so many just have no clue. So Alan, as you make your list of ideas for the audience, Matthias, what's the breaking news? Something about Hunter Biden and the testimony and protected whistleblower disclosures. What's going on?
Hey Mario, how are you tonight?
Good, man, good.
Yeah, we have some.
What's the news, bro?
We have some breaking news from Capitol Hill, where an IRS agent has informed Congress via a lawyer that he would like to make whistleblower disclosures alleging, quote, preferential treatment in politics, improperly infecting decisions and protocols. That's in relation to an investigation that the IRS is doing on Hunter Biden, the first son, the son of President Joe Biden. It is part of a multifaceted investigation, which also involves the House Oversight and Accountability Committee. We had a statement moments ago from Representative James Comer, who is the chairman of that, and he says, quote, "I am deeply concerned that the Biden administration may be obstructing justice by blocking efforts to charge Hunter Biden for tax violations." And he goes on to say that the House committee is now investigating these new claims. Now, the disclosure also reportedly exposes contradictory, quote, sworn testimony to Congress by a senior political appointee. We don't yet know who that appointee is. We don't yet know if whistleblower status will be given to this individual. But we will, it is very interesting and a breaking news story for sure that we have to keep watch very closely.
Cool, man. I'll pin it above for the audience on your behalf. And anyone that doesn't know Matthias, he jumps in our spaces whenever there's breaking news and shares it with us. He's got a great account. You should check it out. where it does share that breaking news as well. So it's breaking_4_news, and I've just pinned above the story that Mateus just shared with us. So everyone check it out, and if you want to hit up Mateus for any questions or any information, do so. Thanks, Mateus, for jumping in.
Mateus, do you use ChatGPT? Oh, he's got.
He should. If he doesn't,
I mean, that's probably why
you know, you're the odd one out, man. I don't even know why I freaking co-host you in these spaces. I don't understand. But I do. So Alan, just with the recommendations that you have for the audience, tell us.
Thank you so much, Mario. Thank you. So I have a couple notes here. I'm prepared. I want to just first touch on the quick thing you said about, hey, the search volume for ChatGPT is super exceeding crypto, and it's in its early days.
Crazy numbers.
And I want to tell you why that is. That's because the technical barrier to entry to these tools is so much lower, and it's just going to continue to be that way. So that's a really important point to understand.
The barriers to entry, but also the impact it'll have. So most people are searching cryptos to make money, which is good. Everyone wants to make money. But the number of people searching crypto because they want to understand the technology or be part of it is very small. But you can't differentiate that on Google when you just search Ethereum. But ChatGPT is changing, or AI is changing every aspect of our life, everything. And that just makes it significantly more important. So it's just also very relatable to people.
Yeah. So as far as like advising people on what to do, like my strength is being able to absorb a lot of this complex information and distill it down and make it approachable and relatable for the, small business owner to entrepreneur around the world. And like you said, that's what I do. And one of the tweets that I think is highly underrated that'll help us understand a little bit more, because we were covering, what is truth? How are we getting biases out of these large language models and all these things? There's a tweet by Nick Dobos recently I think is brilliant. I think everyone should hear. He said, "The mind of an LLM is a game of Family Feud, not Jeopardy. It doesn't matter what's right. You're playing, quote unquote, we surveyed 10 billion websites. This is the most popular answer." Okay, so I think that's something important to understand. It's just going off of the data that it has. And then in addition to that, I really want to point out, due to the title of the topic and everything, I think the big concept here is, can Elon come from behind and do this again? I mean, this is a man that takes on the biggest challenges in the world, and he's very far behind in this race, admittedly so. And it just seems like it would be.
Can I ask you something? What, the way you described it, that basically what it does is takes the information and whatever's the majority prevalent position, it then relays that. I mean, isn't that even worse? Because it's literally almost taking you down the situation of the tyranny of the majority. Like whatever the majority say, that literally becomes truth.
Yeah. So, I mean, think about all the garbage blogs and all the things that are out there. I mean, that's all part of this thing's mechanism. So, I don't know if we'll ever get to the bottom of what is truth, right? I mean, there are things that are truths, right? That can be provable, whatever in our scientific progress and things like that. But there's always going to be some kind of a bias in this thing. And his stance on, hey, I want to make something that's more truthful, I think is admirable. I do think that he does have a human element there, but I also think that is something that's kind of a way to motivate and rally people to get behind him, because he's going to need to really pull every string he can. And, he's been telegraphing lawsuits and all these kind of things. So he's pulling out all the stops on this one, and he sees the potential here, just like we were saying with the search volume and the demand for these tools.
Now we know why Mario followed it.
Can I jump in,
yeah,
Mario,
go for it.
On that? Like, I think one thing that I've been using ChatGPT for, very technical tasks and things where it's very clear what the truth is or what the fact is. I see in technical realms, people going from novice to expert, like extremely rapidly, because they have this tool now. So that, I think, implies a lot around just like what, let's say, middle management or
kind of like what the expert worker was getting paid versus the novice worker, whether it's programming or a technical role. ChatGPT is going to rocket certain people in their fields, and I'm focused on pure technical things. I think there's a lot of things around ChatGPT that making up sources that we have to be very wary of. But for just programming tasks, tech support, there's so many things that you could see. It's going to cut the cost of labor down significantly. It's something that you're just going to have to. I don't think the labor market's ready for it yet. That you don't have to hire an expert. You can hire a novice with some prompting skills, and you're going to get a lot of value out of it.
Can I jump in on this real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Alan.
Thank you so much. So, by definition, an expert is someone who's made all the mistakes. And these things are changing, and the dynamics of, the advancements are so fluid that it's impossible to make all the mistakes. You just literally have to just be on the cutting edge of these things and be testing them.
Moshe, I want to go to you, and my question is similar to what I asked Alan and what I asked Paul. And Paul, I appreciate you coming on. Where is your focus? What do you recommend people to focus now?
Well, I want to go back and talk about truth, because that's the subject
I knew it.
Right?
I knew it. That's why I said I want to talk about opportunities.
So
let's talk about truth.
Let's talk about truth.
Yeah, we'll do. Go ahead.
So first, I don't know if Elon realized the sick irony of him going and talking about TruthGPT on Fox News, interview with Tucker Carlson, a day before.
Moshe, that was literally the entire.
Hold on, Fiji.
Moshe,
he hasn't made.
Okay, number two.
No. What's number one? Sorry, what's number one? So I wasn't there.
So this is just the irony.
What's the irony? So he was doing it on Tucker Carlson a day after what?
Mario, the day before Dominion, the sector with Dominion paid them almost $900 million, and it was about the truth, right? So,
okay, but sure. But he's doing interviews, and he's spoken public. He's doing. Hold on, Moshe. He's doing interviews.
Irony.
Okay.
He's doing it. Number two.
Before number two, Moshe. Let me answer number one. Just take a breath. 2 seconds. Yes, it's a fair point, but he is doing interviews on all outlets on both sides of the aisle. So you can make that argument on any mainstream media outlet he talks on. If he does it on CNN or BBC or Reuters or Fox News or Newsmax, you can make that same argument.
Mario, it is ironic, though, isn't it? Even if you think that all, which I do, that all media is untrustworthy, the fact that Fox basically get caught for allegedly lying the day before, and then the next day,
that's true.
Yeah.
That's what. Sorry, Mario. You rely on machines too much, you see, so you maybe don't understand the human irony.
He also
number two.
TruthGPT.
Number two. Has Twitter become more truthful since Elon took over? I mean,
I didn't understand number two. Sorry.
Did Twitter become more closer to the truth since Elon took over? And there has been a lot of objective research showing that the amount of disinformation and hate information is proliferating now over Twitter.
Can I ask you so much? Can I ask you a question on number two? So can I ask you a question on number two? It's an interesting point, very, very interesting point. So let's ask the first question: is how do you reach truth? Do you reach it through censorship, or do people reach it in as decentralized of a fashion as possible?
Okay, so let me now put a phrase, what I call the social trilemma, which is really about truth. And this has been our struggle with social media, okay? How do we want the governance of social media? How do we want it to happen? We can say free speech, anything goes. Well, if you do that, then we know there is proliferation of horrible content. Whatever content you say, it's okay with me, I'll go farther and tell you, are you willing to go, worse content? And at some point you say, no, I don't want to see this content there. So anything goes, we are not comfortable with it. So we said, okay, social media platform, you police your platforms. Well, apparently we're not comfortable with this either. We don't like private corporation to decide, or public corporation to decide what we can say or not say on social media. So we say, okay, the government will decide. Well, we don't like our government to tell us what to do either. And so far, this is what I call the social trilemma. And what happened here is we have reduced friction of communication. So if you go back 20 years ago and you want to publish, even before, let's go 30 years ago, before you had access to the internet, you want to publish, let's say, a neo-Nazi screed, and you submitted it to maybe New York Times, so of course they will not publish it, and you keep trying, and maybe eventually you find some racist newspaper by some local branch of the KKK, and they will publish it, but the impact will be minimal. Now everybody has a megaphone, and so the combination of this megaphone and the lack of friction, and we are actually struggling how to manage this flood of information, this tsunami of information. How should we manage it?
So Moshe, what you mean
nobody
now
has a good solution.
So now everyone has a large microphone, okay? And that makes it very easy for anyone to spread correct information, but also makes it very easy for anyone to spread misinformation or disinformation. So unintentional or intentional false information. But now you then ended it, because I had a question for you, then what's the solution? But then you kind of ended it at the end saying no one has a solution. Okay,
no, Google tried to have a solution. Let's think what Google tried to do. Google tried to use what we call the page algorithm. The page algorithm was, let's find maybe not truth, but important website. And the idea was, if many websites point to you, you must be important.
It's not important. It's popular.
Popular.
That's the
okay, but even that. But fine. Popular.
No. That's the fallacy. That's the fallacy at its core. Popularity of information.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
So the page algorithm tried to identify, using this, iterating the concept of popularity, to find the most popular websites. But it turned out this was the algorithm. People start a whole business, search engine optimization. People find a way to defeat the algorithm. If you go today to Google and ask what is right now, the patent on the page algorithm has expired. And if you ask Google, how do you do that? They will tell you it's a trade secret. Because it turns out if we know how they do it, then people are very clever and they'll figure out a way to outsmart it.
So Moshe, I'm trying to understand what you just said. So you're saying Google's solution, and as you're talking about search engine optimization now, is you go to a website and you see the authority score. So you see how many other quote unquote respected or trusted websites linked to that website. Now Fiji kind of pushed back saying it's not how it's how popular those websites are. It's not how much authority they have on how accurate they are, which is again an interesting, kind of, it's a bit different, because
we can debate it, but Google, the point is Google doesn't do it anymore. They've given up on that because people figure out a way to outsmart it.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So that's the SEO geeks kind of found a way to outsmart it. So how's Google doing it now?
They won't tell you. It's a trade secret.
Okay, so
I couldn't get an answer.
So you just said Google has a way. We say we don't have a solution. Then you said Google has a solution, but they said no one.
No, Google has its solution. Google has its solution, and actually the solution is mostly Google is showing you what they think you'll want to see.
But we've seen exactly, but we've seen the issue there, and it goes back to a very, very simple theme we've talked a lot about here. You're centralizing power. You're putting in the hands of some. Maybe they're trusted now. Maybe they're doing the right thing now, but till how long? And whether that's Elon or Mark Zuckerberg or whoever it is, or a board at a public company, you're putting the trust in a small amount of people to determine what the truth is, and that's opening up for a whole list of risks.
Completely. And so we said, okay, maybe we'll do somehow by some other notion of popularity. But somebody mentioned the phrase, and I agree with it: the tyranny of the majority. If you go to certain countries in a particular time, they would say, Germany, 1936, all Jews are bad. Okay, is this just because it's popular? Does this mean that this is the truth? So the answer is that finding the truth is hard. I mean, I don't know. Somebody said somebody somehow bringing blockchain is a solution. Take the big lie: the Trump won the election in 2020. How does blockchain solve it?
He didn't win. So where's the balance between tyranny of the majority and wisdom of the crowd?
That is actually a struggle. We are struggling with this. I don't think anybody has a perfect solution. I don't think anybody has a perfect solution. We have used to rely on, sometimes we say, okay, when it comes to science, let's rely on experts. Now many people have lost their trust in experts. Part of truth is you don't have always access yourself to the truth. You trust people. When you have no trust, society doesn't trust.
Fidji,
no truth.
Hold on, let him finish, bro. Why are you yelling?
I am. I wanted to pause and think through the concept. Otherwise, it's not going to be a succinct thought process. It's just going to be regurgitating thoughts that didn't respond to the information that we're referring to. That's it. I understood
what he just said. I just didn't understand what you just said just now. But Moshe, if you understood what Fidji just said, can you just answer the question again, but just to kind of in a way that pleases him as well? But I'm listening.
So I think the question, what is truth, which is at the heart of what we're discussing, is a very profound question. People mentioned before trigonometry. Well, you might have heard of Kurt Gödel, one of the prominent mathematical logicians of the 20th century, who proved there is no absolute truth in mathematics, because if you have absolute truth, you get two paradoxes in mathematics.
So
this concept somehow that we have access, that we have science, if you think, what is science? Science is a process for discovering truth. And it's not infallible. In fact, science, the scientific processes, we are going to discover our own mistake. We're going to debate what is evidence. We're going to decide, we're going to continue to debate and refine the concept of evidence. And we're going to re-examine non-science in view of new evidence, and it's continued exploration. And what we have in science is, at the end of the day, whatever knowledge we have, it has to match what we see in the real world. But when we discuss who won the election, that's a much more difficult question to say what is the truth.
Yeah, so the answer, Danish, isn't the way to get that truth a decentralized way of getting it? And I'm not referring to blockchain, which I know Fidji is the expert in and has talked about already. But what I mean is that this decentralizing the truth, decentralizing opinion is the best way to get there. Because obviously it's become a significantly more important now as we start feeding that information, that quote unquote truth, to something that will essentially control our lives very soon.
Okay, so let's talk about, people mentioned that.
No, Moshe, I'll give you the mic in a bit.
Let's go today.
Yeah, we will. Moshe, we will. I'll give you the mic again in a bit. I was just wondering what Danish thought about this.
Fine.
Yeah, and then I want to continue with your thought process, because you have a lot to say, and it's a pleasure to have you back. Danish, did you hear my question?
Sorry, can you repeat your question? I couldn't hear.
So truth now is it's always been important, but it's even more important considering that we're going to be feeding that quote unquote truth to AI that will essentially control our lives in the near future. So what's the best way to come to that truth? Is one way, and what we all kind of many of us agreed to in previous spaces, is decentralizing the path to truth, where human consensus, but there's also flaws in that. So how do we get to that truth without centralizing it and allowing the few to have significant impact on the information we feed those the machine learning algorithms?
I think it's pretty straightforward to me that, as I was saying earlier in the same space, I was just saying that, you have truth, you have lies, and then you have the unknown. And fundamental truths are very hard to find. Even what we consider fundamental truths are changing right before us. We're learning an incredible amount about things that we just, we assume that, the law of gravity is how it was. And it was for a long, I was talking a little bit, Mario, earlier about how it was well accepted for a very long time that transnasal lobotomies is how we should be treating depression in women. It was a very well-established fact, quote unquote, in medicine. There's a lot of things that we consider to be quote unquote truths that is just we don't know what we don't know, or we do think we know, but we actually have no freaking idea. And I think that the pursuit of truth is to continue to study what we understand it to be today and keep questioning it. And I just don't think that an AI is going to be, an AI is a reflection of what we believe to be truths today. AI is not going to solve that for us. And decentralization is not going to solve that for us.
Dr. Danish, first of all, it will. Second of all, I don't think using female nasal lobotomies is really like a translatable, understandable.
It is 100%, because it's so extreme that it tells you about how stupid our pursuit of truth has been in the past, where we believed we were right and we were absolutely incorrect. I disagree strongly, especially as somebody who did transnasal surgeries.
Why don't we make it simpler,
I can tell you that there's a lot of things that we do, that are based on dogma and not real truths. And I have to say that ultimately, there is no quote unquote perfect source of truth. I need us to believe and understand. I'm using belief for you, Fidgetal, but I need us to believe and understand that there is no fundamental truth, that we're always in the search of it.
Why not just 5-week abortion bans? Like that's easier.
I don't see the connection there. So I think that ultimately, what I'm trying to say is, we are always in the pursuit of truth. AI will just reflect our current understanding of what we believe to be true. The models are just a reflection of the data that's out there, the evidence, quote unquote, that's out there. And in the last few years, I'll give you a simple example. Mario, how many spaces have you been in where people are refuting the evidence behind the vaccines? I'm using these as cogent examples of what's really going on. If you don't believe the evidence upon which the quote unquote truth is based, then what is truth? It has to do with your source of data, and decentralizing that does not change the underlying evidence. People have to do.
Sorry, Danish, someone muted you by accident. Go ahead.
Establishment.
You muted them.
Talk Danish. Establishment doesn't want you to talk Danish.
Yeah, establishment just doesn't want me to talk. That's funny. No, I was going to say that, ultimately, I'll give you a really simple example for something that I believe to be something I'm learning more about. Suleiman and I had a pretty significant conversation around Andrew Tate. I had my own belief of who he was, but I did not take into account all the changes that have happened recently. And so, as I'm learning more about him, it has been very interesting for me to understand that, I have to actually readjust my priors. And I think it's very interesting, because I think that ultimately what makes certain people more adaptable to that is that they're constantly in the pursuit of truth. And I just want to be very clear about this. I'm not condoning anything that he's done. My point is just more around that we have to actually have a conversation around everything that we learn is from a lens of what is available to us at that time. So I'll give you a different example. Assume that Andrew Tate is awful. 10 years from now, he could be incredible. Truth changes in that situation. So truth is, we have to be constantly in the pursuit of truth. There is no such thing as a complete fundamental understanding of truth. Even things as what we learned in school. Mario, on the Earth, we learned that gravity works a certain kind of way, but that's not actually how gravity works at the edge of the universe. It's a good example of how truth is spatial. Truth is chronological. There's so many other aspects of it, and trying to act like there is a decentralized network of truth. No offense, blockchain is looking for a use case that is not actually a good use case of it. Maybe a generalized ledger, possibly one part of it. But why do
literally the worst take? You were literally saying that
because I disagree with you, Fidgetal.
No.
Guys, hold on. Yeah, Fidji, I want you. I'm about to give you a second. Yes, I'd love you to respond to that blockchain one. I'd love a bit of a back and forth.
No, it's an informational thing. What you literally just said is, we rely on the information we have now because we don't have more information, and let's not look at more information as a source of truth for more knowledge. Information is how we have knowledge.
That's not what I said. You're misrepresenting what I just said.
No, it's literally what you just said.
No,
you
said right not now. At all what I said. We have to continue to search for the knowledge. Fidgetal, I will repeat myself in a very short, very quick 2 seconds. We should always be in the pursuit of truth. There is no actual truth out there. We're always in its pursuit.
But let's rest lazy in the
That's
information.
not what I said. I said
have.
we should be actively pursuing it. Jesus,
Danish, I let you talk. Let me talk.
you're saying within the information that we have now, let's make sense of it. Instead of saying there is an infinite amount of information and truths, and let's keep searching. That for me, that's literally what you said. You literally said, and especially,
exactly
let me finish.
No, finish off so I can respond.
I can't finish, but let me finish. The difference between, in my opinion, I'll end with this thing, Suleiman, you got me. Okay, I'm probably gonna get shit on by my partners, but I'm gonna throw this out there. The difference between, in my opinion, a religious or a theist and an atheist and an agnostic in the middle is what I just got from you, which is let's make definitions along the way instead of always being curious. And so if we can continue to be curious, and Dinesh, in my opinion, that was a lazy response.
Can I respond? Or
yeah, please respond. Dinesh, if you can also explain to me Fiji, the point that Fiji is making as well, I didn't understand it in the whole theist thing.
Yeah, I don't actually understand what he means by the atheist part, but let me just finish the point. Can anybody else here confirm that I literally said the complete opposite of what Fiji just said? That I literally said that we should always be searching for truth and not rely on
that's
some
what I
other
understood.
thing.
And you used Andrew Tate as an example.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
I literally said the exact opposite of what Fiji was saying. But it's funny because when you question the blockchain gods, and by the way, I actually believe in that technology.
No, but Danish, let me do what I hope Fiji was doing.
Don't be attacking blockchain.
Yeah. So Fiji has significant knowledge and a deep knowledge in the space. So he knows more than me, but I'm just going to back him up because he seems a bit drunk today. So when it goes to blockchain, the immutability. So I'm just going to use that as the use case in this case because we're talking about the source of truth. And the immutability aspect allows so when you have and Fiji try to add on to it, but just try to keep it simple so we understand. But when you record something on the blockchain, when you record a piece of truth on the blockchain, it's now immutable, cannot be tampered with. So now this can be used as a source of truth by any other machine learning algorithm. This is a use case that for me makes a lot of sense. Obviously, I'm deep in the space, but I'm looking at it objectively. It makes sense. Would you agree with that use case, Danish? Danish, you're muted.
No. Sorry, what was the question again for me? I mean, I understand the point.
The immutability of the truth. The immutability of
the truth. But again, and this is what I was trying to explain earlier, the problem is that the source matters. How do we know that the source is correct? Even if
this is the oracle. Yeah, this true. But this is the oracle problem. This is something that blockchain has nothing to do with. This is a problem that blockchain faces. Yeah, 100%. So this is just to be clear.
Problem.
No, it does not solve this problem. Absolutely, because this is a problem that blockchain struggled with for years. Is that when you put something on the blockchain that's immutable, who determines and how do you determine that piece of information is true? That's a different discussion. If you solve that problem,
so what problem does blockchain actually solve in this AI?
So once we saw the but the data, so the immutability as concept, and in this case, there's one use case, but there's multiple use cases.
Explain the immutability concept.
What do you mean? So when you put something on the blockchain, it cannot be tampered with. No one could go. So when something is sitting
that's worse. That's worse. I thought that's what you meant. So that's worse. So
that's way worse.
So look at Danish's great example. Like he had a piece of information that he thought was true, and then it ended up not being true.
So you can always but the piece of information is still there. You cannot tamper with it. You just build on top of it. You put a new piece of information that's updated, and now this is the new truth.
Hold on, Mario. I want to repeat what Suleiman said. Incorrect information is also there.
Yeah, so this is a problem, but guys, this is, again, going to a problem that blockchain doesn't fix. So let's say there's a piece of information, there's a piece of evidence, okay? And Eugene, I'm going to give you the mic afterwards. Maybe you'll do a better job at it than me. But there's a piece of evidence to support a point that we all agree is the truth, okay? Or the majority agrees is the truth. And we're going to use that piece of information in the data learning algorithm.
That's the actual problem. I'm trying to explain something.
I don't know, guys. I haven't finished my point. So I'm just saying we agree on that, but this is not the problem that it fixes. You keep saying there's a problem after that, is that the pieces of information that if it's sitting in a centralized server, it's sitting with a centralized company, then it's within their control to do whatever they want with it. But when it's on the blockchain, it becomes a piece of information that all the algorithms by all the different companies could use. It doesn't fix the Oracle issue. It doesn't fix the issue on whether this is true or not. Because this is the problem you're talking about, Danish, and you're saying blockchain doesn't fix this. I'm saying, yes, it doesn't fix this. And these are you're mixing two things that don't really. I'm saying blockchain has use cases beyond that.
Making a very cogent point. He's literally saying, Mario.
No, he's not. It's literally the preservation of culture. And culture is flawed because humans are flawed.
Sorry, what?
What are you talking about?
I literally just want you. I want you to hear this for a second. Blockchain, which is an immutable time continuum, is the preservation of culture. Flawed as it may be, flawed as we may be, it's at least a ledger of us. It's the closest we will come to the honesty of our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, and our children, our children's children's, our children's children's. It's literally.
So Fiji, let me explain. So let me explain.
Until you start talking about your lineage. Okay. So essentially, if that's what blockchain is, that just has no relevance whatsoever. And
okay, let me. Okay, so So let me tell you what. Let me give you a use case, a very easy to understand use case that relates to Tate, so you can understand it. So, Andrew Tate, there's evidence that proves his innocence. Okay, or there's a legal case that ends in a few weeks and he's found innocent. Okay, now this piece of information, that court the documents are sitting in a Romanian court. Now, what happens if in 10 years' time, or in 20 or 100 years' time, they go in those documents and they change the information there? So AI, if it goes back to get that information, now it's been tampered with. So the truth that we all agreed on 100 years from now is no longer the truth because someone just came in and changed it up. But if it's sitting on the blockchain, not only is it immutable, so no one can change it. That's it. What happened now will always be there, and it's impossible technologically. No person, no company, no court, no government, no president could go in and tamper with it. That's number one. Number two, now it's on a decentralized ledger, which hopefully that's the goal. It's on a decentralized ledger. So now that piece of information, and the goal is to put all data on a decentralized ledger. All these algorithms, all these machine learning algorithms will have access to it. So holistically, that's a positive thing for AI in general because everyone will have access to that source of truth. Because what's happening now is you got all these silos trying to get the data for themselves.
Again, Mario, you use the word access to source of truth.
Can I add on that?
What you can
ignore the actual. For fuck's sake, bro! Ignore the actual.
Hey, can I?
Mario, I'm gonna repeat your point back to you.
Hold on, Danish. Yeah, Eugene, I'll give you the mic. But Danish, do you understand? Yeah, Eugene, I'll give you the mic. But Danish, Simon, hold on, bro. Simon. Just Danish, do you understand? Because Simon, yeah, just before
assuming that some information has entered into this quote unquote at that moment the source of truth, people can't alter it for corporate purposes.
Truth cannot be altered. It's immutable. Facts cannot be altered, or at least things that happen.
It has nothing to do with the truth. It just a piece of information.
Ignore truth. Okay. Yeah, sure. Eugene, yeah. So I'll rephrase it. A piece of information, whether it's the truth or not, however we interpret it at that time, now or later, we can change the interpretation of it, but the information itself cannot change. So when there's 1 + 1 = 2, that 1 + 1 will remain equals 2. Well, that's probably the shittest example. But there's a piece of evidence in Tate's case. That piece of evidence will always be there. But I'm gonna Fiji. You've had a few chances, bro. Let me go to Eugene, man.
I'm done.
All right.
I'm done.
Your mic is really bad now.
Okay, so let me finish.
Eugene, hold on.
Finish.
Go
ahead, Fiji.
We're talking on.
Let me finish. You can't hear me, can you? I'm gonna.
Yeah, he can't hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sunni and Shia comes down to a fundamental disagreement of who was the great uncle or not. Literally.
Fuck's sake, bro. I gave you your last chance. You're usually really good at this. Eugene, did you just hear what? I don't know if you heard what Fiji. You just what Sunni and Shia. You started your sentence as Sunni and Shia. I love you, Fiji, but bro, this is not your day. This is not your day.
No, you smashing it again. I think you just cause a lot of problems.
That's interesting.
But Mosh is right. That's what I was trying to say before you basically cut me off, Mario. Essentially, what you're saying is that you can preserve information but not truth, and that is highly different because you guys
you can preserve information, but you cannot determine truth. Yes.
Yeah, and because the whole point of this whole discussion has been is you know what, blockchain is the answer for us to determine truth. But now we all accept.
Who said that? So who said something? Who said that? Who said that?
Literally, Fidgetal was like, "That is the answer."
Oh, okay. Well, I was responding to Danish's point because Danish said, I don't see the use case. I was just responding to that, and then you kind of started conflating it with determining truth. But I think we agree. I think we all agree. And you understand this use case, Danish and Slam. Before I go to Eugene, this use case makes sense because I tried to give a simple one. There's two of them I gave. One is preserving information.
It makes sense in terms of preserving information for sure.
Okay.
It doesn't mean.
And this is, and you cannot. Yeah, I don't know, exactly. But this is extremely important because information can be tampered with later on.
Sure.
In 100, 200 years.
So, Mario, I just want to be honest with you. I don't see that being a current drawback of OpenAI and any other corporate base. I just don't see that being a big drawback.
Eugene, I don't know what you mean, but go ahead, Eugene.
We're talking about two different things. We're talking about, and a lot of people are bringing this up. I find this a fascinating discussion, by the way. So I'm loving that we're having it. But there's on the one end, we're talking about, I think Soleil was talking about information, versus truth, right? So there's like kind of those two things on the information side. So I'll talk about that first, and then on the truth side. So yeah, I totally agree with you, Mario. Once something's, hashed and it's in a block, you can't go back and change that, right? Without some kind of 51% attack on the blockchain or quantum computing or something that can factor large polynomials, right? I guess that's a potential future risk. But I actually interviewed David Schwartz, who's the CTO, co-founder of Ripple, recently, and Ripple partnered up with Columbia to do land deeds, right? And because that's actually a problem where the source of truth, or maybe the source of information in our current paradigm of talking, matters a lot, right? Land deeds can get very ugly. Like, did this person own this land? Did this other person own this land? And that's actually an area where blockchain can be really relevant. However, the big discussion was around in that area, right? Specifically that when you don't have direct digital interfaces with reality, the real world, right? You could have something that says, Suleiman owns this thing in Colombia on the blockchain, but if the courts of Colombia disagree with you, the blockchain's wrong, right? The ledger's wrong. And I think this is why digital direct interfaces, until we have, interfaces where the real world integrates with the blockchain in a seamless way, you're going to see things like video games and NFTs and stuff that are directly digital and directly on the blockchain be sort of the first things to go before, I think, land deeds, right? So I think land deeds are actually a little bit of a, it's a bit of a jump in, a little bit of a jump in the park. But there's a separate discussion. I think this is where the issue is happening, is there's a discussion about information on the one hand and then truth. And I thought Moshe brought it up really well, right? Because now we're talking about what I brought up earlier about epistemology and ontology and what's the nature of truth. I think Moshe, you brought up someone I had brought up earlier, which is Kurt Gödel, right? Somebody I studied in my discrete math class very long ago, and he has something called the Gödel's incompleteness theorem, right? And the reason this is important, Mario, I know you weren't here, is people were talking about, well, 1 + 1 = 2, right? That's just true, right? If we ever meet aliens out in the world, we're not going to be speaking Minbari to them versus our English or Klingon or Vulcan or whatever. We're going to be speaking in mathematics, right? That's been the theory. But unfortunately, Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorem says actually that there are true things in the world that can't be proven, and there are false things in the world that can be proven as true. And that's actually a mind-boggling thing that supports what people are saying, that perhaps the truth.
Oh, Eugene, sorry. Can you say, So can you say that sentence again?
About Kurt Gödel and the
quote, what you just quote,
Yeah, sure. So Kurt Gödel. So for anyone who's done discrete math,
no need to tell us about him at all. Just the quote itself.
Sure.
You just.
The quote itself is that there are true things, there are false things that can be proven true, and there are true things that cannot be proven with mathematics. That's what the incompleteness theorem.
Let me correct. False things cannot be proven true, but there are things. There are things that are true but cannot be proven.
Which is an argument some theologians would say is for God. It's a whole totally separate topic, but related.
And there are important theorems in mathematics that we know that current mathematics will not be able to resolve it. We'll never find out the answer to that unless we somehow develop a deeper understanding of the mathematical universe.
So Mosh, not that we'll never, but under the current mathematical
unless under the current mathematical assumptions,
repeat
this question
that again.
cannot be answered.
Mosh, repeat that again.
There are mathematical theorems whose truth cannot be resolved using the current mathematical framework of that accepted by the community of mathematicians. With our current understanding of the mathematical universe, we cannot resolve these questions.
Is that just a complicated way of saying we don't know what we don't know?
No, here's a theorem. I can write. Here is a theorem.
No, I'm just trying to. I know. I'm just trying to simplify it.
Yeah,
okay,
we don't know whether it's true or not. We do not know whether it's true or not. And not only we do not know, we cannot know. We cannot know.
But we can't prove it. So we know it's true, but we can't prove it, and we believe that in mathematics in the future.
No, Slayman, you know it's true because you want it to be true.
Yeah.
No. So we know certain mathematical models are true, but we're unable to basically mathematically prove them to be true.
No, we know it through using additional assumptions. Let's not get too deep into that.
Guys. I conclude. Truth is hard to determine.
Truth is hard.
Yeah, very hard to determine. So essentially, Elon's got a big task with TruthGPT because his goal is to get as close as possible to truth, and it'll be very interesting to see how he does that. One of them is
Mario. One thing I wanted to mention about that specifically is that with this lawsuit, I think he's trying to set a precedent. I wanted to bring this up. I didn't have a chance earlier, but with the lawsuit against Microsoft, I think right now what we find AI to be, everybody thinks it's this magical thing that will bring peace to the universe or kill all of us, depending on whether you're on Fidgel's side or Leron's. I think that all it is a pixelated version of reality, of our version of reality. And ultimately what it's doing is it's taking everything else on the internet and putting like a little layer on it and spitting it back out in a mirror. And I think the precedent here is we don't know how data can be used to generate these AI and how you can have attribution. The word attribution will come up in this lawsuit. I was just talking to one of my friends about this, who is an expert in this space. And he was talking about how attribution is one of the hardest things to prove. And ultimately, I think Elon is trying to set the precedent. And he believes, this is my opinion, he believes that by doing that, he is going to bring down all of OpenAI. That is actually my underlying thesis, is that ultimately he believes that he will be the first of many lawsuits against OpenAI.
Okay, so I want to ask you, so this is a problem that is kind of inevitable for OpenAI, and I'll tell you how I understand it, Danish, and let me know if I'm on the right path and if this is what you're referring to. Also, I'm going to start doing this for the audience. Anyone that has a startup that's VC backed, hit us up. We want to work with you, and we do it just for equity. I'm going through the fucking audience, and there's some beast projects listening to us. So please hit me up. I can't message all of you. Danish, the point that you're making is essentially the OpenAI is getting that info, or ChatGPT is just getting that information from all these different sources, and they don't have the right to, that's crossing the legal permission they have to be able, or the legal ability to have to be able to take information, or that much information for their own benefit from Twitter, from Google, and other sources. And if Twitter wins this case, that could destroy ChatGPT, because then everyone else is going to follow suit. All these data owners or data aggregators, Google, etc., will be able to sue ChatGPT as well. Am I on the right path? I know I've oversimplified it.
That's exactly.
There are other lawsuits already. There are other lawsuits, other copyright.
Exactly. I've seen other. That's what I mean when you said set precedent. They're not the first, as far as I understand. But yeah, so I know there's a few hands up because there's two things I want to talk about. I want you to unmute if you want to add on to this, because later I want to move on again to more opportunities and things we could do in the space. Because I know we go down different rabbit holes, from the end of the world to what is truth. But any other clarity on what Elon's doing
Mario,
with TruthGPT and his legal action against ChatGPT?
Mario, let me just jump in here really quick. This all comes down to terms of use. And I'm going to say something that might be controversial, but I also think is largely accurate. I don't think the terms of use of Twitter or many of these other websites, that the data that's being scraped, right, it's what we call scraping, that's being used to generate the AI platforms, whether it's ChatGPT or Bard or others, even contemplate the kind of use case that's being utilized when it comes to AI. But that's what it's all going to come down to. Is it a violation of the terms of use? And I think by and large, I'm going to go out on a limb here, by and large, it's probably not a violation.
Let me ask ChatGPT if it thinks it's a violation. It'd be funny if it says yes. Imagine if it says yes. And I'll reply, I'm like, do you know you just incriminated yourself? Okay, so yeah, as I thought, it is a complex issue. The legality of scraping data from social media platforms and whoever's jumping in.
It's not scraping data. It's not scraping data. This is misleading. It's, for example, it's reading paper that I've authored and I'm the copyright holders. Now it's not terms of use. It's copyright.
Yeah.
Now, fair use does not allow you to violate copyright for commercial purposes.
Actually, it's a lot more complex than that. There is no photocopier inside of a large language model. So it's not really actually taking, and this is true with images and video also. So basically what it's doing is it's re-representing an interpretive aspect of the data it saw. And it's very similar to any of us going to a concert and in the car or even in a restaurant start singing a song. For example, if you were to go to a restaurant and sing Happy Birthday to You, the original song, just a few years ago, the restaurant would be in violation.
So while Brian scripts along, I'm actually going to, I think there's a fundamental incorrect.
By the way, Brian, I muted you just because you started glitching like crazy. So Fiji, yeah, what was he saying? Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Copyright protection is the wrong approach. If you're replicating that information into monetizable content, that would be copyright. There is no idea protection. In fact, that's one of the fundamental IP basis of U.S. IP law. So taking information and then generating thoughts or information or prompts is not a copyright. It's not a trademark. It's not a patent. In fact, it is fundamentally a part of.
Do you think, Fiji? Do you think Truth has a strong case against Microsoft?
Zero.
Oh shit.
Zero.
But it's very good for PR, even if he doesn't. It's a hell of a PR move at worst.
Mario, Elon knows this. Fitch is right. Elon knows this. It's not about copyright. That's a red herring, guys. Anybody that understands the laws about data knows it's not about copyright. It's not.
But it is also about the failure to follow the API rules. I mean, I've seen this happen a lot with data scraping.
Contract.
Yeah, it is definitely more breach of contract.
And that's a basic argument. And so so this is what I wanted to talk about from the get-go. If he is, just think about it, just pause for 1 second. If he is treating, how many people do we have right now? We have 7,129 people. If he is treating you as dumb as he is treating you in terms of framing this argument as some sort of intellectual property claim, right? When all he has is at best, a breach of contract argument, which he hasn't produced anything. Slayman and I were talking about before this space. I said, Slayman, what's the argument? Can either of us Google and find anything that has any substance? There is literally no substance to anything he said. If there's no substance, what is he doing? If there is no substance and what he's doing is literally a Trumpism, he's literally trying to sway public opinion, then why did he go on Tucker Carlson?
What does Tucker Carlson have to do with this? Like you said, everything good until you ruined it with Tucker Carlson.
Think about it.
He's doing it to switch. It's the same point, Mario.
What's the point? Sorry, yeah. Can you make the point? I just heard Tucker Carlson at the end.
Yeah. So the reason he's went on Tucker Carlson is to basically sway public opinion, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all marketing.
But what's the point though? What's the point?
Let's go.
Good. Let Fiji explain. Let Fiji go ahead.
What is the point? What is? No. I'm being honest. Mario, I'm being dead ass.
Go ahead. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Why would he go? Okay, so when me and Slayman were talking earlier, he was like, "Oh, well, he went on CNN and he destroyed he absolutely destroyed the liberal interviewee, who was BBC, non-Republican, non-conservative. He destroyed him, and it was beautiful to watch, right? And then he went on the. Sorry, baby, I'll be more quiet. I apologize. I'll be more quiet. Then he went on the conservative network. Didn't fight. Sorry, I know. I'm not going to deal with
any New York restaurants.
I'll let you speak to your partner. Maybe. Well, I understand your point. I think I'd get it. Okay, go ahead, sir, quickly, because I know she's getting upset.
Can I finish? Okay.
Yeah. This is so adorable.
This is getting awkward. Fidget, you all right?
I know. The liberal.
We start hearing you punch him.
Okay. I'll go outside, for fuck's sake. The liberal one was not about AI, right? The liberal one was completely separate from this side. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, mute yourself. So, Simon, you can explain this point because I think you understood it. Can you explain it?
Yeah.
While he's getting beaten up.
And we discussed it on the plan. So basically, what his argument is which is actually continuing on from his previous argument. The reason he went on Tucker Carlson was first of all, if you look at it, Tucker Carlson never asks him any questions. So the whole show is about him just trying to present his ideas and thoughts. And the reason he's done it is to say, guess what? It's Truth Social, and basically the aim of the game is pitch it to Republicans, say it's the truth, and get them all basically vocal that this guy is trying to, vocal against all these other companies that things are dangerous, to basically scaremonger and basically make everybody else scream against the other companies who are partaking in these ideas.
Oh, okay. So again, like the whole PR move, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's a continuation.
Okay. So yeah.
It was a continuation of his point, yeah.
Okay, cool. Now I understand. I got it, Fiji. It's a fair point. All your tech. I think it's first time on stage, man. My question to you is moving a bit away from Elon and the meaning of truth and the meaning of life, is what are you doing in the space now? What excites you?
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on.
Oh.
No, Fiji, no, I thought you're getting beaten up or something. Go ahead.
No, I went outside. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good man.
No, there's a lot of stuff going on in the space. It's really exciting right now, right? It's packed with opportunity. So there's opportunities in stable diffusion, image generation, obviously these large language models. I do want to touch on a couple things here, though, real quickly. So I think, one, as a product person, I'll say that I think prompt engineering is a bug and not a career path. And I know that's going to be probably controversial. Okay. But I think...
Hold on. Please explain.
Yeah. So I think the thing is, we have an imperfect interface with these LLMs right now, like ChatGPT.
Got it.
And so the thing is, you have to come up with these insane prompt ideas in order to get your information across in a way that it can answer back with something that makes sense.
So essentially a Google that needs someone, an expert to know how to Google, is a Google that doesn't work properly. And when Google works properly, you shouldn't need a Google expert, Googling expert. So essentially here, you shouldn't need, so as AI evolves, you wouldn't need a prompt engineer. So that's like a short-term position as AI improves, or as all these platforms, as a front-end platform improves.
So like my advice is don't go into that as a career option, right? Like it's short-sighted. I also want to touch on, I do think, just going back to Elon real quickly, I think his real motivation here is actually to build a multimodal model that provides Tesla bot with a brain. So like stop and think about it for a second, right? So he's building out this kind of, I don't want to say robot army, but he's building out these massive numbers of robots, or at least that's his plan going forward. And he has the Tesla AI vision system to kind of help those navigate the world around them, but they don't have a brain. It doesn't understand physics. It doesn't understand, this is a book on a table and like physics will make it drop to the floor. It doesn't understand all those things. And so I think building a multimodal large language model actually gives it that brain that it's lacking right now.
Okay, so when you say multimodal, can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Yeah, definitely. So, obviously there are going to be different ways to communicate with any sort of artificial general intelligence or artificial super intelligence, whether it's a robot or you're talking to something like ChatGPT. And the way we've done it now is obviously through, text prompts, right? So you type out a question, it comes back with an answer. We're going to start doing that with things like voice. We're going to do that with things like drawing on a piece of paper, giving it a sketch, uploading an image to it.
So different modes of communicating with AI and different and more abilities from AI. And what you're saying is that Elon will essentially use a multimodal AI or AGI and ASI to what? Build a robot army? Can you explain again what you mean? So how does that integrate into Tesla?
I don't think it's necessarily a robot army. And I think
yes, you do. Tell me about the robot army.
I mean,
no,
maybe, right? So a little bit.
Exactly.
Right, so when you look at what they're doing with Tesla Autopilot, he's building a vision system that's able to use a neural network and navigate the world around us. So it does a decent job right now on city streets and highway. And it's starting to be built into these robots so that they can understand that, okay, I can't run into this desk because it's here in my way. I've got to navigate around these things. I can pick up this watering can, but it doesn't really understand that it's a watering can, right? It just knows it's this kind of blocky, square-shaped thing, and it can, move around with it. It has a handle it can grab. Multimodal approaches to things like ChatGPT. So think about the example I think OpenAI showed when they first launched this, and I played around with. You uploaded an image of a guy holding a set of balloons, like holding hot helium balloons, right? As he's floating through the air, you can see that in the picture. He's floating through the air, he's off the ground, et cetera, et cetera. Now you can interact with ChatGPT and you can say something like, okay, describe this picture to me. And it can describe it in great detail. But then you can follow up and you can say, what would happen if I cut the strings to these balloons? This is the fascinating part. So ChatGPT actually says, oh, because they're, they have lighter than air gas in them, the guy is likely off the ground. He's going to fall to the ground because of physics. If he doesn't have a harness or some sort of parachute device, he's going to hit the ground and likely die. Robots don't understand that today. And so without having that actual brain built into them, these large language models might be able to provide. They don't know how to interact with humans, and they don't know how to interact with the world around us. And so I think that's where the big opportunity is here.
Can I offer something?
Okay, so how does that just?
Can I offer something on that?
In a bit, Eugene. I'd love to give you the mic again, but just want to understand a bit more from you. What was your name? Sorry.
I'm Brian. Yeah.
Brian. Yeah, I want to understand a bit more from where you're going with this. So can you elaborate on how that would look like? I know you kind of touched on it, but if you're on the right path, in 20 years' time, how would it all look like? How would Twitter, Truth, and Tesla all come in together? Can you explain the world? Like, I wake up in the morning, and if I'm in that ecosystem, how would it look like?
So I think
I'm writing. You're helping me write a script for a movie, so please go ahead.
Yeah, you got it. So Tesla's a vision system for this entire, system of robotics. Twitter is the data source for TruthGPT. So Twitter has real-time information. It's one of the largest, corpuses of data on the internet. It has almost all the world's information. So you can use that as the starting point. And this is why he started cutting off API access to everyone, by the way, right? He's building this walled garden where he's the one who owns it. So you end up with, you've got this massive corpus of data, you've got this vision system, and then you start building out these robots that can leverage
we're up to the robots. I just want to understand the steps before it. So the first thing you said about and there's a bit of background noise around you. I'm not sure if that could stop, but so in terms of cutting off the API access, so he says it's for the bots, could be also for the bots, but it's mainly for Truth. It's like this is every time I try to figure something out, I like figure a bit of it out, and it's like I'm 10 steps behind. It always pisses me off, and this is another example. But so Twitter has a massive data set, but that's been open for a long time. So don't all other AI tools have access to that data set? And it's only from this point onwards, when he's cut off the AI access, that the API access, now that they won't be able to have access to that data. But the same way Truth will have access to Google and ChatGPT, they will have access, and they've had access to Twitter as well. So it's not really it doesn't sound like a moat to me, or am I wrong?
But it is. Well, so here's the thing. So they have the old data, right? They have the data up to this point. But if you have something that's navigating the world and it's actually going to be impactful to society, it has to have up-to-date information. How many times do you go to ChatGPT today and you're frustrated with the response it gives because it's only up to 2021?
Man, look, do you think he 100%, He thought of this when he wanted to acquire Twitter. Fucking hell, man. Censorship, obviously the fight against censorship is great, and I'm 100% it plays a role in this, but it's part of a much bigger picture which includes truth. And I did a tweet on this thanks to Joa a while ago. And I'm arguing that he got Twitter at a bargain. Okay, so we're up to Twitter, and sorry for kind of going down that path for all the other panelists, but we're almost there. I think we're up to the robots. So he's got the data set with Twitter, and then you talked about Tesla being the visual. Was the term visualization, or used another term?
It's the vision system, right? So that's
okay. Can you explain what you mean by vision system?
Yeah. So essentially, he's built out Tesla's used cameras. So he's specifically gone out and removed things like ultrasonic sensors. He's removed radar. He's removed a bunch of other things. He doesn't use LiDAR like most of the other people that are building autonomous vehicles. He's relied solely on vision. And so if you're able to build a vision system that's able to navigate the natural world, that lends itself directly to being able to apply that same neural network, that same technology to a robot.
Got it. Holy shit, man. I have a question for you before we get to the robots. Essentially now, and it has been for a while, but like now we're catching on to it, it's just a battle of data. It has been for a while. Data's a new oil, etc. It's been part of the narrative for a while, but now it's the headline. And we're seeing an example of this. Now, is that going to cause all these different private companies? And man, when people ask me, Mario, why do you want to try to live forever? This is exactly why. I want to see how this turns out. Either this planet is gone or this planet is going to be incredible. But it's kind of causing all these private companies to build bigger and bigger walls around them. You just gave an example of Twitter doing that. Now that goes against, it's just going to make the technology worse, because we want all of AI to have access to all of information. The benefit of that is it's going to be a lot more efficient and effective. It's just going to work a lot better when it has access to all that information. Imagine one AI has access to Google, has access to Twitter, has access to Tesla, has access to everything. The downside of that, though, it just won't be competitive, and then you just have one AI that rules them all, which is a problem, and we're not going to, that kind of goes down another rabbit hole. So are we going to see, and blockchain is one solution to that. If you put everything on blockchain, which I don't think is going to happen, everything becomes decentralized, and all these algorithms will have access to all the data all together, and it all becomes a battle of interpretation. So my question to you is, any comments on that particular point, if you agree with that, with what I just said, and then I want you to kind of conclude with how Twitter, Tesla lead to robots like that Will Smith movie.
Oh man. All right. So I can definitely go down a rabbit hole here because I dabble in blockchain a lot too. So the reason the web is the way it is today is because of advertising. Advertising drives everything around us. So that's what fuels 100% of the reason data is being used, the reasons data is collected, the reason there's walled gardens in the first place. So if you look at, Google and Facebook, their entire business model is online advertising, right? And so I think the inevitability here is that we actually end up with decentralized social platforms. So I think that long-term creators leave places like YouTube, they leave places like Twitter, and they end up going to a decentralized platform where they essentially own and control their own content and data, right? And so at that point,
why? Because I've been a fan of decentralized social for a while.
Yeah, so I think the reason it inevitably goes that direction is because if you're a creator today, so okay, I've got a YouTube channel, I'm on YouTube, Google takes 55% of my ad revenue, right? The inevitability is that as a creator, I'm the powerful one, I grow my audience, I want to own my data, I want to own my audience, and I want to earn all of the revenue, 100% of the revenue that's generated.
Now we see now data, the value of data just skyrocketed. Now we see the value of data, and now we're gonna fight. We're gonna treat it with a lot more.
How do you get the audience? Mario, I don't understand with this bit, right? Because Google gets paid because they're able to drive eyeballs, and then you get captured the eyeballs that they've got by making it interesting.
So Mark, I'm actually So this is a good point, and I'm going to go down that. That's the next rabbit hole I want to go down. Sorry, but I want you to conclude the. No, it's okay, man. I actually like it. So can you conclude the robots, how they're going to take over the world, and how Elon is going to rule the world, please, Brian? And then we'll go down the decentralized social.
Yeah, you got it. So I think once you pull all these pieces together, so if you have a corpus of all of humanity's information, it's going to be so noisy. Like, this is the thing that he's got to figure out, right? Because the underlying data is always going to be unreliable, and noisy. And you have this issue of, you have the tyranny of the majority. So bias increases with model size. So the bigger these GPT models get, the more bias inherently is in them. You have the wisdom of crowds, which is essentially the way we train these models now is with RLHF. So it's reinforcement learning from human feedback, right? And so you've got to figure out a way, though, that's not the big issue. At some point, artificial general intelligence and superintelligence are going to lie to us based on their motivations. So the real question becomes, how do we align the motivations of these models with our own, especially when we as a species can't even agree on that ourselves? So that's the bigger problem that he has to solve with this whole TruthGPT thing, right? Assuming all that happens, you've got the Twitter data, you've got the vision system from Tesla, you integrate both of those into these, robot bodies, and essentially you've got this, works in, warehouses, it's in your home, it's potentially in your school, it's in doctors' offices, everywhere else, and it's able to interact with the world and communicate with humans the way that they want to be communicated with, at least at first. And then there's a whole bunch of dystopian, weird directions that could potentially go.
He doesn't need to solve it. We need to solve it.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the big problem we have right now is there aren't thousands of researchers on this problem. We don't even understand at a basic level how the internal workings of neural networks actually work. Like, we understand the math behind them. We understand the input that we put in and the output that we get, but we don't understand all that goes on in between them. It's essentially like an alien brain.
I know. I like how we don't understand our own brain and how it works, yet we're building a smarter brain than our own brain that we still don't understand. It's gonna be.
I will say we're building a bigger brain, not a smarter one.
yeah, bigger and smarter.
A bigger brain.
It can't be
potentially smarter at some point. Not yet, but I think with AGI. The thing is, like,
it will make itself smarter, Danish. We won't be able to make it smarter. We'll get it to a level where it makes itself smarter, and then we're fucked.
The challenge is, one of the biggest challenges is what I can't remember your name. I'm sorry, Brian. Brian was mentioning. Yeah, that ultimately getting through all of this information is a critical aspect of how our brain is smarter. We prune more neuronal connections than we make. It is a really important part of long-term memory, is understanding what is important. And I think that one of the biggest challenges right now is that we actually don't have a good rubric for that. One thing I was going to say, so just as a background, my actual academic research at Penn and WashU was around robotics. So I'm a robotic surgeon. So I have to push back a little bit on this supposition. If you guys watched the quote-unquote humanoid robot that they rolled out, it was not even close to what is considered state of the art. So, we are pretty far behind what you're painting as a picture, Brian. I think we are, the hardest problem right now. AI works really well in the digital world because it's living in that domain. It does really poorly in the physical world. Even today, intelligent robotics, so robotics infused with AI, is actually, initially started with collaborative robots, where humans and robots could play together. But even that has been a bit of a challenge outside of an industrial setting. There's a reason why we don't see humanoid robots around us everywhere. They can't manage different terrains. And honestly, the data that they're getting from Tesla, no offense, we can agree or disagree, but it's actually not that useful for a humanoid robot. Humanoid robots are using very different sets of data. I'm not convinced that a vehicle, wheeled vehicle data will actually be that useful. But again, just wanted to push back a little bit that we are very far away.
By definition, pruning is the goal, is the road and the kind of goal to singularity, correct?
Explain that more. Just want to understand your thought process.
Pruning is the agency of defining roads inside of our brains that make us what we are. Correct. So
yes. So the memories that we choose to remember.
No. So it's system 1 and system 2.
So the things that make us what we are, right? So you can choose we or us, but by definition, if we're looking at Daniel Kahneman's research in Thinking Fast and Slow, and we are looking at pruning, and we are identifying what makes us us, and what makes robots not us. At the core, pruning is that essence.
What's
right?
very briefly, Fiji? What's pruning?
Pruning is the brain's
figuring out how the brain works.
No. Actually, I'll give you a very good definition. Yellowstone, Sequoia, and everything where water has defined where cliffs become cliffs and valleys become valleys and mountains become mountains. It's the just let me finish, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I promise.
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, go ahead.
Our brain is a mush when we are born, or a semi-mush. Ganesh, please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're correct. That's absolutely right.
So as we receive and instruct and accept instructions and life things, our brain becomes deeper and deeper and deeper, and we become less of a mush and more of what is us. That is the difference between us and robots. Literally.
The idea
and
really,
AI,
Mario, we're exposed to a million things through our entire lives. You walk past something.
So pruning is exactly like all the input in our brain that makes our brain what it is today.
No, pruning is where our brain and our neuronal paths amplify certain aspects of our experience versus pruning others that don't matter. So pruning is the process of getting rid of things that our brain decides are not important. So when people can't prune, there's some early data, and again, please, this is very early experimental data, but some of the genes and the proteins that are involved potentially in autism are around an inability to prune. That is actually, so for example, if you're around an autistic child, they might struggle to move away from things. And so, what we're building with these AI systems, and I hate to use this example, especially since I have family that have autism, but I was going to say that we are sort of building that type of child because ultimately there's no pruning occurring. And I bet you that the difference between GPT-4, GPT-5, and GPT-20 is going to be that pruning process. I am very convinced. But we will see.
100,
Brian might know more about that.
100%.
So essentially, guys, pruning for ChatGPT, pruning is essentially what information is useless, what should it not worry about, and what information it should focus on, because there's just too much information out there. Okay, cool. All right, I got it.
Can I build on that
I'm glad I managed to understand it.
There's actually more. If I can jump in, there's actually more to it.
Yeah, guys, go ahead.
So the human brain actually only has about 30 bits per second to consciousness, and this is pretty much demonstrated throughout from the 1950s up until recently. There's a lot of debate over it, but ultimately we have a bandwidth issue to consciousness. So what happens to the information that comes into the subconscious and isn't used? It's called exformation. And for anybody really interested in this, I absolutely urge actually everybody here to read The User Illusion by Tor Norstanders. It's a scientific treatise on a lot of studies that not only shows that we have a half-second delay to consciousness, meaning our subconscious performs the reality for us and then delays it by a half second and then tries to tell us it happened in real time. Let that go, read the book, and you'll understand it. The other thing is that bandwidth issue. So we can only have so much bandwidth. What happens? Exformation. That's discarded information that is what in the vernacular you guys are using, pruning. But we're really not pruning neurons, meaning that in hypnotic studies and other forms of hypnagogia, which hypnagogia is another really great study for anybody studying AI, because that's what hallucinations are, and AI is a form of hypnagogic sort of recall. Hypnagogia happens just before one was to fall asleep. Edison used it as a form of all of his developments. Einstein used it. I wrote an article at Read Multiplex about hypnagogic type of things. So AI has to do the same thing, but you can't prune the model in real time. So basically what happens, the GPU power necessary to take a corpus of information, petabytes of information, and to make it usable, it requires a whole lot of taking that model and reducing it. And we reduce it by things like Twitter, things like Quora.
Guys, this, just personally, if I can find a theme throughout this, and this is actually pruning, if we take out time in our conversations, what are you actually saying?
Well, time is a human construct, right? So time is maybe proven that it doesn't exist in some ways. That's just a philosophical concept.
Just pause. Brian, just pause before you respond.
All right.
If we take out time, what are we talking about?
What are you talking about? I'm so confused.
Fiji, yeah, I know, man. Like, you're just making statements that just don't mean much, and then you force us all to ask questions to try to understand it.
Dude,
I think it's literally Mario. If we include seals, what do we get?
Did you say if you include seals, what do you get? You're messing with me now, yeah? Unless like this is getting a level of intelligence I don't understand.
If you take walruses out of the equation.
Can I add something?
Yeah. If you take walruses out of the equation, what do you get? I like that. I'm gonna jab at Fiji every time now. Whenever he says something just vague as fuck, trying to entice us to ask him questions, baiting us every time he does it, drives me nuts. I'll be like, what about Fiji? What about walruses? What if we take them away from the equation along with time? Does time still exist, Fiji?
Amazing.
It's been one of the most disappointing parts of these conversations, for me at least. If we're talking about, honestly, if we're talking about pruning, which is the evolutionary part of our brain becoming what our brain is, and how we think about what we think, then we're talking about billions of years, and to talk about things as if it doesn't exist in 5 years, for me, it's like
I think no, this one
it's like mentally pre-coming.
Okay.
I'm really curious to hear what Brian was saying there. So, is it possible we could go back to him and let him finish his thought?
Yeah, good idea. Brian.
So
go ahead.
So basically, to build a model, a corpus, you have a corpus of raw data. To build the neurons in the hidden layer, which we've established throughout this dialogue today, there is no understanding of the hidden layer. There is no clear understanding. There's no way to audit it. There's no way to create an audit trail of the hidden layer because it's interpretive. It's like a drunk sailor, like I said, walking on a ship. You don't know which footstep is going to land next, but there is an average it will produce as an output based upon a certain input. But again, the inputs can change, the outputs change. So it keeps evolving based upon what you're asking. But current models of large language models do not remember your context past a certain number of tokens. It's about 16,000 tokens. That's about 8,000 words. Of GPT-4, it's about 1/3 of that in 3.5. Once you go past that, it completely becomes null and void. It doesn't remember. There's no continuity or context. What we're building with local AI and building a local AI model is to create constant memory of your context forever. That's why it's got to be local. That's why it can't ever be on the cloud. And that's one of the reasons why blockchain is involved. Don't want to go down that rabbit hole again, but vitally important for blockchain to be involved in local AI for a lot of reasons.
Okay, so yeah, Brian, can you briefly list, because we had that argument before, why is blockchain needed? Very briefly
very briefly.
Simple go ahead.
Number one, one way to encrypt it is to use blockchain, and it's an open platform.
Encrypt what exactly?
Encrypt your personal context that you'd rather not the world know. So if you're going to trust AI with all of your context, scanning all your hard drive email.
Okay, so all your information that you're giving to AI models, you encrypt it in a way that they'll interpret it if you give them permission, or I'm off the mark?
Exactly, and okay. Nobody else can interpret it.
So just for the audience that's not too technical, essentially, blockchain allows you to encrypt it in a decentralized fashion where nobody has access to that information unless you give them access. That's like a very simple way of explaining it. So I've got my data, which is now valuable. Data is a new oil. Our AI models are dying for that data because they want to beat the other models. You can sell your data, and then you want to give it to one model but not the others. You can give it in a way just to avoid that data getting leaked to others. You can give it in a way that's only accessible to ChatGPT because they paid you whatever, but not accessible to others. Brian, if I explained it incorrectly, do correct me. If I did explain it correctly, what's the next one? Brian, you there? You're muted, man.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that is
Yes,
absolutely
sir.
close to correct. But
All right, cool. That's number one. What's this? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, so a lot of the clients I work with, we build local models because they do not want to put their corporate data into anybody else's cloud system for a lot of reasons. I'm talking from, I have hundreds of clients that we're building local models for. And so local AI is not just for personal, it's for business that would prefer not to share that data. And there's a revolution in this direction because I predicted this is an anti-cloud revolution for a lot of reasons. And one of it is censorship, and another is corporate stealing. Another one is building a board. But once you do build a way to secure your data, and you're quite sure that you are locking down, you can then rent out your data. You can rent it, as Satoshis per whatever. The models can be established. So it's locked down, but it's sellable. So now instead of your context being sold by Google to advertisers, you're selling your context directly, limited access, and maybe only in a certain domain.
Which goes. So we got that use case. So that's okay. So you got, by the way, your internet is a bit choppy, Brian. Yeah. I will. So that's and it kind of it's linked to decentralized social there, Brian. Before we go to the next one, the next use case of blockchain, which is getting interesting. Danish, you wanted to push back against that one because I thought it was a pretty.
Why do you need blockchain? Why can't it just be a private network?
Because you're centralizing it. The risk of centralization, the one-party risk. What if it gets hacked? What if it gets sold off?
Blockchain to decentralize.
Well, no, blockchain decentralizes because it decentralizes it.
Yeah.
Because if you give it to,
my point is, why can't you just run it on the local computer? I don't understand why you need blockchain.
Well,
literally no point.
You're giving it your private data.
Why do you need a generalized ledger? Why do you need? I'm sorry, I'm going to ask like more specific questions. Why do you need cryptography? Why do you need a generalized ledger? Why do you need immutability? Why do you need the whole blockchain?
Okay.
I have to ask this question.
All right, so
I can chime in on this.
So why do you lock your front? Why do you lock your front door?
Okay, guys.
So why do you lock your front door?
Don't answer like fidgetal.
There are many different ways to lock my front door.
All right.
Guys.
All right. So the idea is the more context and the more privacy you're sharing to let's call it a database, because it's a vector database that you're actually building on top of an existing model, AI model, let's call ChatGPT. And the more data you're giving it to it, the more insecurity you're going to have that if somebody were to hack your system, even if you air gap it, right, it's not connected to the internet, you still are going to have this existential and real threat. So why not anticipate that and say, listen, my data is very valuable. I don't want anybody to have access to it. And I want to use the best method I can currently today to lock that data down. The best method, and it's kind of proven, is a blockchain model with encryption. Okay, so that's one of the reasons. The other reason is I believe you need to build a transaction system inside of every new personal AI model because there needs to be a compensation system built in real time. That's where we failed when we built the web. That's why we have an advertising model, is because a true direct one-to-one compensation payment system wasn't built into the original web browser. And Mark Andreessen talked a great deal about this in the early days. It just wasn't possible. We didn't have Bitcoin, obviously. So we have that as a major issue. So as you start building these models locally, you're going to have a corpus of data that's going to become immeasurably valuable, especially if it is a major corporation. It could be pharmaceutical, it could be legal. And this is where, like Mara was saying, the data becomes the currency and the transaction unit could be Bitcoin. I happen to think it's going to be Bitcoin, but who knows? It could be Dogecoin with Elon. But ultimately, you want the data secured, you want the data local, and this is one of the ways to do it. So when you're pruning a large language model, you require a tremendous amount of power today, a lot of GPUs. But if you're building a vector database on top of an existing model, which is giving it continuity and context, meaning it can remember from session to session, you have an incredibly powerful system. You can come back and say on July 6th, 2024, what did I do that day? What did I read? What emails did I do? What did I say to Mario on Spaces? And all of that data will be there. And you can start having a conversation with yourself. So that's the power of personal AI, if I could put it in a nutshell.
I think you answered your question pretty well, Danish, no?
I mean, there was a lot of commentary around what the most secure approach is to.
But Danish? What's a better option to have your data where you own it and then you can share it with whatever platform, whatever algorithm you like? What's a different alternative to doing it other than blockchain? What's the better alternative?
It seems like an incredibly. I mean, some of the points that Brian made. Brian, I will push back a little bit that it's really hard to hack a computer that's air gapped. I mean, like by definition. So I would say that there are much better approaches to cybersecurity than using blockchain. We've actually seen this.
Danish. So, but how? I'm not technical, so maybe you can explain to me. How else could you share your data where you own it and be able to share it with any other platform other than having it on a USB stick?
But what happens when you share your data and they don't pay you back? There's immutability. There's no way to guarantee. There's no way to guarantee payment.
Yes, there is. You put it to hold on. What do you mean? There's no way to guarantee payment. What if you put it into a smart contract and the data gets shared once payment is received?
Because people can pay literally. This has happened before, where people will say that they will pay you, and you do a smart contract. The smart contract goes through.
Smart contract.
But
this is literally the stupidest shit I've heard in a while.
Immutability.
Hold on. Let's see what Fiji. Which part is it? Did I say something stupid or Danish?
No, you're making sense. Danish, okay, so Danish.
You don't like Fiji.
No.
I've not. I'll give you the mic. I'll give you the mic. But I promise. But I like today. You're really targeting Danish. Fiji only jumps in when Danish says something. Go ahead.
I think I'm triggering because I'm just asking simple things. We need middlemen in the world for data sharing agreements. I mean, a smart contract.
No, you don't. But this is not Danish. You know me. I'm one of your biggest fans. But I'm just saying this. In this case, it didn't make much sense because you don't. You're saying we need middlemen, but blockchain is a disintermediation. One of the main use cases of blockchain is removing middlemen. That was the use case that was that was the hype of 2015, 2014, 2016 is no longer needing intermediaries. And that's already happening. So what I mean is that you said, okay, but what if they don't pay you? But then you can build into a smart contract where your data only gets shared when they pay you. Like actually, the smart contract will not activate unless you receive the money. That's like one of the easiest things to solve. And I'm not technical, so maybe I'm saying something wrong. Fiji, I know you were.
Yeah, I gotta jump in here. I
think you're saying everything actually right, and I have thought about this for a long time.
All right, guys. Everyone, I don't know. Yeah, so everyone just spoke. Fiji, I know you were jumping in. I interrupted you first, and then I know that Mark.
No problem.
Brian also want to speak.
So I just donated to an autism charity yesterday, where I bought an NFT app. They were auctioning off diamond jewelry and a bunch of other stuff, and I could just literally put my phone over, scan the QR code, and send cash over. No,
Okay,
Dr.
that's
Ganesh.
internet payment, man. I don't know how that relates to the point whatsoever, man.
It relates to the exact point. Dr. Ganesh, what are you saying that doesn't make sense in terms of fluidity and payment fluctuation?
Fluidity is not the use case, man. The fluidity exists already with Apple Pay. The use case is there's no longer the need of intermediaries. Maybe Eugene, usually Fiji. You agree with Fiji?
No, I agree with Mario and Brian. I'm going to add a little bit of the technical details onto it. And so I totally agree with you. I think, especially like USDC, right, the other day taught, like we're talking about a few weeks ago when it was depegging to 89 cents because it had the counterparty risk, right? And everyone's flowing out of it. And so we were saying the middleman is not needed in the blockchain. Circle, which is a great company, by the way, highly supported, but is the middle person in that transaction. And so really a lot of people flew out of the stable coins, including Tether, to Bitcoin and Ethereum, which are fully decentralized. I will say there is one. So I totally agree with Ryan and Mario, your notions of that and how blockchain can help with data. There is one very specific technical problem with data on the blockchain. I think that people in the blockchain space will know, but maybe folks who aren't, and that is storage of large amounts of data or even data in general is pretty expensive, right? So for example, if you were to store things on the Ethereum blockchain, it was certainly more expensive in ETH 1.0. After the merge with ETH 2.0, it's much cheaper, but still kind of, you wouldn't want to put, like large data sets like Shakespeare's complete works on an Ethereum smart contract, right? It just wouldn't be very economically feasible. But this is where things like interplanetary file system or IPFS come into play, right? So a lot of NFTs that are out there, so like things like some of these like JPEGs of things, a lot of them were just pointers to on AWS, right? So there was actually a middle person, and that person is AWS, and suddenly your NFT went down because some AWS server in Virginia went down, and that's actually.
So Eugene, you're making good examples of why centralization is a problem and how decentralization solves it, and how crypto suffered from centralization. Sure. But can you give an example to Danish of how that relates to AI and the examples he gave? Is when you like maybe build on my example, because mine was a bit too simplistic. It's like you have your data on a decentralized ledger and you decide who to share it with. There's no other way, unless I'm wrong, but there's no other way to be able to own your data. Well, like how else could you actually own your data? If I want to own my phone, I put it in my pocket, but how physics allows me to own it? How can you own your data online without a central entity owning it for you and lending you the ability to access it? And then you have to trust that central entity of not getting hacked.
I'll answer that question. Imagine if, EYC, 1 second. Imagine if your estate planning, your marriage contracts, your financial, like literally your financial stuff was on Bitcoin ordinals that can never be, ever.
Yeah, so my question was, Fiji, my question is, yeah, exactly. Like you didn't answer my question, because my question was like something you can't answer, because me and you argue that blockchain is the only solution to own your data. And I asked, my question was, can anyone give me a better, maybe Danish, since you're the one pushing back against it, can you give me a better alternative to blockchain to owning your data, which is the fuel for all these
keep it on a local computer.
AI models.
Keep it on local
computer. Hold on, Danish. What do you mean keep it on your local computer?
Keep it on your local computer and don't put it on
what if your house burns down? What if you lose access to it? What do you mean keep it on your local computer?
Keep separate copies of it. I mean, I'm not even kidding. There's much simpler ways than putting it on the blockchain. Dude,
how is it? You're saying, all right, bro, I'm in Ukraine. I have it on my computer. Ukraine's getting bombed. I have to carry that big ass fucking computer and leave the country. Like, this is like taking steps back instead of. Blockchain gave us a better solution than having on your ledger.
When you take custody over your own Bitcoin, where do you keep it? When you take custody over your own Bitcoin?
Custody. No. Let me answer. It's a good question, but you thought you put me on the spot with this question. Right now, you have a private key, which you can put it on your ledger. You can memorize it, which obviously no one's going to do that. Or you can write it on a piece of paper. You make a very good point, because that piece of paper, which is a bit different than putting on your computer, on local computer, but that piece of paper, that USB stick, is still a physical object, true. But there's decentralized solutions to this as well, where you're decentralized.
Where is blockchain? Where is it kept? The information on the blockchain, how is it kept?
What the hell does that mean, bro? It's decentralized. It's kept on a ledger that's run by everybody.
Yeah. How does everybody run the ledger? Let's walk down this. How does everybody run the ledger?
Yeah. Okay. Get to your point, man. I know the line of question. You're saying there's equipment, there's physical equipment that allows that ledger to run.
No, I'm asking you how is that ledger run?
You can run full nodes. Like, that's the answer to
but what's your there's much more secure approaches to cloud management.
There's not many. You gave me, Danish, you gave me one. Then Slimane gave a line of question that didn't go anywhere. But you gave me one, which is putting it on your local computer. How is that many better options? That's not a better option than putting on a.
You can
cyber secure cloud is centralized. It is centralized.
Danish, you are literally cycling into nothing. Just don't respond. Alex,
there is no way you guys can.
Danish, you gave. Yeah, hold on. Fiji.
Hold on. Why is Google not built on the blockchain? Why is
Hold on. Guys. Fiji, can you stop screaming? Guys. I can't mute Fiji. Hold on. So okay. So Fiji, you said, Danish, you're going nowhere with this. Stop asking questions. That's Fiji's comments. Danish, what's your next point? Why is Google not built on the blockchain?
My next point is, first of all, I'm going to go back to Fidgetal's existential questions, which is, you need to be searching for the truth. So Fidgetal, I would keep quiet and let me continue to search for the truth. My point is that ultimately, there are many ways of keeping data secure.
You gave me one, Danish. You gave me one. I'm talking decentralized.
Putting it
where you actually one-party risk.
I've just tagged Blockchain for Dummies, a free edition to the top here. It's a 54-page.
I'm actually asking for a real use case for storing large amounts of data.
Rob, hold on. Danish, let's continue that, Rob. I never saw you. That's two jabs. You jabbed against Fiji. Yeah, of course. So maybe you could do a better job, Alex, at responding. So Danish's question, and just to make sure Danish's question is asked in full, because I know you interrupted a few times. So Danish, your question is, there's many better solutions. You gave two examples. One of them is your local computer, which is one of the
air gap,
air gap local computer, which in your opinion is going to be simpler than blockchain. And then the second one is AWS. But
we haven't actually addressed the point, which is, if you air gap it, you can't monetize it, and the whole thing. This entire conversation.
Yeah, but you're assuming I want to monetize it. That was not part of the original comment.
Yeah, okay. So essentially, Danish, yeah, true. So Danish, but you've removed one of the biggest use cases of your data, which is monetizing it, which is going to become you're gonna have. What's the point? Yeah, but you need to use your data to achieve something. You have to use it, whether it's through monetization or other aspects. There's going to be many instances. You want to man? Yeah, okay, but if you before training your own special AI, even using your data, let's say you have your ID as data, you have it on your local hard drive. That ID could allow you to unlock a whole bunch of things online if it's on a decentralized ledger. If you're putting it on an air-gapped local computer, you can't do that anymore. So you're just removing the use case.
You could do federated learning. I'm sorry, I'm going to push back a little bit. You could do federated learning. Brian knows a lot about federated learning. It's a
so Dan, let me give it to Alex to kind of go back and forth, because you guys know more about this than I. But I'm just going to simplify your argument into two key points. One of them is a local air-gapped local computer. The second one is AWS, but I'm going to
you can put it on a cloud server and do federated learning on it. That would be the simplest way where you could do everything that we're talking about.
Okay, so but cloud
cyber secure.
Yeah, but this is
hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I want to be able to say
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the underlying assumption here is that keeping it on a decentralized blockchain network is better and more cyber secure. Whereas, by the way, that is not completely always the case. It's depending on how the smart contract, everything about it matters. You guys are acting like every single blockchain network is set up the same.
Please
tell me. Hold on, Fidgetal. I'm going to keep continuing, my friend.
No, just tell me about smart contracts. Which EIP are you using, and which smart contract foundation are you using?
My point about smart contracts, I understand the value of each one of those separately. What I'm trying to say is, you could put it on a decentralized ledger and not use smart contracts, or not use cryptography. You can take different pieces and unbundle it. Mark my words, in 10 years.
On the example of social media a minute ago, we were talking about being able to move things around. How do you do that if you're not able to move it off YouTube and onto someone else because it's on a hard? How do you monetize that aspect of it without doing that through a smart contract?
Sorry, Rob, I couldn't hear you, my friend. Sorry, say again.
So can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, so we were talking about decentralized social media, right? And I'll give that as an example. How do you move it off one platform onto another one, or away from one particular facing to another one in control your data, without that being on a chain that's, one, verifies that it's real, and two, can pay you for it, i.e. turn value for it? How do you do that without a smart contract in the blockchain? How do you do it with your system? So I do understand what you mean. For things that don't need to be on the blockchain, I agree. Like, data doesn't need to be on the blockchain to be valuable. But I'm saying,
first of all, Eugene put a really good case out there. Large amounts of data.
Transferable data is the value bit that we're talking about, right? So social media.
Sorry, I just want to, Rob, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying that, Eugene made a really good case about the fact that large amounts of data are actually not even easy to move on the blockchain. So that's number one. Number two, there are other ways of pushing data. We just have to allow.
What does not easy to move mean?
Eugene was just explaining that the cost, especially with the current.
You, what does that not mean? What does that mean?
Well, yeah, he's answering.
Is it expensive? Is it laborious?
It's expensive.
Time intensive.
It's expensive.
Mario, Fidge, and Danish. Can I jump in here, guys? Just for context. Mario, is that okay?
Yeah, jump in and Danish, just make sure you mute Danish just because of your car sound. Yeah, go ahead.
So much of this conversation misses the point that there has been an industry in data for years where data is being bought and sold in the hundreds of millions of dollars. I co-founded a company called Battlefin, and I'm not shilling Battlefin, but we co-founded that company 11 years ago as an alternative data platform that matches buyers and sellers of alternative data. And I can tell you, the industry is robust. And tons of data, walled garden, proprietary data is bought and sold every single day.
How much of it's on the blockchain, Mark?
Well, I was going to get there. What I will also tell you is that both buyers and sellers of data within that space, and you go to battlefin.com and find out, Fitch, I sent you a direct message on this, they are dying for a solution to the cyber risks, to the inefficiencies as it relates to compute and storage and things of that nature. I'm a believer in blockchain as a solution. So I'm sort of in both camps. The industry
But Mark,
has grown
can you answer my question, my friend? I'm sorry, Mark. Can you please answer the question? What percentage of the data that's being bought?
Currently very little.
It could be
No,
zero,
I'll
Danish.
answer the
It could
question.
be, Danish. It could be zero, but that doesn't make your point. You could go to someone in the 1998 and say, you go to a library, you can go, Danish, 2 seconds. Let me just, and I'll give you the mic back. But you can go to someone in 1998, say, we have a library. Say, okay, how much of that information is on the blockchain? Oh, none of it. It's like, exactly. You don't need the internet. Sorry, not on the blockchain, on the internet. Exactly. You don't need the internet. So blockchain being a use case, it was very early for all these large companies. Like very little, very little of our data is on the blockchain right now. No social media is decentralized. The alternatives to centralized social media have barely any users. I know them because I've invested in the two biggest ones. So I agree with the point that the adoption is not there yet. It just does not move. We're talking about the use case itself, theoretically speaking. So go ahead, man.
Here's the important part, Dinesh. I will destroy any approach to actually be on chain if he actually wants to do it. So, Mark, love you. Come back.
Oh no! Listen, I'm not sure that my point was made. I think on chain is where it's headed, Fick. I don't think there's a better solution. I'm just pointing out that there has been an industry that has flourished and continues, but is seeking a superior solution, and I think it's the blockchain.
I work at an ad tech company during the day. I can attest to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know who said that, but 100%.
Yeah. So
and I will say that my belief is that we don't need all of the components of how blockchain is set up today, and that we can unbundle it and make it much more efficient. That's what I think. That's my personal belief. I think that's where we're going to get to. But again, I don't know enough about this space as much as you guys do.
That's Danish. I think this point, I think I agree with the most. I think breaking down the way blockchain is today, the inefficiencies and imperfections in the technology, and seeing and it's, I've got some examples I can give of people doing this already, and not even requiring cryptography. But I'm not educated enough to kind of give those examples. But I think this comment I would agree with, because this is somewhere in the middle. It's like blockchain as a solution right now is imperfect, but there is, theoretically speaking, there is no better alternatives, because the only one you came up with as a decentralized way of doing it is on your local computer. And maybe I want to give the mic to Alex. Alex, on that, what was the term that you used, Danish? Airlocked. The airlocked local computer, Alex. Now, just on that, and trying to keep it simple for the audience, can you explain what the shortfalls are with that? And can you also touch on, because there's another point that Danish said, the private key is going to sit on a ledger anyway, or on a piece of paper. Can you talk about the decentralized solutions to custody as well, where even if you lose your private keys, there's ways to be able to recoup access to your wallet? If you can touch on that very quickly, because I want to go back to AI, which is the kind of the topic of the discussion, which I know you're also deep in. So maybe you can answer those two questions, and then I'll give you another question, Alex, you can touch on without going too long, because I know there's a few hands up, and that what your strategy is within the space, what you recommend others to do, because that's probably the part I'm fascinated with the most as an entrepreneur.
Yeah, definitely. I'll try to build up on the different points that Dinesh was making. So, I think at like from first principles, the obvious issue here like is a question of like how data is stored, and the current incentives on the like internet today are for large companies to like wall garden that. So now we're like, I think we all agree on that. So now the question is, okay, how do you actually make that data more, how do you democratize access to that data, right? What Dinesh was basically suggesting was that basically everyone could like run their own local storage. I think there's a couple issues with that. Number one, the average person is not ever going to be, set up to actually do that just off pure technical sort of knowledge as well as hardware. Like you gave the analogy of Bitcoin, but Bitcoin, like storing your private keys on a ledger is not the same thing as running like a phone node. Those are completely different requirements. When you're running the full node, you're actually storing the full state of the Bitcoin blockchain and its entire transaction history. Where with my private key, I'm basically just storing access to a wallet. So like, I don't think that analogy is quite accurate. And that would be, the reason why I think it is very difficult to suggest that everyone is going to do their own local storage. And so the question is, okay, if you're not going to have everyone basically run or store their own data locally, which by the way gets prohibitively expensive the larger amount of data you want to do. The question is, how do you actually get people to be incentivized to store a copy without it being centralized? And that is the core innovation of blockchains, is that it incentivizes third parties to basically participate in a system together where it is trustless and where there's actually an incentive for them not to actually corrupt that data or for them not to break the entire system. So I think that's kind of like building up to the levels of that. And just to address one thing, you do bring up a valid point about cost, right? And I think EYC was touching on this a little bit. This is why I don't believe there will be just like one blockchain in the future. Number one, it gets prohibitively expensive. You would never want all of the data in the world or on the internet on a single database. So I think we will have, different open databases and different dedicated chains. But then the second piece is a big reason why a lot of that data is so expensive to store on a network like Ethereum is that it's not actually doing any custom indexing of that data. So we're starting to see a lot of these layer one blockchains pop up, which are effectively more use case driven. So I think I touched upon all the points there. I don't think it's wrong for Dinesh to push on it. But I do think there were kind of some shortfalls in the logic you were presenting. And while blockchain is not perfect, I still think it's the best solution that exists on the market today.
See, and I find it to be almost the only solution technologically speaking. But I do want to ask you the second question, Alex, because we're starting to get a bit technical. And that's what are some use cases that are really interesting now in AI that most people don't know about?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a couple. I can say my approach to it so far, which is there's kind of different levels to the AI stack. Obviously the picks and shovel route. If you actually own the physical hardware that this is all running on, you're going to do really well. So if you want to actually get financial exposure to companies like NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google, I'm not giving you financial advice, but I think that's probably a safe assumption that they'll accrue a lot of value. Then there's the actual models themselves. I've personally been a bit hesitant to build some of these wrapper apps on top of the models. And the main reason for that is that I'm not sure what the defensibility is. So my personal approach has been, I just wanted to basically build an audience in AI and have really strong distribution. And when I'm ready to build products again, which is basically what I've spent the first 7 years of my career doing, is building products, is once I have a bit better lay of the land, then I'll at least have an audience or a distribution channel to push it towards. So I think I kind of took the same approach to crypto. I probably spent 2 years researching crypto before I actually built anything in the space. And so that's how I kind of recommend to people, if you don't want to build physical products yet, you can build audience.
You're also ignoring what you want or what you think. You're just being defensive, right?
Do you mind if I'll give you the mic right after Fiji? But just Alex, me and Alex know each other off of Spaces as well. We used to do crypto Spaces back in the day, and we've spoken offline.
I know Alex as well for a very long time.
Cool. Well, I'm happy for you. You're better than me. But the reason I say this is, Alex, me and you have been wanting to jump on a call for a while, where I know you've been getting deep in the AI space. We spoke about your newsletter and what we're doing and the newsletter we have. And you had a crypto newsletter. And the reason I want to have this discussion, I thought I'll have it now. Someone has a bit of background noise. Maybe it's you, Alex. So make sure you mute your mic or the plate or whatever. But the discussion me and you wanted to have offline, Alex, let's quickly have it now. So what you're doing is essentially, you've got your newsletter, and now you want to get into Spaces again as a way to build an audience in the AI space. And then you talked about the picks and shovel approach instead of building applications on top of ChatGPT, for example, which has very low defensibility, which I agree. I don't know, adoption is a pretty strong moat, but being an one of the early players in a specific use case is a pretty good moat. But that building a product on top of ChatGPT is not something at least you're planning to do now. Do I understand your strategy right? And I'll tell you my strategy, and then you can tell me your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think you've pretty much nailed it. I think, on the product side, there is one product I'm actually exploring right now. Without going into too much detail, I think if you are going to build something on a model like GPT, I think the actual defensibility comes from going extremely niche. So the product I am building on the side is it's very dedicated to outbound professionals and solving a very specific use case. It was something I worked on for a couple of years at LinkedIn. So I have some domain knowledge around it. But to your first point, in terms of building an audience, yeah, that's definitely something I want to do. And the reason I did the email newsletter is just because, this kind of talks about what we were talking about before, but I actually want to own my audience. Email is one of the few parts of the modern internet that's actually still an open protocol. I know that, we have over 100,000 subs. So I know when I send an email, it's going to end up in 100,000 inboxes. And I see this problem with Twitter where I've been fortunate to grow a little bit of an audience here over the past few months. And there's times you tweet and it doesn't even get to a tenth of that audience. So my take is basically, if I can continue to have conversations with really smart people, everyone in this space, if I can continue to, be a trusted source, that can actually access a lot of people every day, then, there'll be an opportunity to actually bring products and services to them. And hopefully I can deliver something that they find valuable.
Yeah, so I'll tell you my strategy. I think we're very similar, except the one part we're similar, one part we're not. So in terms of having an audience, obviously we're using Twitter, at least Twitter Spaces is our main tool. But building an audience in the space is something that is interesting to me. I'm learning crazy in every AI space. I think they're my favorite spaces right now. And obviously building an audience has its own value. So that's one. So we're doing something similar there. And then we're obviously looking at a newsletter too, or even maybe acquiring one. And then the second thing we're doing is, and I said it earlier, so I'm leveraging what we do at IBC and what we continue to do in Web3 and we've been doing since 2017 to kind of do the same thing for AI, but instead of charging fiat, which we don't charge money in crypto, we just go tokens and equity. Do the same thing. We'll go to VC-backed AI projects and just try to work with, let's say, 100, 150 over the next 12, 16 months, do what we do in terms of incubation and community building and all that. And just get equity, small pieces of all these projects. So it's like playing exactly the same playbook we did in Web3, but do it in AI. Now, the upside is obviously AI is at least looks like it's a much bigger industry. The downside is there isn't that same liquidity because you're getting equity, you just got to wait for an exit. That's the strategy we're doing. Do you like it or do you find flaws in it? And I'm asking you because you're pretty direct all the time. If you don't like something, you'll tell it as it is.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no one right answer to this. I can only speak to sort of my take, and I'll actually pin this tweet. I basically wrote an article about this, in terms of the shift, which is when it comes to technical or gold rushes in general, right? Gold rushes as a concept, but if you bring that into the digital world, I think there's very specific people who tend to win. So I think one group are the people that are the first. So if you're the first in any adoption curve, and when I say the first, like I'm not meaning like the actual first.
The first at the right, there at the right time. The first wave at the right time. Yeah, exactly. Because being the first at the wrong time, we'll end up with the arrows in your back. But go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So it's like the first at the right wave, right? And if you bring the analogy to like, real gold rushes, like the reason it's valuable to be there is because in the real gold rush, that's like when all the placer gold or easily accessible gold was there. Like you could literally just show up with a pan, like no equipment, and you could make money, right? And it's the same thing with a lot of these other spaces. Like if you're the first to, build decent audiences, if you're like a lot of these people that are first to launch ChatGPT plugins, you're obviously going to do quite well. The second group is then like the group which is the people that just like tend to like build the best, right? So these are the people who maybe they join a little bit later, but they'll just execute like better than the rest. And I think a lot of these big tech companies are frankly going to be in that bucket. And then the third group are the people that joined too late. And I think this is something that kind of gets lost in a lot of these gold rushes, is that the vast majority of people that participate in gold rushes like don't actually turn a profit or do that well. So that's just kind of my overall take, is I think it's really important with AI to be involved early.
Alex, you just, I think everything you said is really interesting. I think it's useful for the audience, but it's not useful to me, man. Like, what do you think of my ID? Like, the way we're doing it. Are we playing it right? So the way we're doing it, and maybe Eugene, you can, yeah, of course, I'd love Eugene's thoughts on my ID. So Alex, I'll let you answer, and then Eugene. So essentially, instead of building my own product, which is, I've never done that because I just find it to be just high reward, but very, very high risk because there's so many people doing it. So I've never liked the risk of building your own product, and it's kind of, I feel like it's gambling. Like trying to beat others is very, very difficult. There's too many factors involved. So instead, just doing the same models we did in Web3 and just getting a piece of all these great startups by playing a part in their success, helping them out, and getting a piece of the upside and obviously downside and potential failure. So just doing the VC model, but through the services we do. So yeah, maybe Alex and then Eugene. I'd love your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's definitely it can be a winning angle. I think there's no doubt that, the online presence that you've built and that audience and that distribution is highly valuable, right? And I think, to take that same approach to AI, I actually think that is right. And especially if you, to your point, don't want to actually, build and launch the products yourself, like that is actually the blueprint. I'd say like the only like piece of feedback I'd give, and I think I mentioned this to you before, is I think it's really important that you do lean into something like email, though, just because there's like a lot of platform risk.
100%. Yeah.
Like I think in your case right now, right? Like I see you put so much time and energy into Twitter, and I think you've been like rightly rewarded for it. But there's just a risk, right? Like you just never know what could happen. If you lost your account tomorrow, that would probably be like very damaging. And so I think if you can find a way to bring more of that audience to something like an email list, I think it'll just make your strategy robust. But I think overall, I would give like a thumbs up to your strategy. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree. We do have Eugene. I'll give you that. Yeah, go ahead, Eugene. Let me just show my newsletter. I forgot about it, and probably Slayman didn't do it either. So we do have a newsletter. We started building it out. But it's very broad. It's not AI focused. For AI, we're looking at potentially acquiring one and building it rather than building from scratch. So that's probably going to be our strategy. But let me pin the newsletter we have. I'll put it at the top for anyone that wants to subscribe. It's focused on the show in general. But yeah, go ahead, Eugene.
Yeah. So as somebody who's been I've worked in venture capital and private equity a long time ago, large cap, VC, and PE. And to talk specifically about your strategy, I think it's good, but I think with some caveats, meaning there have to be some things that are in place other than just distribution. I think distribution is a big part and an increasingly big part of venture capital, right? And like let's rewind the clock 10, maybe 15 years ago, right? There were I was part of an old school VC firm. With lots of capital and lots of access, right? And access to deals being some of the most important things. But there's a lot of anxiety about some upstart VC firms, right? Names like Fred Wilson from Union Square Ventures and Andreessen Horowitz, right? A16Z, which were, of course, up and coming firms. And the anxiety was about the fact that they were utilizing new tools like Twitter, right? Fred Wilson was one of the first investors in Twitter and, utilized that platform well, had a blog called avc.com. A lot of people in our space followed it. So distribution is key. I think that's what you're mentioning, Mario, that basically through distribution and through an audience, you're able to find your way into deals, right? Because that's one of the hardest parts of venture investing, as we, I think, know who are in the space. But there's key things. You have to be able to pick those specific deals, of course, right? I mean, even if you, what we call spray and pray, right? Try to invest in everything. That's one option. But the big thing is, VCs make their money, at least, the ones that I was fortunate to be part of, by having a relatively large stake in companies that work, because 90% plus of your investments aren't going to work, and then of course pro rata rights that you can exercise in order to continue to maintain your position in the winners, right? So basically, I think your strategy is good, but you have to be able to maintain your position over time in the ones that win, because most of them will not win. And I'll say, I was invited to speak at an AI investing panel just last week in New York. Really fascinating times. And there's a lot of confusion right now among traditional VCs of what are moats, right? What are durable companies we can invest in the space? And there's some confusion around that, right? Because back in the day, it was about data, right? Data is the new oil. A few people have said that. But nowadays, these models are starting to get completely commoditized, right? So, Midjourney 5 can create some great images, right? But, stability AI with Stable Diffusion, with 2.1, and with Perpetual Diffusion, and some of these great things that are coming, Stable Diffusion XL, they're going to match, what Midjourney did. And let's not forget, Midjourney actually forked Stable Diffusion to create what it did, right? So, and, has become more successful, at least from the consumer brand side. So that's kind of interesting, right? So I think there's some confusion now, right? So there's data, then there became the models, but now all that's getting commoditized. So how do you build an AI company startup that has a defensible moat? And I'll say one thing, Midjourney probably doesn't fit, right? There's a lot of talk of Midjourney, the San Francisco company that you can access on Discord, probably doesn't fit your traditional definition of a company that has a lot of moats, right? I know a lot of VC talk about Midjourney specifically because it's gotten so much buzz on the internet. But it does have one thing, right? It doesn't have proprietary tech. It doesn't have a moat in that respect. But what it does have is brand and a very easy to use UI, right? Anyone in this audience can go on Discord, sign up for it in a few seconds and start creating amazing art. And we can't underestimate the value of good UI, right? So Apple created one of the biggest tech companies in the world on the back of excellent UI, and that should certainly be overlooked. So the big question is, and I'd love to have it to the audience, is the question is access, distribution, but then what do you invest in? And right now, I think there's a lot of confusion among traditional VCs about how to invest in durable companies in the AI space with great moats.
I'll tell you, my solution is going to be very, very lame. You know how we do it, Eugene? Because the risk of our strategy and finding out who has a big moat and whose tech is better and all that stuff. So because it's very, very difficult to determine. Even VCs, obviously, their failure rate is like what, 90% of their projects they invest in go to zero, and that's a good VC. My numbers could be off, but you get my point. So the way we're doing it, Eugene, same way we do it in Web3, instead of us trying to be smart, trying to determine who's going to be the winner, we just work with projects that would be, or startups that are considered winners. How do you know what's considered a winner? They already raised the money. They already have that VC backing. They already have that vote of confidence. So when a startup has that backing, which is kind of the sheep model, but there's value in that. And we're like, cool. So these VCs kind of vote with their money that you guys have either can build a moat or have a moat already. And we're happy to work with you and take the risk. So that kind of solves. So that one obviously is the liquidity risk because we're just getting paid in equity and we have the costs of delivering the services. And we are working on going public this year, so that will help solve the liquidity issue. But moving away from me, I think I've kind of gotten a lot of free advice from the panel, which I'll probably keep doing in those AI spaces. Moving away from me, I want to go to Tamer and Black, kind of wrapping it up, and then Danish, I'll give you the mic finally. But just to wrap up the space, the question, very simple question, is what is something very interesting in the space or something that you find interesting that is not being talked about enough? Tamer, do you want to go first before we go to Black?
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. Hello, everybody. Can I talk about the AI and systems in general? Is that okay?
Maybe not now. Maybe what we'll do, Tamer, is I'll hit you up on via DM right after the space to invite you for the next panel, and we can get into a deeper discussion.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Okay.
Perfect.
So I'll drop down. Thank you.
Yeah, all good. Thank you, Tamer. Thank you so much. Black, anything interesting that you find in the space that you want to share with the audience? Mike is yours, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that I actually found over the last few days, I kind of did a thread on earlier today, was God mode
That's a GPT UI that is almost like an auto GPT. I definitely recommend people checking it out. There's a few different UIs out there right now for auto GPT, and it's, this entire time of working in this space, this is the first time I think I've ever actually looked at something and been kind of tapped my own mental brakes, so to speak, of like, okay, this is the direction that these things are going in. And to kind of make it succinct, essentially what this new phase I see happening over the last couple of weeks, which seems like, in this space, that's like, months, is a automated approach to things like ChatGPT, where you give the system a directive and all it tries to do is meet that directive through hiring its own agent, so to speak, creating like split off personalities, so to speak. I'm overgeneralizing it just to kind of keep it simple, but it's basically creating its own specific personalities and almost subtasks to complete things. And it's pretty insane. You can essentially, what I did in a matter of an hour probably would have taken, I'd say probably at least 6 or 7 hours manually if I knew exactly what I was doing. And it even wrote code on its own and everything else. And so it's just, and that's just like one use case. There's, and this kind of brings me to my bigger point is, talking about you and what you're talking about as far as investing and what VCs are looking into. I'll wrap it up by saying this. I think that something that has happened over the last year has been a look into technology and seeing who can build the system to be the most accurate, the fastest. And that seems to be the race. But I honestly believe, starting right now, over the last couple of weeks and moving into the very, very near future, what's going to be important is use case and understanding what you need to do with this stuff. Because the problem is that there's a lot of influencers and people who are into these things, and everyone who's like experimenting and trying it out. That's all it is like, it's all like test and learn. Everything's test and learn right now. I don't think anyone who is even building these things, and especially after seeing some of these interviews of different tech leaders in the space, I don't think they really know what the use cases are going to be. I think it's been more about how fast can we build it, how fast can we get to market with it, how fast can we get an audience.
But what do you mean? Isn't there like use cases blowing up more than we can handle and quicker than we can handle? What do you mean? There's no use cases. There's too many use cases.
No. I don't mean there's no use case. I mean identifying use cases is going to be the investment. It's not going to be like building the tech or trying to be the first to market with the actual tech itself. It's going to be understanding specific use cases. Like, for example, Stable Diffusion, Stability AI, they have like OpenBio ML. They're going to start doing different types of machine learning processes and basically a form of diffusion one way or the other when it comes to bio research and genetic engineering and things of that nature. But that's like a very specific niche use case. And I think that a lot of this stuff like ChatGPT is like a sandbox. I think it's like everyone's just trying to see what they can do with it rather than building things to do a specific thing. So I think as far as like investment goes and looking into the future, it's going to be identifying a specific use case that no one else is actually kind of cornering in. And that's going to be the investment opportunity, is going to be identifying those specific use cases, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. The thing I'm looking at, if you remember the Matrix, right? This will be my closing comments here, Mario. You remember they had, when they pulled Neo out, they started putting him through the construct, right? Which the construct was basically a place where you could practice the Matrix. And then at one point they pull out a little cartridge, a loading program, as they called it, right? And he comes out and he says, "Oh, I know Kung Fu," right? I just posted in the Nest something I'm playing with, which was trying to come up with the perfect mid-journey prompt using ChatGPT. And on the back end, you can actually create, system identities for ChatGPT-4, where you say, "I want you to act like this," and then just use that as the prompt. And so every time I come in, I just load up that little program, and I want to do a mid-journey prompt, and there I go. Or I'll use it for, whatever purposes I have. I'll use it to plug in what my style is. I'll upload a couple of chapters from my book. It'll analyze my style, and then I compact that into something that I pop into the system mode there, and there you go. So these loading programs and the construct, those go hand in hand, and those are even more valuable than the prompts in many ways.
Guys, I'm loving this so fucking much. I want to start doing like a power hour every day, just an AI hour. every fucking day. This is incredible. Mark, any final quick, and Justin, man, you're a geek. You know that. you know, I love how you just keep experimenting 100%. Like crazy. Mark, any final quick words before we give the mic to Danish?
Yeah, well, I mean, Mario, we'll tell you what we're investing in right now, and that's using AI to help derive insights from the ridiculous zettabytes of data that are available to us and that are on the platform, the Battlefield platform that I mentioned earlier. So we're actually developing 2 overlays. I won't say which open source AI platform that we're using, but we're investing right now in developing 2 overlays over those data lakes. One is a fetch model, which is a natural language search AI based, saying I'm looking for data sets that help me answer question or a KPI X, Y, and Z, and then a more specific one that takes an even deeper dive down the rabbit hole. So we're sort of using data and AI in a way that we think is the most logical, and to actually create a solution to the biggest challenge with big data and alternative data right now, which is deriving insights from what is otherwise a lot of noise.
And Mark, can I ask you a quick question? We do this in Web3, and if the audience, you find my questions too selfish, well, too bad. Hopefully it'll be valuable to you, but I'm just really geeking out. So one thing we do in Web3 is we go to VCs, we're like, hey, let us work with your portfolio companies. We've been doing this for years and it works really well. The question I have to you first is, what are the biggest difficulties your portfolio companies are facing? And people in the audience that have a startup or they're investing, can you answer that question as well? If you're a startup, what are the biggest difficulties you're facing as you build your AI startup? Or if you're an investor, what are your portfolio companies, what difficulties are they facing? Like, for example, in Web3, one of the biggest ones is building a community. In AI, is it getting the users? Is it figuring out the tech? Is it figuring out the use case? What would you say is the biggest difficulty they're facing? And I'm guessing you know why I'm asking.
Well, unfortunately, I'm hoping that I'm reading your mind right now, Mario. But unfortunately, the biggest challenge that all of the companies that we've invested in are facing, whether they're in AI, data, the metaverse, blockchain, crypto, and we go across all of those categories, and even some traditional categories as well, is access to capital. I mean, the fall of Silicon Valley Bank, the complete evaporation of the venture debt marketplace has really created some significant challenges for raising capital right now. Yeah. But within AI, I think was a speaker just before me that was talking about the identification of the use case. It shouldn't be AI for the use case,
Mark,
and that's
Mark,
something
okay,
we find challenging.
Mark, I'm gonna this space gave me an idea. I'm gonna do something, and whoever's interested, hit me up. So we did this in crypto. A very basic way of it is just having like a crypto Shark Tank. We started doing it on Spaces, it worked really well. And now there's actually an actual Shark Tank show that came to Dubai to meet me. They have Snoop and a few other big names coming on, where they have people, a judge, and they want me to be there as a judge in LA, similar to the Mark Cuban's Shark Tank, or Kevin O'Leary's Shark Tank, for crypto. So it's like taking whatever we did on Twitter Spaces, but taking it to a whole new level and having it, more visual and realistic. Do you think something like, because AI is just so fascinating, but it's very technical. Do you think a model like this would be interesting, having like a Shark Tank? Okay, I just started looking at the screen. I'm seeing 100% emojis, which is cool. So do you like that idea? Is it something that you think I should do?
Well, you may remember that I judged the pitch at your peril last week during NFT NYC with you and Fidge. I think it was Thursday of last week. And, we co-invest with some of the traditional sharks that you mentioned. I won't say who, because some of them are controversial, Kevin. So, yeah, no, I would absolutely love that. And I would be down for it. You know how to find me.
I love it. Cool. I'm going to do this, Fidji. I didn't know you did a pitch last time in NFT NYC.
I've literally been doing it. I've literally been.
What are you doing? What are you trying to take credit? Is that what you're trying to do now?
I thought you were on that, Barry.
I was. No. They just use me. Mark, let's just be true. They use me for engagement. They don't give a fuck about me. They just put my account there, get the clicks. That's it. And then that's it.
Clickbait, brother.
Say clickbait. Yeah. This is how low Fiji can be at times. Black, any cool ideas before Brian, Alex, and then Danish? Or Danish, you want to jump in now if you have to jump off later? Because I was going to give you my class. Go ahead, man.
I can just give you guys an idea of what I think and what we're seeing in general, which is AI in specific verticals. Mark kind of alluded to it. I wanted to double down on that. So a good example is, I know Brian knows a lot about the patent database, but there's a company that's working on the patent database called Inventor, and you literally can put your idea in there and they can search through the patent database and find all the other ideas that are similar to it in real time, like using like a basic tweet. But what's more interesting is that then you can use them to generate a non-provisional patent for your own idea in real time, like without doing any work, without hiring a patent lawyer, without doing any additional work. And that's an example of a company that's very interesting. Another one in the healthcare space called Glass.ai, you can actually record the conversation between the doctor and the patient, put it in, and automatically generates the doctor's visit. That is a huge 2/3 of the doctor's time in the US goes towards writing. If you've ever been to see a doctor writing the notes, give you some context, doctors make $200, $300, $400 an hour. And so that is actual use cases with actual teeth in verticalized.
Danish, you have, you have an incredible startup. Any investors, I think you're doing a round. I'll give you the shout out. Love what you guys are fucking doing. I don't know if you closed your round already. But yeah, definitely hit up Danish. Also, I think doctors and lawyers enjoy losing your jobs, motherfucker. No, I'm joking, but so that was for Fiji. Yeah, so Alex and Brian, any final quick use cases that are really interesting? Because I just can't wait to end this. I'm gonna end this, guys. I'm gonna end the space in a bit, and I'm gonna immediately call my team, wake them up, and start just applying a lot of these ideas.
I'll go real quick because we're already applying this in business use cases, have been for actually a couple of years. I'm a firm believer in building your own AI, and that is using your own data. And that is, to me, the most powerful use case. General AI is a path to get to communicate to the AI system. So we're always using the same base data that's shared in the open source community, or even, we pare that data down. But basically, it's that building of your own AI that is going to be the force multiplier. It's the lever that gives you 1 to 7 power, 1 to 24 power, if it's distributed around the company. So imagine every company has this AI built into their local computer, and it's doing basically everything that an employee would do, and then some. And that's kind of an idea of where this is going.
So when you say building your own AI, and I want to keep it brief, why? Like, why would I have a Mario AI, or did I misunderstand?
Yeah, well, we could do it 2 quick ways. One, personal AI, the power of that is having a conversation with yourself and have an extended memory.
Having a digital version of me. Okay, yep.
Exactly. And at some point, it will have agency and do some tasks that you don't want to do. I'm already doing that. And eventually be able to move conscious to it, and then you start wondering, why do I need that physical body, and then move completely to, I know where this, I can geek out on this afterwards, where that would look like in 50 years. I love it. Yeah, what's the second one? That's crazy. All right, so the other one is in a corporate setting. I'm a believer that there are going to be a lot less jobs lost than most people realize. What I think is going to happen, and it's very deflationary to the economy, and so that's downside for a lot of people in politics, is that you're going to get individuals who now have a tool, because AI is a tool, that will allow them to do a lot more work. And I equate it to people taking their personal computer, their Apple II, to work with a spreadsheet. Now, if you look at that epoch, it's really reflective of this epoch. Most people didn't type. In that era, there was typing pools, and people took this system into work, and they said, I'm going to use this new tool. We're already seeing that, and we're already seeing companies ban ChatGPT because of the leakage problem, right? Data being leaked out, and also, all the other legalistic issues, which we could talk about in another show. But if you have local AI, if you have open source clean data, which is what I'm building on, you can do anything you want with it, and you can empower an employee to do that much more. And why fire that person when you can build the company to be, I don't know, 3 times, 4 times larger?
I'm with you. Yeah, cool. Alex, I know there's a few hands up, but Alex, I'll let you wrap it up because I think everyone's spoken very briefly. Any interesting, cool ideas to leave the audience with?
Yeah, I've got two. I'll keep them brief. One's like more of like a, I think normie, like mainstream use case, but I think this idea of like the AI music is just going to go insane in a way like people can't really fully comprehend. Like, and I think it's going to happen the next month. Like, I just pinned this tweet. It sounds exactly like Drake. Like, there was that Drake Weekend one that like blew up, and Universal Music Group had to step in and take it down. And now you just see them popping up left and right. Like, it's going to get to a point where there's going to be like hundreds of these every day. And like my two predictions are like, one, I think there's going to be like a modern Napster that's launched, which is going to be kind of fun and cool. And then the second is I think one of these AI music songs is going to top the charts. And when it does, it's going to like really, really
blow up the industry, make the use case very obvious.
It's going to make a lot of like arguments. So that's kind of like my normie fun one. And then I think on like the more technical side, Sam Altman actually gave an interview yesterday where he basically said like their current like architecture of like large language models, the way they've been doing it now, where just keep fine tuning the parameters and making it larger and giving it more data. He actually thinks like he literally said, quote, that like the age of like LLMs is already dead. I'd recommend looking into this project called Dreamer V3. It's basically like a way of like, it's a different like architecture approach. And without going like too technical, like I think this is going to be like the future of like how these algorithms are built. It relies on unsupervised learning, meaning it actually self-learns based on a reward that's programmed into the system. So it doesn't need human feedback, and it's also much more cost effective. Like this is like the shit. And like this isn't some like random person either. This is like DeepMind is working on this. The University of Toronto, like I pinned that one too. Like this is like, in my opinion, this is going to be like something huge like in the next like month or two where everyone's gonna be like, holy shit, like this is the next big thing. Like I actually think that's gonna be it. And like you heard it here first. Maybe for some of you, I'd recommend looking into it.
Cool, love it. All right, guys, I think it's a great space. We're gonna start doing the hourly AI spaces because I'm loving this shit. I'm gonna start actioning things with the team. I'll be calling some of the panelists as well right after this to get out on what was discussed. Fiji, Slayman, thanks for moderating. For anyone that doesn't know, Fiji and I are friends, and he runs the crypto shows, and he's actually not drunk today. It's just that he's I don't know what he's doing, baiting everyone with vague statements. And Slayman, I don't know why he's a co-host today, considering his views on AI, but he's generally a good co-host. And hopefully you enjoyed the show. I'll see you again all tomorrow. Thank you so much. We won't do a recap with the moderators because I need to call the moderators. There's a lot to talk about. Bye, everyone. See you tomorrow.